Hello.
Hi, everybody. We don't have anything going on. We're just like sitting here.
We were.
So I was like, let's just go live. Let's just say what's up to everybody.
Great
Warren
idea,
gets the belt today. Congratulations, Warren. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to reach out to Jesse. Tough Friday for my guy. We went to dinner on Friday night, and my uncle, who's my grandmother's brother, so he's my great uncle, so he's older.
Yeah.
And I think he's in his, is he 80? Anyways, he's older. We walk into dinner. He lives in SoCal. I haven't seen him in a while. And the first thing he says to me is, "So, Jesse, taking it up the middle, huh?" Like, man, that beat.
Wow.
What's up, Steven? What's up, KC? Good morning, Zabo. Good morning, Rust Dog. What up, Wheezy? Oh, my God. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, Tyler? Good morning.
Yeah, Miss Mac, we're early today.
Yeah, we're just chilling. What's up, BD? Brian, hello. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. What's up, Soren? What's up, Sanchez? What's up, Retro? Hey, Lizzie, congrats, man. That's big time for you. Good morning, good morning. Hello, good morning. We're going to ignore this one. Oh, yeah, this is, we need to bring this up, too. What's up, Marcus? Delicious. I missed some people in here. Did I say hi? Did we? You shouted out Mrs. Mac, right? What's up?
I did. What's going on, everybody?
Anyone else in here?
I think Domas will be an all-star.
Seems like it.
Yeah.
Don, good morning. Scooter, good morning.
They named Trey Young as Eastern Conference All-Star replacement this morning.
Yeah, this is where I was at. Kahua? How do you pronounce this? What do I call this person?
Kahlua?
Oh, Kahlua. Nice, dude.
I don't know.
It's got to be what it is.
Hello, Miguel.
No, I haven't.
I need to pick up a book. Start reading.
I recommend All the Light We Cannot See.
I busted through. You remember this summer? I tried to get through as many Harry Potter books as I could. I think I'm in book 3. I need to keep going.
Yeah, you do. 3 is where it starts to get good.
Everything before that feels like it's identical to the movie, like almost spot on.
Yeah, for the most part.
I think it gets a little more complicated as it goes on, right?
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna start our show a little early.
What? The show's early too?
The show's gonna start early too.
Everything is early today.
Yeah, it's fine. Here we go. Well, hopefully not everything. All right. Here we go.
He's live on the Odyssey app. It's time now to go beyond the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. A happy Monday, everybody. Another football season is in the books to the Philadelphia Eagles. Good night. Dog walked the Chiefs for 60 minutes.
I'm sad. Football's over. I didn't realize that until you just said it, Kyle.
Yeah, man. Season's in the books. There's no games after the Super Bowl. Eagles 40, Chiefs 22. We will talk all about that. The Kings got to win this weekend. We will dive into that as well. And they play a game tonight. We will also get into that in these next couple of hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are the Insiders, and we're rocking with you until noon. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Thanks, everybody listening on the radio, everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. If you're on the free Odyssey app, thank you. And if you're listening on the podcast at the James Hammond Kyle Madsen Show, available wherever you get your podcasts, thanks to you as well. Man, so my thought all week going into the Super Bowl was like, the Eagles just have a better team. And there's a real chance that the Eagles just go dominate this game. Their defensive line is awesome. Their offensive line is very good. And we saw proof positive that when you can, and this is every quarterback, but even Patrick Mahomes is not immune to quarterback under pressure is going to struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just, that's an adage of football it's never going to go away. But I threw all that out because I went, yeah, you know what? I don't think it's going to matter. It's Patrick Mahomes, it's the Chiefs. They find answers for everything. And then they didn't have an answer.
Watching him struggle was something that was new. Like, he hasn't, like, I track him very closely because he's my fantasy football quarterback. Right. He hasn't been really good in like a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
He gets by.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's really crazy because a lot of the times that he makes mistakes are in crucial moments of games. Like he's thrown fourth quarter interceptions all season.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just like, wow, this isn't really going all that well. He doesn't really look like himself. He's lost so many receivers. And then you start to think, okay, can he just put it together? The offensive line was not good for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And the offensive line, whatever issue they have has to be addressed. But I didn't think that they had, they've got DeAndre Hopkins. They've got Juju. They've got, plenty of they've got Worthy. They've got plenty of offensive weapons without even getting into Kelsey, and the running backs were all healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought, man, can't you do something else? And to me, it was Andy Reid got outcoached horribly, in my opinion. But secondly, Mahomes just wasn't in it. He missed linebackers cutting under or safeties, wide right in the middle of the play, and just like the interceptions were egregious. Just overall, it just didn't look like the player that we've become accustomed to, and it really made for one of the worst Super Bowls to sit through that I've ever been around to watch.
Yeah, it was akin to that Seahawks Broncos Super Bowl where early second quarter, you just go, oh, this game's over.
Yeah.
We're done here.
Yeah, what do we do now?
Yeah, so that was so I said all week when people go, who are you rooting for? Because for 49ers fans, the Eagles have become this like little, I don't want to call them a rival, but it's like this mini rivalry because the Niners and Eagles for the last few years have both been kind of jockeying for top seed in the NFC or top spot in the NFC. They had the Eagles put a beat down on them in the NFC title game, and then the Niners come back the next year and put a beat down on them in Philly. And so I wasn't like, I don't like Nick Sirianni. I don't like the whole big Dom thing. It's like, I can't root for the Eagles, but then obviously the Chiefs, they beat the Niners in the Super Bowl twice. They beat the Niners every time they played them in the last decade or whatever it is. I don't want to really root for the Chiefs. My body will tell me what I want on game day.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided as the game was going on, I just wanted when the Eagles went up 17-0, I was like, okay, I'm going to pull for the Chiefs to make this interesting. But then watching the wheels just come off the Chiefs, there was something satisfying to it. Because how many Chiefs games have we watched since 2018 where you expect like, oh, okay, this is the game where their mistakes are going to come back to bite them. This is the one. And then other team fumbles, bad call goes the Chiefs' way, big play by Travis Kelce. All of a sudden the Chiefs have won. And you're like, wait, they got outplayed.
They got dominated, man.
And then last night, that's the word. That was just a dominant performance by the Eagles. And I think sometimes I personally, I don't want to say we, but I know I think I get caught up in storylines, and I get caught up in the Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs of it all. They've figured out a way. They've won 17 consecutive one-score games. I think this is going to be a close game. I think Philly's defense is going to keep them in it, but I think the Chiefs defense is going to keep them in it as well. It's going to be a close game, and in a close game, the Chiefs are going to figure out a way to win it. when really what happened was, and the Eagles are just awesome.
Yeah,
they're just the best team in the sport.
They were. The one thing that I can't, I'm over is the whole officiating thing, right?
Oh, RIP.
And
put it in the ground.
Even in the beginning of the game, there was a bad call. The A.J. Brown catch on the sideline where they called offensive pass interference. That was suspect, man. It was super soft. In a game of that magnitude, you don't call that. Right?
Letter of the law, it's probably a foul, but I'm with you.
Yeah.
That's a tough call.
And so I'm sitting there like, is this what we're going to hear? Are we going to hear this? But then it was like 10-0. You're like, okay, well, the Eagles are still hanging tough. And the Chiefs just never built any momentum at all. They couldn't get anything going. And then the sack parade started happening. And you're like, okay, this game looks like it could be over.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes got happy feet, dude.
Yeah.
He and that's just that no quarterback is immune to that. You get hit a few times, there's pressure early. You see him get into his spot in the pocket, and it's not stepping up and throwing around and creating a running lane for himself to extend the play. It was, I got to go backwards.
Mm-hmm.
And when you start getting to your spot, and instead of hitching up and navigating the pocket, and you start going backwards, you're cooked. You're done. I don't care if you're Patrick Mahomes, Joe Montana, Tom Brady, or otherwise. That's not a way that's conducive to playing quality football. And you saw it with the Chiefs yesterday, man.
Yeah.
They just weren't good enough. They didn't have any answers. And the Eagles played outstanding on both sides of the ball.
I think a lot of it was just straight up they got outcoached. Like one play where Mahomes escapes out and then he kind of stumbles, the guy grabs him his leg, he kind of stumbles, and then his offensive lineman just grabs him and holds on to him. It's like, hey, bro, I'm Patrick Mahomes. Get off me. What are you doing? I can't do anything because you're holding on to me. But right. they back out. They show the whole play. You got the center or the left guard, one of the two. They just get in a stance and they're sitting there looking all around. Mm-hmm. There's no one anywhere near them.
Yeah.
All the world,
dog.
The world is crushing around Mahomes, and all these guys are standing around, and you're like, what are they doing? And that's when you realize, oh, they just got out-schemed. They got fully out-schemed.
Yeah, I think it was there was some of that. And then Jalen Carter might just be the best defensive tackle in the sport right now.
Yeah.
Josh Sweat was awesome yesterday. They didn't have anybody who could block him. Nolan Smith was awesome yesterday. Didn't have anybody who could block him. The entire Eagles defensive line, here's some stats. And I know this got said a lot, but in case you missed it, the Eagles, and this goes to the scheme thing you were talking about, the Eagles pressured Mahomes on more than half of his dropbacks, and they blitzed 0 times. They sent an extra pass rusher 0 times. And that's the thing. Like that no matter what version of football we're playing, whether it's the 1950s, the 1980s, or now, if you can get pressure with 4 and drop 7 in coverage, you're going to have a really good day defensively.
Yep.
And the Eagles did that to perfection. Everything they were doing. The whole Sam Darnold seeing ghosts thing, Patrick Mahomes was seeing ghosts yesterday, man. Straight up.
No, I agree with you.
That's what happened.
And the difference between them and Minnesota is that Minnesota, like, they're blitz happy the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So if you call the blitz the right way, if you predict what they're going to do,
mm-hmm.
it's game on.
Yep.
You can crush them on
mm-hmm.
on a blitz, right?
Yep.
And what I saw yesterday was it felt like every single play, the Eagles knew exactly what was coming.
Yep.
The play late in the game where it was 4th down and 4th and 5, and they had the little out route.
Mm-hmm.
The defensive back just jumped the route. He knew exactly what the play was. Like the whole time, you're like, how do you know their playbook so in and out that this is what we're getting in the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah, really strange, especially for a team that's usually so incredibly creative. I thought the Chiefs were on their heels the entire game and had no idea what to do.
On their heels is the perfect way to describe it. They're going backwards the entire game. Mm-hmm. Some more stats. The Eagles had more points at halftime than the Chiefs had yards, 24-23. I mentioned the Eagles pressuring Mahomes on more than half of his dropbacks, despite blitzing 0 times. All 6 times a team has blitzed 0 times in a Super Bowl, they've won, which is not a huge surprise because, again, getting home with 4 is a good way to play defense. And then it was the first game all year that a team didn't run a single play in opponent's territory in their first 9 drives.
Wow.
The Chiefs did not cross midfield until their 10th drive. It's the first time that happened all year.
That's absolutely crazy.
I always say, like with the college football playoff, people complained because, you're not getting the best. We're not going to get the best team. It's just going to be whoever the best team in the playoff was. It's like, yeah, that's the point of the playoffs, right? Like, that's why you have playoffs, to settle it on the field. This wasn't just the Eagles got hot for the playoffs and then the Chiefs played a bad game. The Eagles were just the best team. And I said it earlier this year. It wouldn't shock me at all if they just went in and beat the Lions. I thought they'd beat the Lions in the NFC title game, and they beat the Lions and go to the Super Bowl. But I didn't think that they would go be as dominant as they were. You drop a 50 burger in the NFC title game, and then you drop 40 in the Super Bowl to throttle a team going for a three-peat.
Yeah, it's wild, especially when you consider last season they were so good. They were 10-0 to start the season, whatever. And then the Niners just like knocked them off kilter, and then they were done.
Yeah.
Like just toast. Completely toast. And then you see them recover. And like, I think they figured out a lot about like the mental fortitude that it takes to win, to get there and to win. And to see them grow up is kind of interesting to watch, because I did not think that they were a great team until late in the season. They were a really good team. But, there were some teams that were great this year, especially like the Lions. The Lions were great, and you were expecting them to, keep going and represent.
Right.
But this is a team that ended up being the team that figured out how to be great, like midway, and then like, hey, we got it. We're clicking now. We know what it takes, and there they are.
Team with the best roster started playing their best football.
Yeah.
And that's how you create a buzzsaw. The thing I learned from the Super Bowl, the big takeaway for me, was as much as we talk quarterbacks, as much as we talk receivers, as much as we talk cornerbacks and all this stuff, the trenches matter more than anything in football, and they always will.
Yep.
There's no version of football where you can have a bad offensive line and go win a game or go win a Super Bowl.
I need you to tell Kyle Shanahan that.
Working on it.
Yeah, because I mean, again, you lost an NFC championship game straight up to this Eagles team because you couldn't protect your quarterback.
Yeah.
And his arm got trashed.
And your two Super Bowl losses to the Chiefs both came down to you couldn't block Chris Jones.
Yeah.
That was a problem.
Yeah, you go cheap up front, especially in the middle, and they did it on both sides of the ball this year, which is why they didn't win.
Yes. It was a major factor. Injuries, special teams, all that. But when you're going to struggle in the trenches, you're going to struggle to have a good football team. And I think the Niners know they need to revamp their defensive line. My question is whether they look at this and go, man, because the Chiefs have put a patchwork offensive line together as well. They got to figure out left tackle. They drafted Kingsley Suamataia in the second round. He couldn't play. They had to move Joe Thuney, who was a really good guard. They had to move him to tackle. And they had to start an undrafted rookie at guard. Like they've been piecing it together too, man. And he got smoked. There's nothing that your playmakers, there's nothing that your quarterback is going to do if you cannot keep them upright. And there's no overcome. Patrick Mahomes couldn't overcome it. Tom Brady couldn't overcome it. It is a truth of football that will never change.
No, I agree 100%. And that's why you have to aggressively attack those weaknesses this offseason if you're the San Francisco 49ers.
Yep.
That's it.
That's what the entire offseason comes down to. Last thing, you mentioned the ref conspiracy earlier. R.I.P., man.
Yeah, it's dead.
They got him all the way there, but then couldn't. And I tweeted this. I said it's crazy that the refs worked so hard to get the Chiefs here and then bailed on him. And people are like, well, they were just getting beat so bad. The refs couldn't. Like, no, they could have, though. On any of those sacks, there could have been a roughing the passer. There could have been a phantom PI call, a little phantom defensive hold. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes got punched in the face and nothing.
Yeah.
Like dude, it's almost like there's not this league-wide conspiracy to make the Chiefs win. Almost. Maybe it's weird. I also have never seen the country more united than people were against the new Fox scorebook. The game started, and my entire Twitter feed just blew up with people like the score bug sucks. I hate this score bug. Why did they do this for the Super Bowl? What is this? Minimalism sucks. The score bug it takes up too much of the screen. Everyone hated it. I didn't see one person zag. It was like the Luka trade. I didn't see not one person said about the Luka trade like, hey, you know what? I actually kind of like this deal for Dallas. Like low key, I like this for Dallas. Not one person. And I didn't see one person yesterday like, hey, love the new score bug. The entire country united against it. It was great. You got to move the play clock below the game clock.
Mm-hmm.
That's key. And then you got to make it smaller. That took up way too much of the screen for me.
It was weird.
I didn't like it. It was a thumbs down for me. Not the overall design, just they need to make a couple of tweaks. Anyways, that's my game production take of the day. We'll continue to discuss in the Super Bowl, but we got to get into this Kings 123-118 victory over the New Orleans Pelicans on Saturday. It looked pretty good. And we'll look ahead to tonight's game against those Dallas Mavericks that I just mentioned. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and it is Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, what's up? It's your boy Kyle Madsen from the Insiders. In this basketball season, when your favorite stars score a bucket, we're alley-ooping you an opportunity to win money from watching sports with Underdog. That's a long way to go to make a basketball pun, but I respect what they're doing here. You already know that Underdog Daily Fantasy, their pick'em game is super easy. You pick two or more players. You pick higher or lower on one of their stats, like points, assists, rebounds, etc. They've got so many. You can go first quarter, first 5 minutes. I have a ton of fun doing basketball games on Underdog, and I think you will too. And you don't just have to do basketball now that football season's over. You can mix and match basketball. We got baseball season coming up. There's hockey. They got any sport you can think of. They've got it for you with their pick'em game, and you can play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you can win up to 1,000 times your entry. So turn $1 into $1,000 just with your hoops knowledge, just by knowing ball. I have to read this part verbatim. I've got a lineup coming up later. I've got a Kings-related lineup coming up for you later. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KyleM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KyleM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. My goodness.
Luka Doncic has decided his foundation is donating $500 to immediate recovery efforts in the LA area.
Well, that's awesome.
I want to read this first paragraph here. It's been so sad to see and learn about the damage from wildfires since I landed in LA. I can't believe it, and I feel for all the kids who lost their homes, schools, and places where they used to play with their friends. Today, my foundation is donating $500,000 immediate recovery efforts. Blah blah blah. It feels like a little Derek Zoolander-esque. That first paragraph. I think he's going to build a school for children who can't read good. Most points per possession in transition in the 2024-25 regular season. Minimum 80 total transition possessions. Keon Ellis is number 1, according to Stat Defender.
What's wrong with this Luka thing?
It just feels like a little Zoolander-esque, like the first paragraph. That's all.
Huh.
Like when he's building a center for kids that can't read good. I don't know. It's good. It's good that he's donating $500,000.
Nico Harrison doesn't make it through the offseason, right?
I don't know. You let him do something crazy. Yeah, that's just crazy. The whole part that Mark Cuban had no idea that was happening. And I know that Mark Cuban isn't the managing partner anymore, but he was supposed to have some say.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, he has no say.
Just nothing.
Yeah. And it makes you wonder if anyone does, or if this was just made on their own. Like they didn't feel like they had someone they had to go to. I don't know.
Yikes, dude. Oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Put a pin in the Super Bowl stuff for a moment to talk about your Sacramento Kings, who beat the New Orleans Pelicans 123-118. It's back on Saturday. I got to tell you, man, how far this team goes and what their ceiling is. I got to see more. I got to see what they look like when they get a chance to get a couple of practices in, and then we can really kind of reassess where they're at. But the thing that has stuck out to me, even as they lost the first couple games of the Zach LaVine era, the Jonas Valanciunas edition stuck out as like a stark, like, oh, this is helpful. They're at least a little bit better because Jonas Valanciunas is on the team and playing.
Yeah, I think we probably underestimated just how much you needed a backup center.
Yeah, because we've just gone, oh, you just play Trey Lyles and then Alex Len gives you a couple minutes. But having a backup center who can play a close enough facsimile to what Domantas Sabonis is doing is really helpful. And then add in Jake LaRavia, who came in and did almost exactly what I thought he would do. And you said it today, like you looked at the box score and you go, oh, what, 7 points? He had 3 rebounds. Okay, no, he's good. But just the impact he makes on the court makes him seem a lot more productive than that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge human being. And like, I know that Alex Len is really tall as well, but not like Jonas. I mean, actually, Alex is taller, but Jonas is just like a gigantic human being.
Girthy.
Yeah, and like he just takes up so much space, and like you can do so many different things. And what we're seeing is that it's not that he blocks a lot of shots. I mean, he blocks. I think he had a couple of blocks in the last game, but it's that people don't want to go anywhere near the key when he's there. You've seen it already. I mean, he's leveled like 3 or 4 players in his first couple of games with the Kings. And when you're a Kings fan and you're going up against Valanciunas, you're like, oh no, I hate that guy, because he does things on the court that are super, super physical, and even at some point aggressive. And so as an opposing team, you're like, no, I don't like that guy. But then when he's on your team, you're like, oh, hell yeah. Did you see that guy bounce off him?
Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have a legit 9-man rotation now that doesn't include Devin Carter, and it doesn't include Doug McDermott or Alex Len. And this is just, again, whether the Kings are going to be a playoff team or a play-in team or a bottom 5, not a top 10 seed, I have no idea. I need to see more. The first couple of games didn't make me super optimistic, but you needed to get a win against the Pelicans, and they did. And one of my biggest complaints all year was you're 6-ish players deep.
Yeah, sometimes 7, and that's if Trey Lyles is playing well.
Yeah, so now they legit have 9 guys that when they're playing, you feel, okay, I feel pretty good about that. There's still some flaws on the roster for sure. They got to figure out that backup point guard situation. You can always use more size and athleticism for sure, but with Jake LaRavia, with Jonas Valanciunas, they have multiple players with Keon Ellis and Trey Lyles. They have 4 players now. Then when they check in, my immediate thought isn't, like disaster time. And that's a big deal.
I think part of it to me is that Trey Lyles now can be your 8th or 9th best player as opposed to having to be your 6th or 7th best player. And so Trey, for whatever reason, is not super consistent. He's not consistent as a scorer. Some nights he's a great rebounder. Some nights he's not. Like you're waiting. Again, sometimes he hits the 3, sometimes he doesn't. But all of a sudden, when he is one of 4 guys and not like basically one of 2 guys coming off the bench that can actually do anything, it just looks different. And having Jonas standing in the middle of the key means that all of a sudden Trey doesn't have to take on the most difficult big man that you're going to go up against for the night. If Sabonis gets in foul trouble, you're now not going to have to worry that the game is basically over because you've got Jonas up against Jokic. Or Jonas up against, name that gigantic center that he's just going to get shot. They're going to shoot right over the top of him. So at this point, like, it just feels like the 2 players that they're adding to that second unit just fit and help everyone else be better. And you're left with this wonder, like, why didn't you do this before? Because it wasn't like going out and getting a John Collins. It wasn't going and getting a Cam Johnson. It was literally, it feels like 2 smaller things that are changing the complexity of your team. And their answer might be, well, straight up, like, well, we didn't have that $8 million to go get Jonas before. And okay, I get that, but you probably should have done your work earlier. They cleared up a lot of space when they traded Kevin Huerter. But at the same time, like, everything feels and looks better on the court when that second unit is out there. And they outscored their opponent for one of the few times I can remember this season.
It's so big time.
The second unit, yeah.
The other couple of things that jumped out on Saturday. I would love to see this more often from Domantas Sabonis. Led the team with 18 shots, led the team with 27 points. Not that he's going to take 18 shots a night, not that he's going to score 27 a night, but that the ball is going through him more often. Malik Monk needs to have the ball in his hands. Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan need to have the ball in their hands. I understand that. But your most effective playmaker is your center. Your best playmaker is your center. And I think he only had like 3 assists. But if he's going to score 27 points on 18 shots, I don't mind that he only has 3 assists. But there's going to be nights where there's a really good defensive center, and you know what? He's going to stand there at the top of the key, and he's going to pick a defense apart with his passing. He's going to have 8, 9, 10 assists. Like, that's one of the adjustments I would like to see Sacramento make, is get the ball more often to Domas. Let the ball run through him while you're figuring out what you're doing with your 3 guys who need to have the ball in their hands at all times.
No, I totally get that. And to be honest with you, I think the game changed in the early third quarter when they got into the pick and roll action with Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis. Up until that moment, they hadn't done it all that much. And the last couple of games, they have not been going to that. And I just don't get it. It's one of the most impactful, effective plays in the NBA is Monk to Sabonis on the pick and roll. And they desperately need to run that as much as possible while everything else is figuring itself out. Because I think that's the problem, is that you have a bunch of new pieces that like the ball in their hands. And that's fine, but that's not Kings basketball. Like, everyone needs to learn how to play Kings basketball. You don't need to necessarily learn how to integrate LaVine or integrate, DeMar DeRozan into what you're doing. They have to learn how to play the game that you're supposed to be playing.
Yeah.
And so far this season, we haven't seen a lot of that. And then with the change with, LaVine coming in and Fox going out, like, LaVine's going to take some time to figure it all out. I need less like standing there looking at your opponent and then pulling up for 27 footers. I need less of that. Everything needs to look like Kings basketball. It needs to flow, and it needs to have like a basic plan. And right now these guys they're slowly starting to integrate themselves in, but it's why you get such a clunky first half where the Kings go down by 20 and just look bad. And again, like DeMar DeRozan took one shot in the first half. Malik Monk, I think, was 0 for 4. You had those guys go 0 for 5 in the first half and have one combined point. The fact that you were able to recover and win that game is crazy when two of your top scorers are just non-existent completely in the first half.
Yeah. Couple other things. Keon Ellis had more minutes than DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, he was really good defensively. And then I think he ended up with like 13 points. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of...
It's interesting to me.
There's a lot of fans calling for him to start like you are, Kyle. And I get it. I just, like, I don't...
If he's going to just if he's going to play 32 minutes a night, cool. That's the bigger deal. You can't be going, 24 minutes because we can't start him. Like, okay, then shorten the rotation for the starters and bring him in quicker. Like, I don't know. But that game flipped when the second unit came in.
Oh, totally.
And that is not like, have we said that at all at any point in the last 3 years?
No, I don't. I don't feel like
it. Kings bench turned that game around.
Well, once Malik,
it happens
went to the bench, went to the starting lineup. No, we haven't seen it. Yeah. But again, I think it plays more into a larger discussion about just how everyone is fitting into a natural position now. You know, you're able to pull Malik Monk in the first 6 minutes of a game and then bring him back with the second unit and have him run that second unit to perfection.
Yeah,
and that's a good thing. Yep. You know, and I think they're just getting started with chemistry and everything else. You know, learning how to play with Valanciunas, learning, you know, what's the right way to play for Jake LaRavia. Like, I think that they're just now like starting to like see what potential they have. Yeah. And then the idea here is you have to survive the next 3 games, get to the All-Star break. And then once you get to the All-Star break, you have a couple of days to get some play sets, get some basics in. But until then, just go out there and play hard. And if you give energy and effort, you'll be just fine. And people will love you. And people will cheer for you. I mean, fans were booing in the first half loudly.
As they should. It was terrible.
It was terrible.
Ugh.
Yeah, and then they cheered.
As they should. It was great.
And you know why they cheered?
Why'd they do that?
Because Jake LaRavia came in and was just like, oh my gosh, this dude can ball. Like the first play, he goes out, he defends somebody, steals the ball, goes down and lays it up, and all of a sudden there is energy in the building. You're like, wow, look at that.
He played 12 minutes. He was a +9. He took 4 shots, made 3 of them. 7 points, 2 boards, 2 assists, a steal, 2 blocks. Come on, man.
He's fun. He's fun.
Just a good player. Just a quality bench guy.
I talked to him in the locker room too, and he just, you know, he doesn't have social media. He said, you know, things didn't exactly go great in Memphis. He wasn't embraced all that well, and then instantly he walks in the building and gets like almost a standing ovation. People were so excited for him. He became a fan favorite in the first minute on the court. He had the bank 3, you know, he had the steal. He had a couple of hustle plays. He had 1 rebound where I was like, oh, there's no way he's getting that. And he was all the way inside defending someone, then had to chase a ball down. Like, hey, look at him hustle. Like, it matters. It matters.
The Kings don't, hang on. I want to continue talking about Jake LaRavia, but I want to make sure we're giving stuff away right now. We're going to give you a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie that you can only get via this giveaway. It's the one James is wearing today. Hey, we're wearing the right hoodie. Come on. Yeah, that's the new exclusive Insiders hoodie provided by our friends at Jiffy Lube. Super nice hoodies that you can only get in this contest or if you work here, but it's easier to win this contest than to work here, I would imagine. So go to ESPN1320.com, find the Jiffy Lube contest page. It's front and center. You can't miss it. You're going to go to that contest page, and to enter to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive Insiders hoodie, you're going to enter the keyword depth, as in the Kings have more depth now. DEPTH. That is your Jiffy Lube keyword of the game. You'll enter to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an Insiders hoodie, an exclusive Insiders hoodie, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. Depth. All right. We're talking about Jake LaRavia and hustle plays. The Kings don't need, like, you always want to have good players. And I know we've said this a million times, but now that we have a on-court evidence. I want to bring it back to the front of everyone's mind. Having good players is obviously like the best way to win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a hierarchy on an NBA roster where at some point you don't need another guy who can put the ball in the hoop and that's all he does. You need players like Jake LaRavia and like Keon Ellis and like Jonas Valanciunas and like Trey Lyles that are just going to do the small things on the margins. You need a guy like Jonas Valanciunas who's going to come in and in 13 minutes, 14 minutes, 6 points, 5 boards, play some good defense, and that's what he's going to do. Jake LaRavia is going to come in. He's going to play 12 minutes. He's going to get you 7 points. He's going to have a couple of hustle plays. He's going to generate a couple extra possessions for you. That's winning basketball. Trey Lyles is going to do the same thing. He's going to take a charge. He's going to hit a 3. He's going to help you play winning basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's what, and then we already know what Keon does. That's what the Kings have needed. Their top end talent to me has not been the problem. It's all of this. It's everything we've been talking about this entire game. They didn't have hardly anyone that effectively impacted games in those small areas that affect winning.
Yeah.
And again, this is not to say that they're going to win out. I don't even know if they'll make the playoffs. I have no idea what this team is. But the overall construction on paper is so much better than it was at really any point in the last 3 seasons for me.
No, I get it. Like, and it's not like Jake LaRavia is going out there and defending and shutting down Zion Williamson.
No.
Right? It's not like he's going out there and grabbing like 14 rebounds and he didn't hit like 6 threes in a game. But there is such a value into having glue guys who go out and multi-tool players that can actually just hold their own and do the job.
Yep.
And it's something that good basketball teams typically have.
Yep.
And you have to have all different sizes of these guys. You've got to have your Keon Ellis version. You've got to have your Jake LaRavia version. And now you realize you really needed the Jonas Valanciunas version.
Yeah.
And, I think one of the things with Jonas that I'm looking at is a player who's used to playing 30 plus minutes a night, who even for Washington was playing 22 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He gets it that there's going to be very little opportunity for him to play more than like 12 to 15 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
And the minutes he will get are going to come when Domantas Sabonis is off the floor. Mm-hmm. And so he knows that his guy is really good.
Yep.
That Sabonis is going to play a ton. So in the 6 or 8 minutes that he's coming in, he's flying. He's running everywhere. He's trying to give as much as he has. He's leaving it all out there on the court because he knows, like, hey, like, I'm not going to be out here for 18, 20, 30 minutes. I'm not going to be. And so for right now, I think that's the best way to do it. Go out there, use all your energy, show the fans what you've got. And I again, talk about a fan favorite. And it's not that Alex was bad, although he has not had a good season this year, or that some of the other players that the Kings have brought in are just bad players. It's just they didn't fit what you needed. And all of a sudden, when Domas picks up his 5th foul, everyone in the building is like, well, this game's over. You don't feel that way anymore.
Nope.
It's a very, very nice luxury to have.
Yep. Again, don't know what this means for the Kings and their playoff chances, but I like the direction of this current roster more than I did pre-trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
So whether the front office sticks around will probably have more to do with postseason success than anything. And we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We got to talk about Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray had himself a night. Looks like he's rounding into form a little bit. We'll talk about that. We'll have more Super Bowl stuff coming up for you. And we'll take a look ahead to the Kings game tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. All that coming up over the next... we changed our break schedule. That's right. And then, I don't know. Let's go to break so I can stop talking. Goodness.
No, that's not going to happen. I mean, I guess Sabonis and Valanciunas could play together against like Minnesota, maybe. I don't know. Stuff.
I'm gonna go mics off for a second.
Yep.
Discussing a production thing, not All right. We've never been more back. Oh.
Ian.
I went bowling on Saturday. I haven't been bowling in forever.
My sons go bowling on occasion.
If this happens, in fact, you know what? This makes me so angry. I'm going to talk about it on the radio.
What's going on, everybody? A lot of people are super concerned about the Laravia contract thing. Just let it work itself out. Like, I'm not panicking like a lot of people. Like, you have to have a realistic view of your players, and Jake Laravia has a lot of work to do before he's more than a $5 million a year player. And I'll also just point you directly to the Harry Giles situation, because it's the same exact situation where everyone thought Harry Giles was, he wasn't going to be able to, like the Kings wouldn't be able to retain him and $4 million, all that stuff. He ended up getting a league minimum deal afterwards. The code isn't working.
Yeah, I know.
Is that my fault?
Nope. Did you tell him?
Mm-hmm. Did you tell them as well?
Nope.
Well, I did tell them.
Working on it, folks. I got it. I have messaged the people responsible for that.
What's up, Jay?
Good player.
Jay, I hope your little dude is recovered after the Deer and Fox trade. Tough one.
This is very good. It's a good joke. Well, neither are you, so...
It's funny. The new break schedule, so you're getting used to it.
I was going to say coming up in the second hour, and it's like, nope, first hour's not over yet.
Yep, it's not over.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings are back in action tonight down in Dallas. Apparently, they're just going to be on the road for the rest of the year.
That's what it feels like.
4 games. On the road for a bunch of games, home for one. On the road for a couple games, home for one.
Yeah, it's weird. 4 home games in the month of February.
Huh.
Really strange. I don't mind, to be honest.
Very odd. Very, very odd. The Kings win tonight. They secure the season series against the Dallas Mavericks.
That would be substantial.
That any time you can get a season series to secure a tiebreaker in the West right now, especially in the area of the standings the Kings are, you need it. The Kings since January 22nd. Here's some bad news.
Oh.
So they kicked the hell out of the Warriors on January 22nd. Is that the closer one? Anyways, doesn't matter.
123, 117.
Okay, that was the closer one. They beat the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Lost 2, 1-1, lost 2, 1-1, lost 2. They just won their last one.
Yeah, that's a trend.
Not a trend you want to keep rolling.
No.
But that's what they've been doing lately. The good news is they're playing a Mavs team tonight that just traded Luka Doncic. Anthony Davis made his debut against the Rockets And it was they got the full AD in their very first game with him. First play of the game, he blocks Şengün, secures the ball, leads the break, long lead out pass for a dunk. And then he finished the game with 26, 16, and 7 with 3 blocks and a 116-105 win.
Yeah, he can stuff the stat sheet.
The problem is he got hurt in that game. It's an adductor strain. He's out at least a month. And, man, that's tough.
Yeah.
You feel for the Mavs, man.
Well, I mean, you traded for a guy who has a long list of injuries. Like, this guy has had injury after injury after injury. And, you know, like, someone told me that, like, 1 year when he was playing for New Orleans, like, he missed like 23 games on the season or something like that, but he had gone into the locker room before halftime 13 other times, never came back.
Golly, man.
Like, getting him on the floor and keeping him on the floor is one of the most difficult things. He's played 43 games right now, so and I think that's out of a possible 52, something like that. He's going to have a difficult time getting to the 65 game threshold.
Oh, for sure.
To be all league. And like, I think we kind of looked, he had like 9 games that he can miss. Maybe he's aided by All-Star week. But I do think not only does it mean that he's not going to play in the All-Star game this weekend, which opens a roster spot. But also, I think he's opening an All-NBA spot. The same way that Kawhi Leonard did, and Joel Embiid, and Luka Doncic, and it's going to be one of those seasons where there are more All-NBA spots open than there were before.
Yeah. I just feel bad for him, man. And I don't feel anything toward Nico Harrison because he's a disaster.
Yeah.
But it's like Anthony Davis very clearly wanted to do like double birds to the Lakers. He's walking around going, I'm here. And then to immediately get hurt in your first game. Like that's tough. But I'm guessing we're going to see a not as good version of the Dallas Mavericks tonight without Anthony Davis. No Anthony Davis, no Derek Lively. A front court that once looked super formidable or potentially formidable is now very, very thin. We'll get to starters for tonight. Looks like Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis for the Kings. For the Mavs, it'll be interesting. I've got Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, Max Christie, PJ Washington, and Daniel Gafford.
Okay. And PJ, of course, is questionable.
Correct. Which leads us to our injury report.
Yes.
We have Max Christie and PJ Washington are both questionable. Max Christie's got a shoulder. PJ Washington's got an ankle. Dante Exum also questionable. Anthony Davis, Derek Lively, Caleb Martin, and Dwight Powell all out for Dallas. You're facing a shorthanded Dallas team that is still dealing with the after effects of the Luka Doncic trade.
Yep.
Now they're dealing with the after effects of the guy that they traded Luka Doncic for is now out a month after playing 1 game. This is a you hear this in betting a lot, like spot. Like this is a tough spot for this team. Team A may be way better than Team B, but this is a tough spot for Team A. This is a tough spot for the Mavs.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for the Mavs, and like, look, the Mavs are 28 and 25. They're just 3 games ahead of the Kings on the in the stand. Well, they're a game and a half ahead of the Kings in the standings, but they've got 3 more wins than the Kings. This is a big game for Sacramento.
Huge.
You win this game, you go. You finish off the season series. You go up 2-0 with 1 game left. And again, you talked about it. The Kings have started to amass like a group of teams that they've already won season series against, and that's big. Or splits. That's big if you're a team in the middle, and that's where the Kings are right now. If you're going to be a team fighting for the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like any of those spots, you want to have as many tiebreakers as possible. And again, if you tie for the 6 with another team, but you have a in-season tiebreaker, you're in, they're out. Yep. And that's it.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah. So this is a big game for Sacramento, and to be honest with you, it doesn't matter who runs out there for the Mavs. You know, they've got talent. They still have Klay Thompson. They still have Kyrie Irving.
Mm-hmm.
They still have a bunch of guys who can put the ball in the basket, but they're wounded, and you have to take full advantage of that.
Yeah, you can't throw your jerseys on the court and win, but if you go play a good game, you're going to win this one.
Yeah.
And the other thing it does is all the things you just mentioned. It also kills some momentum for Dallas, who's beat Boston and Houston in back-to-back games.
You
can go get a win here. All of a sudden they can sit around with a loss for a while. They know Anthony Davis is going to be out. They know they're banged up. They know they don't no longer have Luka. That could start a spiral. But if they win tonight, now all of a sudden they've got momentum on their side. They've won 3 in a row. They beat the Celtics and the Rockets, and then they beat the Kings, who are chasing them in the standings. And oh my God, look at the Mavs. You got to go win this one tonight.
Yeah, if you're the Kings, this is a huge game, and again, the Kings have already gifted the NBA and the Western Conference like a bunch of wins early in the season. They, they just said, oh, we're going to lose against bad team XYZ. This is a moment where you have to start building something for the second half of the season. Again, the All-Star break is just around the corner, but the Kings can't let off the gas. They need to fly into the All-Star break. They don't need to back into the All-Star break. It's not just this game. You've got a Dallas team, then you fly down to New Orleans and you have back-to-back games. This is that weird stretch where you play the Pelicans 3 games in 4 nights. The Pelicans aren't a good team. You just came back from a 20-point deficit and beat them. You don't need to build 20-point deficits to beat them, but at the same time, this is a moment where you got 3 games here stacked up right before the All-Star game against a wounded team and 2 bad team and a bad team twice. And if you can't take full advantage of this and build something, going into the break, then you're not going to have a good second half either.
Let's get to our matchup of the game. I've got 2 of them.
Okay.
The first one is I'm interested to see how the Kings match this up, but I'm guessing they'll go Keegan Murray on Kyrie Irving to start.
Probably.
I'd think so, because Klay Thompson's not a player at this point. I know he's 6'7", but he's not a player at this point who's putting the ball on the deck and creating off the bounce.
No, I'm okay with Zach LaVine chasing him.
Yeah.
And Malik Monk for that matter.
Yeah, mate. Gosh,
it's going to be interesting. Like if Max Christie plays, what does that mean? And I think we are going to see a lot of
Max
Keon
Christie's
Ellis.
Been good, by the way.
Yeah.
17.7 points, 5.7 boards, 3 assists per game since joining the Mavs.
Okay.
It's been really good.
No, I mean, he's getting a golden opportunity to kind of stretch his legs and be the player that you'd hope that he might develop into. But, again, he's shooting the lights out. Man, since joining them, 66.7% from 3 on 4 attempts per game.
Yeah. He's been really good. That's the other one, though. Keon against Max Christie.
Okay.
Because I think Keon has the requisite size to be impactful. And for me, with the Kings tonight, and we'll get into keys to victory in a bit, but for me with the Kings tonight, a lot of it comes down to, can you just don't let somebody go for 40.
Okay.
And that's where, and not that Max Christie's going to score 40, but that's what a lot of the Keegan versus Kyrie specifically, that's what that one comes down to for me, is like, just throw Keegan on Kyrie, make sure he's not cooking, and it makes them a lot less effective.
Yeah, I would say, too, this is a game where a little bit like the Pelicans game where you did allow CJ to go for 31. You did allow Zion to go for 40, and then you allowed Trey Murphy to go for 20. You allowed all that to happen, and you still won. I mean, 3 players scored 91 points against you. I think it's a little bit like Dallas. Dallas, after you get past, really Kyrie, it's like, okay, well, who else is going to bust you up? What you can't have is a bunch of players go for 15. You got to start limiting who's out there, who's gonna hurt you. Again, if Klay goes for 20 and Kyrie goes for 30, you can still win this game by 15. You just need to make sure that you're not letting other faucets drip, and that's something that the Kings have done a little bit better job of lately. But it's like when you look at the way that the Pelicans played, they just couldn't get any momentum with anyone else.
Yep. All right, he's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Can the Kings make it 2 wins in a row tonight? We'll get into keys to victory coming up in a bit here on ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento sports leader.
Oh, Scout Recycler. You want Keon to start for Monk. Man. In all honesty, like, Monk is your only point guard. Stephen Brown, the Kings aren't stopping anybody. Well, they're going to have to. Oh, the code word is working now. Thank you, Soren Smith.
Oh, yeah.
The code word is depth. Go to ESPN1320.com right now. Click on the Jiffy Lube contest page and enter the code word depth. DEPTH, depth. I kind of feel like, tall Chinese guy. I'll answer this right now. Daishan Nix. He played for the G League Ignite, and nothing but good things for our friend Pete Youngman. He's a good kid. I think he grew up. He was born in Alaska, and then of course the Ignite. He skipped the college world and went straight to college. I went straight to the G League Ignite. He's a big dude. I don't like. You don't see point guards built like him ever. He's
Darren Williams.
He's listed at 6'5", 235. No, more like Royce White. That's what he's built like. I don't know if you guys remember crazy Royce White, but that's what he's built like. Yeah. I'd even like, he almost looks Samoan. I don't know what nationality he is. I haven't looked it up. But he is a big dude, and he knows how to play the point. He's not a great shooter, and I think that's what's limited him at the NBA level and why he hasn't really got an opportunity. Yes, Royce White was afraid to fly. Yes, and now he ran for Senate in Minnesota. He's very different. I don't know if he's built like he's not built like a tight end, Aldrin. He's built like a defensive tackle. That's what he's built like. Like if he were to play in the NFL, they would bulk him up and he would be a defensive tackle. Nice dude though. Like I met him in the locker room the other night and he was like, seemed very nice.
Here we go. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. We were talking about Anthony Davis a bit in the last segment. And he's, of course, out for a month with an adductor strain. That's a hip injury, from what I understand in a quick Google search.
Adductor is the tendon goes down the inner thigh. So it goes all the way up into the groin area. Right. But yeah, so it's like straight through here. Yeah. As somebody who has tight adductors and can't really do much.
Need the visual.
Yeah.
You can Google it. Yeah, so he's out for at least a month. Of course, that's meaningful here because it opens up an all-star roster spot. I would imagine for Domantas Sabonis. I would be stunned if it's anybody but Domantas Sabonis. And I saw people in the chat saying, hey, if he gets the all-star nod, should he decline it to rest? And let me tell you something. If he does that, he will never get my support for anything ever again.
Yeah.
We've done shows whining and complaining about Domantas Sabonis not making the all-star game. If he says thanks, no thanks, to hell with him. I've spent so much energy worrying about this and complaining and bitching about it. For Adam Silver to be like, you know what, Domas, you were a snub. You're the first. You're in, and him going, pass. Oh.
Plus, Domas has a house in Napa. Like he can just.
It's a quick. It's not a quick drive. Traffic sucks.
Well, it does. It does. But he can just get right there. You're
right. Doesn't have to take a flight. Doesn't have to stay in a hotel.
Yeah, this isn't like he's in Minnesota and he has to fly out to San Francisco to get on it. Yeah, like this is, even if he's taking a weekend off and relaxing at home.
I'm sorry. I don't want to do a slap in the face selection. No, it's recognition that he should have been on the team and he got left off.
Yeah.
Slap in the face? A slap in the face selection would be Malik Monk getting in. And them going, we need a Kings representative. We're going to leave Domas out. Here you go, Malik. You go. That, to me, is a slap in the face to Domas.
What if, Kyle?
Oh, great. Here we go.
You know what I'm going to say.
You're just going to make... Go ahead.
What if they give De'Aaron Fox an all-star bid over Domas right now? What if they call the San Antonio Spurs and De'Aaron Fox gets elevated to all-star? I'm just saying.
I'm not ruling that out. Just given because here's the path to that. The NBA looks at Victor Wembanyama as its next face of the league.
Of course.
They go, hey, we've got Wemby in this all-star game that features LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, the old guard of NBA superstar. We need to get Wemby and his new running mate into these festivities together. That's the path to that happening. And if it does, I'll boycott straight up.
Okay.
That'll be the thing that makes me go, this is dumb. This is all stupid. Because Domantas Sabonis should have been in the All-Star game. And now the league has an opportunity to correct that wrong, and I think they're going to. But if they do that and he declines it after all this complaining we've done about it, and he didn't even want to go,
he will accept. There's no way he would turn it down.
I would be floored.
He doesn't want to do any of the extras, like the I don't know, what is it, the
3-point shootout, skills competition.
Like he doesn't want to do any of that stuff again. Like I heard him say, like, no, I've already done the skills twice. He's like, it just adds too much to the weekend type stuff. But yeah, I mean, like, look, this would make him a 4-time All-Star and put him just on the pace. And the funny thing about All-Stars, like, right, when you look at somebody's basketball reference page and it says right now he's a 3-time All-Star, 2-time All-NBA, and 2-time rebound champs, there's not an asterisk that says he was injury replacement.
Exactly.
So, like, he's going to get to a point where, again, you have too many All-Star nods to ignore for a Hall of Fame induction. And you hope that he gets to a point where he starts winning some playoff games. So then that way it makes it easier, the path easier for him. But that's what this should be about for him. And I don't know how many father sons are in the NBA Basketball Hall of Fame.
Not that many.
Not that many, if any at all. Maybe I'm missing somebody, but I don't know.
There's probably a super obvious one we're just not thinking of, but I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't either. Yeah, because I mean, Michael Thompson isn't in the Hall of Fame, so like if Clay were to get
Del Curry's not.
Yeah, like, so I'm not sure.
I don't think Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to make it.
No, he's not going to make it. I don't believe so. Anyway, yeah. Intriguing.
916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders. What's up?
Hey, what's up with it, y'all, man? This is E-Biz. I've never talked to you guys before. How you guys doing today?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it, man.
For sure. All right, I got a question for Mr. Ham. How'd you like the halftime show?
I don't, like, I watched it. It wasn't my style of music, and that's okay. Like, it's not always going to be something I would listen to. I don't know a lot of Kendrick Lamar's music.
Sure.
And so I think that there were a lot of people that are probably in my boat that were like, okay, this is the first time a rapper has been the headliner, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think there are ways to do that where it brings in everybody into the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it was like, it was okay. I mean, it was, I'm sure for people who are Kendrick Lamar fans, they're like, oh, this is amazing.
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
I had such a great time with it.
Yeah. But what did your parents think?
Honestly, no idea. We didn't talk about it.
Okay. I didn't know if you were there with your parents.
Yeah, well, yeah, they were there, but I was with a bunch of my friends who we were all super into it. So we were all talking amongst ourselves. I'm guessing they were, I don't know.
They're fine with it.
But the point is like you said, there's a way to do it to bring everybody in. Like that wasn't the point though.
No, I get that.
That was, in fact, it was very much the opposite. Like the whole thing was he did like everything off his most recent album.
Mm-hmm.
Almost everything. Instead of, hey, here's swimming pools, here's all of these massive hits that he's had, which is typically what you do at the Super Bowl. Say, hey, here's all my hits. This is for you. Enjoy it. No, this is for my fans. This is for the Black community. This is what this is for. It's not going to be for everybody. And that was the entire point. Like that was what Samuel L. Jackson's character was saying out loud.
Yeah.
This is not for the mainstream. This is not going to be for the mass audience that you're trying to play to. And I thought it was great. I very, very much enjoyed it. And I get that Kendrick's music is not for everybody the same way Chappell Roan's music isn't for everybody. Taylor Swift's music isn't for everybody. Like that's just it. I didn't the take of, oh, the show sucked. Like, well, it didn't.
I didn't think it
like
sucked.
Right.
I just think it wasn't like it was like, I don't know, very similar to a 24-0 halftime lead. It was like, okay, like we're all here to watch it. And like at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, did I learn anything? Not so much.
It did not appeal to you the same way when Bruce Springsteen performed, did not appeal to me.
Of course.
Couldn't give a rip about Bruce Springsteen, man.
Yep.
He ran around on stage. I get he's 70 years old or whatever. And oh my God, look at him run. But it just, that's not for me.
No, I get that.
I
get that. But like there are acts that, like Rihanna was incredible.
She was great.
Yeah. And there are other acts that like find ways to connect to more than just a very specific audience. And that's fine. Like that's what they wanted to do in this situation. It's totally fine.
Yeah.
But it's like, there are commercials that miss completely. They're, again, it's part of a viewing experience. And I think like so many people watch the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And that's where it's like, you can do that where it's like, it's not for everybody. And I'm not saying that like Bruce Springsteen is for everybody. And I don't even typically like Bruce Springsteen, just so you know.
Not a fan of the boss.
No, but like, the Prince or, sure. Whether it's Timberlake and Janet Jackson, like there's a way to appeal to a sure. broader audience
sure.
where you're actually expanding who's listening to you and making people want to like, go, okay, I didn't know him before and now I'm going to go listen to more.
Sure.
There might've been a way to connect with more people.
Sure. There's a lot of background stuff too with the beef with Drake, and if you don't have the context, like if that's not a thing you followed, then some of the stuff in there isn't going to hit the same.
No, totally.
Got per source, my mom liked it.
Oh, good. Ask what your dad thinks.
Yeah, no, I was I had a great time with that. With the halftime show, he did this the song Peekaboo. It's one of the songs he did, and AZ Chike is the feature on it, and there's a video of AZ Chike and his family watching the Super Bowl halftime show and freaking out when he started to play Peekaboo, but then he raps his verse and everybody freaks out. It was a great time. It was my favorite thing I saw all night.
Oh, that's cool.
My favorite post-game video that I saw all night.
I'm glad people enjoyed it. Like, again, if there was a country artist, I wouldn't want to listen, intently to that either.
Totally.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Anyways. That's the halftime show. That's our takes. That's our thoughts. We're talking about Domas. Where are we gonna go? What was I doing? Oh, here we go. Okay, NFL stuff. Super Bowl. A thing that happened Sunday morning.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what? I don't have anything to do till the Super Bowl today. I got a little writing to do. We had some friends come over Saturday night to hang out. We did a whole little pre-Super Bowl thing. They crashed at our house. We're gonna get up, have a little breakfast, go to my folks' house, and watch a football game. We're over and I grab my phone, and the first thing I see is that Deebo Samuel has requested a trade. Get out of bed, go downstairs, get my computer out. I'm doing the writing.
I'm sure that made people in the NFL office happy. Come on, bro. It's not your day. Come on.
Yeah. News breaking 5 hours before the Super Bowl starts. I think it's the right move. Deebo's entering the last year of his contract.
Mm-hmm.
The 49ers are clearly not going to give him more money, or at least not the money he wants. He's coming off the worst year of his career from a production standpoint, from an advanced stat standpoint, just, tackle breaking and yards after catch. And that's just, you can look up the numbers, you can watch him. You could see it wasn't the same Deebo. And the Niners are probably looking at it going, this dude's game isn't going to age well. We're not going to pay him. So Deebo's going, I don't want to go into the last year of my contract without any future guarantees. So I would like to be traded to a team that will give me that new deal. So, okay, this makes sense. It's kind of the life cycle of an NFL player. Forgetting the Deebo aspect of it for a moment, we can save the eulogizing Deebo's 49ers tenure for when he's actually traded, because there's a chance he's not. If he is, though, wide receiver is suddenly this huge need for the 49ers.
Oh, yeah.
It was already a sneaky, under the radar, because it was Deebo looked washed last year. Brandon Ayuk's coming off a major knee injury. You have no idea what he's going to look like. Juwan Jennings is good, but Ricky Pearsall, huge question mark. Even before he got shot, he had hamstring injuries. He had a shoulder injury in camp. He flashed, but nothing that makes you go, yeah, hey, that's a future All-Pro.
Yeah.
And we saw Dante Pettis have a great rookie year, and he fell off immediately. And then Jacob Cowing, the other rookie, couldn't get on the field. So all of a sudden, if you're trading Deebo, your receiving core is Juwan Jennings, who was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Ayuk, who's coming off major knee injury, and 2 second-year guys who you have no idea what they are in the NFL.
It's a little scary, and they're going to have to address it yet again, which is what they did with their first-round pick last season. And I don't know how they address it, especially, with cap constraints and everything else. And even if you trade Deebo, isn't there like a gigantic, $30 million?
Yeah, they'd have to eat a lot of money to do it.
Tax hit. Yeah. So it's tough, but at the end of the day, that's what your job is, to figure out guys that can go out there and support Brock Purdy in the right way. And I don't know if you're going to have to spend second, third round picks. That's the worst part, is that this team just misses in the middle rounds, specifically with wide receivers and running backs all the time. And as opposed to building depth on the offensive line or the defensive line with those picks, they typically take swings and miss. And then you're stuck in a situation where not only do you not have these guys, but you're kind of grasping at straws. And Juwan Jennings, free agent after the season, he's probably going to want to get paid. He might even say, hey, I don't want to play for this contract this year. You might want to bump me up since he almost finished with 1,000 yards. But either way, this is what team building is about, and why the 49ers have put a lot of money into some positions that might come back to haunt them.
Yeah, man, the post Deebo era is going to be interesting, because it was the one thing that I said going into the offseason. Was they got to figure out how to have an offense that doesn't revolve around Deebo Samuel. And it's just really clear. The jet motions don't affect defenses the way they used to. They don't move and manipulate defenders the way they used to. He's not breaking tackles and creating yards after the catch the way he used to. They got to do something different here, man, because leaning on Deebo is not it.
No.
So if they're losing Deebo completely, it rids Kyle Shanahan of the notion that, hey, this is still a player who can be effective in X, Y, and Z ways, when it's very clear he cannot. So, even if he doesn't get traded, I'd be pretty surprised if he's not cut. They can spread out his dead cap if they designate him as a post June 1 release. So So my guess is that's where this ends up, because I don't know that a team's going to want to give up draft capital and then pay Deebo Samuel after the year he just had.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Definitely another sign of the changing era in San Francisco. All right, we'll dive back into the Kings. We'll have some keys to victory for tonight in Dallas, and then Keegan Murray starting to figure it out a little bit. We'll talk about that as well coming up. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. It is Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody?
Hey, how are ya?
Cooper Kupp would be interesting.
Would he?
I don't know.
Would Cooper Kupp be interesting?
It's possible. I don't know. Maybe not
Cooper
for this
Kupp
team.
has played like 27 games the last 3 years. Actually, it's 33. He's averaged 11 games per season the last 3 years. I think I would if they could acquire Cooper Kupp without giving up a draft pick for him, I would do
it. Let's see.
That was fun.
Regular Kings fans, we're not doing any more giveaways, but if you need a coupon code, the coupon code is radio224. That will save you $10 on any purchase $100 more.
I doubt it. We'll probably never. I think he could come back and be like, okay, but I don't think we'll ever see all pro caliber Ayuk again.
Wow. Yeah. He's pretty young to say that, though. I don't know. We'll see. Oldie, you're back.
Let's go. Let's go.
They did not. I mean, one of them paid out a little bit, but not much.
Yeah, I got 2 out of 3 on both. The Chiefs offense I expected a pretty defensive game, but the Chiefs offense doing nothing really killed me.
Mm-hmm. I think it killed a ton of people. I think the daily fantasy sports people made a ton of money.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, a ton.
They made quite a bit off your boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was ACL and MCL, I think. And then they said like additional damage.
To Ayuk?
Hey, shout out, Joey. Appreciate you listening on the East Coast. Be interesting. Oh, hey, we're back. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings taking on the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Down in Dallas, the Kings have won 1, and they've been losing 2 after winning 1. They got to reverse that trend tonight. You were talking about it earlier. This is a huge game, man. Win that season series against the Mavs. You gain a full game on them in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
And for Sacramento right now, I know we want to talk playoffs and we want to talk, can they win in the first round? What's the ceiling? It starts with just like chipping away and starting to climb up climb up in the play-in race, and then you can start thinking about, okay, what do you got to do to get into the playoffs, into the top 6? And chipping away starts tonight. You have to get this game in Dallas.
Yeah, I totally think this is one of those games that just stands out, going into the All-Star break here coming up. This is a team that's totally beat up. They just had a shell shock week where their best player was traded, just like the Kings. But the player that replaced that best player just went down with injury and isn't going to play for a month. Like, this is a situation where, again, you have to take care of business against teams that are either struggling or lost in the midst of something. And teams have done that with the Kings.
No doubt.
They've gotten right against the Kings because the Kings have had moments during this season where they're losing 5 or 6 in a row, or where they're making trades that alter the face of the franchise. And so this is one of those moments where you got to step up and no excuses. Big game.
Not to mention, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here because they could very easily go into Dallas and lose tonight. But you have Dallas, then you get 2 against New Orleans, not a great team. That's 2 winnable games. Then you get the All-Star break. Then you get Golden State, very mid. Charlotte, one of the worst teams in the sport. And then Utah, one of the worst teams in the sport. You have a chance here to not only gain that game on Dallas, but start stacking. What, you take care of business there, you got 6-7 wins in a row.
Yeah. And
that's that kind of stretch is what launches you up the standings.
Yep.
Not, hey, we won 3 out of 5. Okay, that's nice. But can you win 6, 7, 8 in a row? 12 out of 15.
Separate yourself from the bottom teams. Yeah. And that's where the Kings have to figure out a way to do it. They had that 6-game losing streak, and that put them in a giant hole.
Yep.
You climbed out of that hole, that's fine. But you need that next push to get you back into the 5, 6, 7 conversation, not the 7, 8, 9, 10 conversation. And they're just like hanging on the edge there. But there are a lot of teams that are in the same exact situation they're in.
Let's get to keys to victory tonight.
Okay.
How do the Sacramento Kings knock off the Dallas Mavericks? 3 keys from each of us. James Ham, what is your first key?
You have to take advantage of a wounded team against no AD, no Daniel Gafford's there, no Derek Lively. This is a team that is beat up, and you got to figure out ways to take your shots against teams like this that are above you in the standings, but just above you in the standings. You can gain a full game on them with a win tonight. And if you can't take care of business against teams like this, then you're not going anywhere.
That's it
on the season.
And you said the key thing there is this team is beat up, but they're also above you in the standings.
Yeah.
That has to be the view. This can't be, we're getting a wounded version of the Mavs. Great. Cool. A night off. Like, you don't get to do that, man. You're 26-26. You're 500 through 52 games. You don't get to overlook anybody. I'm right there with you, man. You've got to take advantage of this one. Number 1 for me, recognize the hot guy.
Oh.
And whoever it is, make sure because Klay Thompson, everybody here in Sacramento knows what Klay Thompson's capable of. Kyrie Irving, everybody knows what Kyrie Irving's capable of. Maybe it's PJ Washington. Maybe it's Max Christie. If somebody is hot from 3, if they're getting rolling, putting the ball in the hoop, getting to the free throw line, you have to adjust your defensive focus and making sure you're shutting that faucet off. You have the personnel with Keegan Murray, with Keon Ellis, maybe a little Jake LaRavia. You have the personnel to and the size to bother players like that. You can't let them get rolling. So whoever it is, recognize it and shut that faucet off.
Yeah, I would say on both ends of the court too. Like, figure out who's hot for you.
Yep.
And start feeding somebody, because it really does feel like the Kings have not found that momentum where they see somebody's cooking. Again, Keegan Murray. Like, Keegan Murray keeps cooking and you keep going away from him. Like,
baffling.
Ride the hot hand.
Yep.
So figure out who's hot on their team and shut it down, but on your team, and start feeding it.
Number 2.
Continue to build chemistry. The addition of Valanciunas and LaRavia feel like they have the start of the second unit. It feels better, but I need to see I need to see a little bit more from Zach LaVine, not just as a scorer, but finding a way to score effectively and efficiently using Domantas Sabonis as a DHO player, or using the players that are in place to get better. And that's when basketball, it becomes easier and easier when you start playing for each other within a system, and coaches are putting you in positions to be successful, and you're taking advantage of those situations. So far, I think the chemistry is a little off, but it's building. And I think that's what the next couple of games should be about. It should be about getting this team on the court as much as possible together, the players that you're going to be trusting the whole second half of the season, and really starting to get that chemistry building. So when you do hit the ground after the All-Star break, you're running and you're not, still walking fast or jogging.
Having great one-on-one scorers is a big deal. You need to have that to be sure. That can't be your only pitch on offense.
No.
I'm right there with you. Number 2 for me, get in the mid-range, man. The Mavericks are good at protecting the rim, pretty good at defending the three-point line. Great. Let Malik Monk, let Zach LaVine, let DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, just go cook in the mid-range then. If they're going to give you that shot, if Daniel Gafford's going to stand under the basket, effective shot blocker and shot alterer, and they're going to run you off the three-point line, great. Stop and pop and take an open 15-footer.
Yep.
I'll take that all night.
I'm here for that.
Number 3.
Don't coast in the All-Star break. This is an opportunity, man.
Yep.
These are not good teams right now. Dallas is not a good team. They just traded Luka. They have no AD. New Orleans is not a good team. They just traded Brandon Ingram. And Zion might play both games. He might not, because that's who Zion is.
We have no
idea when he's going to play and when he's not.
Sure.
But this is a moment where you got teams that aren't good, at least right now with Dallas, and not good in general with the Pelicans. You have got to find a way to get 3 games over 500 going into the break, because you have an opportunity coming out of the break to stack another 3 or 4 wins. And next thing you know, you're right there in the hunt. And that's where this team needs to be looking, and hopefully they're hyper focused on that.
And you talk about stacking those wins, that then gives you a little bit of cushion, because you play the Rockets, you play the Nuggets, you get the Spurs, you got the Clippers, and then you got the Knicks. Like that gives you a little bit of cushion where if you slip up in one of those games, it doesn't feel like the end of the world.
Yep.
Number 3 for me, go at Daniel Gafford a little bit. Don't be afraid to, specifically Domantas Sabonis. Don't be afraid to get into that's with shot blockers. You got to get into their body, right? He is second on their team in fouls per game. You get him in foul trouble, they don't have a lot of depth.
Nope.
At center, with Derek Lively out and with Anthony Davis out, it is the Daniel Gafford show. And if you can get him in a little bit of foul trouble, you put their rotations in a bad spot. So I would like to see them go at Daniel Gafford a little bit. And maybe the refs it's a physical game, and you know what? He's getting away with murder underneath the basket, and okay. Switch it up. But early on, especially Domas, get it on the block, just get into his chest and go.
Do you know who leads the league in personal fouls this season?
I don't.
Domantas Sabonis, 176 personal fouls.
I probably should have known that. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
That's our keys to victory. If the Kings do all those things, they will go into Dallas, and they will get a win they desperately need for all the reasons that we've talked about, man. You just, I'm not going to say it feels like the final, what are they at? 52 games. So the final 30 games rest on tonight. But because I've felt that way so many times this year, this game has outsized importance for me. Really, the next 3.
Yeah, I mean, you put yourself in a situation where every game feels like it matters more.
Yeah.
You know, especially when you look at some of the games that are coming up and say, okay, you're going to lose. Chances are you're going to lose to a Boston. You're going to lose to the Knicks. You're going to lose specific games coming up on the schedule. You don't have a lot of games left that are just wins that are just sitting there for you.
Yeah, and
you got to take advantage when they are there.
Yeah, and separate yourselves from the Suns, who are not going to get much better. Separate yourself from Golden State, who isn't probably going to get much better. Get away from San Antonio, who's still 22-28.
Yeah, they're all right there.
Yeah.
Anyways,
right. That's James. I'm Kyle. We'll break down all the Kings-Mavs action tomorrow on the Insiders. That starts at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, and we are Sacramento Sports Leader. All right. Speaking of our sponsor, Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
Can you talk to us real quick about Jiffy Lube before we talk about Keegan-Murray?
Of course. Great. Jiffy Lube wants to show some serious customer love this month with their February oil change deals you can find online. Simply visit jiffylube.com and find a service center near you to see these sweetheart deals on oil changes, wiper blades, and during the month of February, all kinds of other things. So drive into savings at jiffylube.com today and save in the month of February.
Excellent. Jiffylube.com.
Go there.
Our keywords is working now, by the way. At ESPN1320.com, hit the Jiffy Lube contest page. Keyword is depth, because the Kings' depth really shined through in the win on Saturday night over New Orleans. Depth, enter that code word. You'll be entered to win a $50 Jiffy Lube gift certificate and an exclusive sick-ass Insiders hoodie like the one James is wearing right now. You can check that out at youtube.com/ESPN1320. That hoodie and the gift certificate, of course, brought to you by our friends at Jiffy Lube. All right, I have a couple personnel things for the Kings.
Yep.
One, Keegan-Murray starting to figure it out a little bit.
Man, I hope so. Like, it's crazy. You brought up that stat the other day that he hasn't scored 20 points since
November 24th.
Before Thanksgiving.
That's crazy.
That is absolutely wild. He's got to 19 twice in the last week.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like he's starting to build. I do think that his teammates need to embrace that and feed the kid and get him over the hump. And that, to me, would be something that, like, you just have to. He's such a powerful weapon if used correctly,
mm-hmm.
and they can't figure out how to use him correctly. And I don't get it. But I also know that, like, when you have three guys in Monk and DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine that love to have the ball in their hands and, like, directing traffic and being the guy,
mm-hmm.
you have to look for easy ways to score. And Keegan is open so often, and he is the easy way to score, and you need to start looking for him.
Yep.
So
15 shots the other night for Keegan. That was his most in a game since January 29th. Hang on. I need to make sure I have this right. There's no way this is right. This is right. 15 is the second most shots he's taken all year.
Oh, no.
He's had 2 games with 17 field goal attempts. That was in October 24th and November 6th. His games with 15 were November 15th, November 25th, and then January 29th and February 8th. I would love to see whatever they need to do, whatever they need to say to get him to be that aggressive on a nightly basis where he is taking 15 shots. Take a couple of shots away from DeMar DeRozan. Take a couple of shots away from Keon Ellis. Take a couple shots away from Zach LaVine. I don't care. If Keegan-Murray is putting up 15 shots, he had 19 points and 8 boards the other night, and a night where he went 2 for 8 from 3. He goes 3 for 8. All of a sudden, he has 22.
Mm-hmm.
22 and 8, man. That's a hell of a night. It's like he's there. It's there. We all know it. We all see it. The only problem is A, whether it's his teammates not getting him the ball, or B, his his demeanor and his on-court attitude being, okay, well, I'm around all these great players. I need to make sure that they're getting their touches and they're eating. Like, no, you need to make sure you're eating, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I always go back to that story that Greg Popovich had. Talks about Kawhi, and he said, you know, he had to pull Kawhi aside and say, hey, look, man, you have got to shoot more. And it's not because we're trying to get you more points, and it's not because we're trying to, like, inflate your worth or make you feel good about yourself or anything else. It's very specific. We're trying to get you shots because we have a better shot of winning the game if you take those shots.
Yes, the Kings are better when Keegan-Murray is more aggressive.
Yes. And that's it. Like, when he is out there shooting and taking more shots and being that guy,
mm-hmm.
it just helps with everything. It helps the floor spacing. I mean, his rebounding has been off the charts. You know,
mm-hmm.
this season he's been really good, but then there are games where offensively he's just flying in and grabbing rebounds that you just don't expect.
Nope.
I need more of it. I need more of all of it, because what you can't do is show us how good you can be and then not give us that on a more regular basis, because
mm-hmm.
that's just disappointing. And that's a, you know, like, I hope he figures that out. that everybody wants to see him succeed.
Mm-hmm.
And his teammates need to do a better job of making sure they don't just tell him that, but they actually do the things necessary to make him a better player.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like they do that all the time. And so at some point, I think that there is going to be like a moment where Keegan breaks out. But I don't know how to have that happen when you're still waiting for Zach LaVine to break out. You're still, you're still waiting for all these things to happen, this team to look right. So I'm hopeful.
That's I think my greater concern with all this is 15 shots the other night is great. And when Keegan, especially like when he puts the ball on the deck and gets going downhill with some force, it's like, oh man.
Mm-hmm.
But he just doesn't do it consistently enough. And I think I don't necessarily disagree that it's on his teammates to get him involved, but it's also on him a little bit.
Oh, I totally agree. He needs to be more vocal.
Yeah. And anyways, just every time you get it, put it up, man. You're not going to be involved in the offense. Whenever you get the ball, you got to take your shots.
I love how he attacks the rim and dunks on people now.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, if he's going to be that person, you got to like, look what you have.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the Kings are doing. Why the teammates aren't feeding him, why the coaches aren't saying, hey, we do have to run sets for him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't need to run sets for DeMar DeRozan. He'll run sets for himself.
Right.
Like Keegan Murray, I need you to run sets for him. I need you to get him involved early and often.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even remember the last time I saw him really shoot at the top of the key. And that early in his career, that's what he did all the time.
Yep.
Like now it's just sit in the corner and do your thing. And then every once in a while dunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really weird.
It's another benefit of changing the starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
Running the ball through Domas. I'm just a guy on the radio, though.
Just putting it out there.
Hey, Devin Carter's out tonight on a G League assignment. Is that where he should stay?
I believe that's where he should stay throughout most of the G League season.
Yeah, if you don't have plans to play him.
Yeah, he needs to be out there for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and get some positive momentum. Figure out how to play within the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Just get loose and get on the court, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that he missed all the training camp and all the summer buildup and all that stuff, summer league. Like he's just so far behind the 8 ball. And to be honest, like when you put him on the court, he hurts the team. And that's I'm not blaming him. I'm blaming the situation. But he hurts the team, and I'm not putting him on the court if I'm the Kings right now until. And I don't care if he goes for 35 at the G League level. I don't care. Go show me you can go for 35 for 2 weeks straight.
Yeah,
that's fine. But also make sure your team's winning all those games.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm kind of like, I want to see him improve, but I don't need to see him in Sacramento. I don't need to see him playing for the parent club anytime soon.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, and more at the G League level. What you're talking about is if Devin Carter is going to come up and have an impact for the Kings this year, where they can feel comfortable in a playoff series, going, hey, you know what, Malik's in foul trouble. We really need a second point guard. The way he can help himself in the G League is what you said at the top there. Like just run the offense.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just orchestrate and initiate the offense consistently?
Yeah.
Can you just do that? Don't even care about the scoring. Can you just make sure everybody's in the right spot and you're doing the right stuff and you're doing the right thing with the basketball? And if you can, over the rest of the G League season and you're on the roster in a playoff series, you feel better about it. But right now, whatever he's doing, it feels like it's just survive. For however many minutes you're on the court in the NBA, just survive.
Yeah.
And that's not going to benefit him. It doesn't benefit the Kings.
Well, and you watch Jake LaRavia go out there in his first opportunity with the Kings and was able to do so much more than just survive, right? You have to have positives. You have to bring, and it doesn't have to be scoring. You have to bring positives to the game, and it can't just be rebounding. Like you have to do everything that it takes to be a functional NBA player, and not every time you go in the game for 4 minutes, you run a -8 and the team is in a hole because that they may or may not be able to get out of because you're not ready to be a functional member of the team at this point.
All right. Mad props. The final one of the year or of the NFL season, I guess. Didn't go great for your boy. We'll play Mad props with Jesse Tapia coming up in a bit on the handoff. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 with Sacramento Sports.
Scooter, No. I think he will get a full contract, but I think that they are waiting. The Kings have 2 full roster spots available right now, and at the end of Daishen Nick's 10-day contract, they'll have 3 roster spots. I actually believe they had to sign a player because you're not allowed. I don't think you're allowed to just have 12 roster spots. You have to have 13 at a minimum. And what they did with a 10-day for Knicks is they at least bought themselves, through the All-Star break to make roster adjustments, and then they'll figure out what to do with all those roster spots. I would be surprised if Isaac Jones didn't get a full contract because they like him, and what you're doing there is you're rewarding a player. But also remember, the Kings are very close to the luxury tax, and you're not going to go over the luxury tax to sign either 10 days or these other contracts that are out there. Tom Too Witty, I have not been to Ham Station on Highway 88 in the mountains. We're not being hard on like Mark. We're being honest about the fact that as of today, he is not helping the Kings. And that's okay. There's a reason why he's not helping the Kings. He missed all of Summer League, all of the build up to Summer League, all of the training camp, all of everything, and then just got thrust into the rotation in January. That's not good for anybody. And for right now, he needs time to develop and time to figure out the speed of the NBA game. And the G League is probably the best place for him for at least a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm not saying cut the guy.
Yeah.
It's all the things that Mark said. I agree. He's a rookie who didn't have an offseason at all. So go get ostensibly an offseason in the G League.
Yeah.
Instead of riding the bench for the Kings, because clearly he's not going to be in the rotation.
No, and I think the Kings are better off literally signing, if they can get a Reggie Jackson, they can get a Bones Highland, they can get somebody else that can help them right now. Look, this is about winning games. It's not,
Chatty House.
Totally.
If this was, the Kings 3 years ago, 4 years
Mark
ago,
agrees with us. Salute, Mark.
You let him play.
I also saw Old E disagree with us on something, or disagree maybe with me on something. Can we block that guy? Joking. Don't block Old E.
It's going to take me 10 minutes to go look for him again. What's up, Russ?
Man, Russ Dog, I think this situation rushed Carter. I know that sounds weird, but I just don't think that they had faith in Jordan McLaughlin to be their backup point guard, and Colby Jones, again, just never stepped up and was able to be a player. I don't know.
Aldrin, he didn't want to be in Miami from the moment he signed. He wanted to be in Philly from the jump, so I wasn't too torn up about it. What's up, Miss Mac? Drew Butler. Yeah, everyone told me the Celtics sky was falling. Chatty House still got jokes today, I see.
Huh? He did. I'm interested. It's I think this one's better. I told him, I was like, hey.
Oh, I saw it, but yeah.
Oh, did you hear it already?
He told me. I didn't hear it. But he told me.
I was like, I need you to just make it a different innuendo every time.
Yeah, just switch it up every time.
She's like, sorry, I missed it again.
What's up, Marcus?
30 seconds. What's up, Kyron? Good morning.
Easy. Kyron.
I could definitely come up with a bunch of those, which would be hilarious.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Flags flying everywhere.
5 seconds. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia is going to be here in a second for the handoff. We'll see how that goes.
Me right now.
All right. Here we go, Jesse.
There we go.
Let's see if this handoff intro goes better for you.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's Jesse Tapia.
It's fine, I guess.
It's not Fridays, huh?
It's not nearly as fun.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Jesse Tapia is here, and he's here for Mad Props. This is going to be our last one. We're going to wipe the slate after this, and I got to mess with the bit a little bit and see about how we want to do it moving forward. But our Super Bowl edition of Mad Props is here.
It's time for Mad Props.
Intros
Two
everywhere
games,
today.
2 props. Which number will be higher? That's for Kyle and James to
Hey,
decide.
Jesse.
Here's Mad Props.
And we already said Jesse's here. So Mad Props, we had the Kings game on Saturday and the Super Bowl, of course. Our first 2 props, which number's higher? Zach LaVine points or Saquon Barkley carries?
This one scared me. I had to double check this one last night. Just because I saw Zach's number.
Yeah, Zach LaVine scored 22 points. But the Eagles spent the last 48 minutes of that game just salting the game away. So 25 carries for Saquon Barkley.
There we go.
22 points for Zach LaVine. Jesse gets the W. The only one to get the W on that one.
Yeah.
I saw Zach LaVine went for 22. I was like, I think we're good.
Yeah, I thought it was cooked after that.
I think we're all set. And then Cooper DeJean, it's a pick 6 to go up 17-0. I was like, uh-oh.
It's not even like Saquon was running the ball crazy too. I think he had like 57 yards or something like that total.
Yeah,
Rushing.
just a lot of tough runs, a lot of tough yards. That's what sucks for the Chiefs about their offense getting dog walked. Is like defensively, I thought they had a decent plan. They just couldn't.
The Eagles are just better. That's all it was.
Yeah, that was it. They just had better players for sure. And sometimes that's all it comes down to. Number 2, Keon Ellis made threes or Juju Smith-Schuster catches. It was a close one.
Juju had 2 in the first quarter, like to start. I was like, oh, we're cooked.
Yes, because Keon Ellis, you guys went with Keon. He had 3 made threes. I went Juju catches. He had 2 quick ones.
Yeah.
I was like, bang, bang. Here we go. It's the Juju game. Let's go. It was not the Juju game. He had no more catches. You guys win that one 3-2. I thought I felt so good about that.
Juju had 2 catches. Like, oh, he's getting 100 yards today. He's going to be the one.
Right. It was going to be Chiefs win 24-20. Juju had 8 catches for 119 yards and 2 touchdowns. And oh my God, the Chiefs did it again. Nope.
I think I needed 17.5 yards from him, and he finished with 16.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah. I went receptions on underdog. Higher than 1.5 catches. So knocked it out early. Number 3, Domantas Sabonis points, rebounds, and assists, or Eagles Chiefs total. You guys went with the Eagles Chiefs total. I went with Domas points, rebounds, assists. He had 45. Yeah, good night.
Good day.
Didn't matter. 66 total points in the Super Bowl. I was thinking 44, like 24-20-ish was where I landed with my prediction. I felt really good when I saw Domas at 45, and then the wheels came off. It was a bad beat for me. Number 4, Jonas Valanciunas minutes or Patrick Mahomes completions. We all went Mahomes. 14 minutes for Jonas Valanciunas, 21 completions
Good job,
for
everyone.
Patrick Mahomes. It looked dicey there in the early going, but nevertheless, we persisted. Number 5, Malik Monk assists or Travis Kelce receptions. James Ham, you went Malik Monk assists, and you were the winner. 7 assists for Malik Monk, just 4 catches for Travis Kelce. I was shocked at just how absent he was.
Yeah, I feel like 0 catches, to be honest. That
Yeah.
dude was just invisible the whole game.
I think 3 of them were like in garbage time.
Yeah.
Well, that and the Mahomes, like the first one was behind him, right?
Mhm.
It was. I still think he probably could have got there, but the second one,
fastball that was like low and away.
well, that was the one that was on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what was that?
Not a good
Like,
throw.
no, not at all.
Did they both look to you, and maybe this is just kind of hindsight, but during the game, it felt to me like it wasn't that like, this sounds so cliche, but like that fire
Like
where they
already
were
defeated.
like, hey, they looked at after the pick 6, Mahomes just looked like there was nobody home.
No, Travis Kelce had sad boy face every time they put the camera on him. So
every single time, yeah. He wasn't running into Andy Reid yelling at him. It was just like, well, we got nothing today.
Maybe they just knew. It was like, we just don't have it.
Yeah, like we're cooked.
Tough. Yeah, really tough.
It's hard to win 2 Super Bowls in a row, much less a third one.
Yeah,
which is probably not a thing. It's probably a thing I didn't factor enough into it. Last one, Keegan Murray offensive rebounds or Eagles rushing touchdowns. We all went Eagles rushing touchdowns. The Eagles scored 40 points and had 1 rushing touchdown. And it didn't come from Saquon Barkley. Their first touchdown of the game was the tush push. That was it for their rushing scores.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts is lighting them up, I guess.
Cooking, man.
Shout out Jalen
for Jalen. James, you and Jesse both went 4-2. I went 1-5. James, you win this season of Mad Props with a 660 winning percentage.
That's right.
Pretty good right there.
Jesse, you were second at 569.
Over 500, we'll take that.
Yeah, and I was last place at 524.
Still over 500 though.
Still over 500.
A lot of for the bit picks in there too.
Yeah. So that's where we're at. Hopefully, by the time we roll this back, we run this back next football season, we will have a producer on this program who can
keep a weekly track.
Well, I mean, everybody's keeping. I'm keeping weekly track, but it'll afford us the opportunity to have a little more fun with this bit. Anyways,
okay.
Super Bowl went exactly how you thought it would.
Yeah, not as crazy. Like I didn't think it was gonna be like that much of a blowout, but I feel like picking the Chiefs going into, you're picking the narrative rather than kind of what's been happening this year.
Yep.
Like the Eagles were that good from how, like week 3, week 4, whatever you want to call it. I feel.
Yeah.
And like you tweeted it yesterday, like you win in the trenches, and they were by far the better team there.
Oh yeah. You have to load up in the trenches during this offseason and
I think I said it on Friday. I was like, the Eagles are just better.
Yeah,
they have a better team, but I'm picking the Chiefs.
You never bet against the Chiefs.
I'm gonna feel more dumb picking against the Chiefs and having them win than picking against the Eagles and having them win.
It was the second quarter. The Chiefs were trying to drive or whatever. Mahomes just takes 2 sacks back to back, and it's like, yeah, they just don't have it today.
Well, for me it was so 24-0 at half. And I'm like, okay, hang on. Chiefs get the ball coming out of the half. They go down and score here. You get a stop and you score again. Now it's a manageable game. You get to that 10 points going into the fourth. Like, okay, here we go. And they came out and the first drive of the second half looked exactly like the first half.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you have nothing. You have 0 things.
Devontae Smith scored that touchdown. I was like, all right, let's watch a movie or something else.
It's a wrap, dude.
Yeah, it was worthy or nothing.
Yep. And that's the other thing. I'm surprised there was nothing creative with a jet sweep to Xavier Worthy. Nothing using his speed except for the downfield shots when the game was out of hand.
No crafty little shovel passes. Nothing. It was like very, very vanilla.
Yeah.
And especially all the pass rush came, for the most part, came around the outside.
It's only 4 people rushing every time, too.
Yeah.
Like
literally 0 blitzes.
Yeah.
Man. Absolutely
wild.
And the other thing is, on the other side, the Eagles had an answer for every single Chiefs blitz.
Oh, yeah.
Every time. Jalen Hurts, the defense, the Eagles defense is a story yesterday. Their defensive line was incredible. Vic Fangio had a great plan. They dismantled the Chiefs offense in a way we have not ever seen, certainly in a Super Bowl. The way Jalen Hurts played yesterday, the Chiefs defensive plan was very clearly, we're going to make you beat us. And then he just did.
Well, and the one mistake he made, too, on the interception, I think early on, it was the first quarter, I think.
Yeah.
He did the right thing. Just throw it a little farther next time.
Yeah, just under
the guy in your face or whatever. Yeah, you get rid of it quick. Hopefully, A.J. Brown gets it. He just didn't throw it far enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I was it wasn't even a, wow, did the Chiefs play bad? I was listening to a podcast on the way in, and they were like, is this a worse Chiefs loss or a better Eagles win? It's like, it's a better Eagles win.
Yeah, they were dominant.
The Chiefs didn't, it wasn't like, man, the Chiefs just didn't play a good game. Like, no, they just got worse.
They did. They were totally overmatched.
Yeah.
Totally overmatched.
Interested to see what their offseason looks like. Is Andy Reid washed?
Kyle is asking.
Travis Kelce, is he washed?
TC and Casey is trying to get Andy Reid fired right now.
Travis Kelce might retire, huh? There was a lot of smoke around that yesterday after the game.
There was.
Yeah, man.
Almost too much, I feel like.
Yeah, the way he looked during the game, and then that he didn't speak to at a press conference. He talked to reporters in the locker room.
Yeah.
He didn't have a press conference, leads me to believe that he's at least very seriously considering it.
I gotta say, I did get a kick out of the whole, I was gonna propose to Taylor today and we messed it up. Oh, that was hilarious.
No chance.
Yeah.
All right. D-Lo and KC coming up next. Jesse Tapia produces that show. Should be a ton of fun. Can't wait to hear what those guys have to say about the Kings win, about the Kings game tonight, and of course about Super Bowl 59. For James Ham and Jesse Tapia, I'm Kyle Madsen. We've been The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. See you. Appreciate you, Chatty House. Enjoy D-Lo and KC.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
One more time. That's not the only Young Zell song. Hey. It may not have been yesterday, but the Sacramento Kings got a dub over the weekend. Let's go.
Wait a minute. They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam.
All right, settle down, Young Zell.
That's a one verse win.
Yeah,
that's a one verse win.
Man, it's barely got the song played. I know. Look, we're gonna talk about it. And I know I'm telling Ben and Brian Cruz yesterday at the Humidor. Shout out to Ben, by the way. I think he was the first one there.
Ben is routinely late to the chat.
Yep.
But in person is there like early all the time.
Always.
All the time.
Yeah. But we were talking yesterday, and I hated that game. That game was infuriating. I don't even know how to feel. Look, you win. That's all that matters. You just need dubs at this point. But I remember even as like they're coming back. I was like, the hell? Like, and I think part of the trouble, okay, you're down 20, swings and you're up 18. Like, all right. And then you lose most of the 18-point lead, and you're sweating the final few minutes. Like, are they going to be able to win this game? And it's like, all right, they did. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
But it is a game where I just kind of walked away shaking my head.
It's one of those things for me, particularly, where I understand the sentiment that you may have and others may have just like that. But and I know you agree, but you're in no position for style points. Like,
nope.
I don't care about style points. It was nasty.
Yep.
But you got it done. And there's this thing that we all know, and I'm worried about it on Wednesday and Thursday. CJ is a real situation.
It's a problem.
Like,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. it's gonna happen again. Like, it's like, oh, why don't they just score? I don't know why they don't, but they don't. He hits everything. He plays like 0-1 Iverson against them with a jump shot. Like, it's gonna happen again. You've got to be able to win outside of that. And then they got this thing where Zion is always just going to work on him. Always. And the whole league doesn't really have somebody for Zion, but the Kings really they've got nobody to match up with him with his speed, his strength. He always goes to the left. He shoots 15 for 18 every time he plays. So it's almost one of them things where you just survive. I don't worry about style points when we play the Pelicans and those two guys. Just win. Just win.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The CJ thing is funny. It's not. It's infuriating. 2 of CJ's top 7 scoring games this year against Sacramento. Last year, 2 of CJ's top 7 scoring game against Sacramento. Just for fun. Let's go back. Let's see when this trend ends. Let's go back 2 seasons. CJ McCollum. Sacramento not in the top. Okay, Sacramento didn't make the list in the year prior. All right. So it's only lasted a couple years.
With CJ, it's so ridiculous because it's not like he gets 30, right? Just gets 30.
Yeah.
He gets 30 on like 15 of 16 from the field, 7 of 8 from beyond the arc.
Right.
Like, he don't miss.
Yeah.
And it's like, it doesn't matter what team he's on. At least it feels this way. It doesn't matter what teams he's on. If he sees the Kings across the chest of the other team, he just goes crazy.
Scott says, bro doesn't believe in forgiveness. Oh, man. So we'll dive into that game. Sacramento Kings get a victory. The Jake LaRavia hysteria is running wild, brother. So we'll get to that. The Eagles destroyed the Chiefs in the most. That was just not pleasant.
Wow.
Just nothing enjoyable about that whatsoever past the halftime show. Good for the Eagles. Good for the Eagles. I'm happy Jalen Hurts got one. Really happy for Saquon Barkley. Happy for a number of those guys over there. I thought, going into I did think the Chiefs were going to win, and that's the game. That's the game that Chiefs detractors have been waiting for. That's the game Chiefs detractors have been predicting for most of the playoffs. It's going to happen at some point. But man, oh man, it happened in the Super Bowl. But I'm happy for those guys, some of those guys on the Eagles, because it's thinking about losing 2 in such short order. That's
yeah. No,
sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. No, this is great.
No, as many are familiar with. Man, that's tough business right there.
Hey, look, for all the ill will and the bad blood, I have with Philly and the Eagles and all this other stuff. Number one, it wasn't always like that. I like Philadelphia as a city. I like their sports teams or whatever. They just, they was talking crazy about the squad. So, all right, we it's on. It's on.
Mm-hmm,
but I like all those players. I like all those players on that team. They don't have a player on there that I do not like. So I like them. I like Vic Fangio. I like all the story of what they went through last year, the collapse that they had, the turmoil they had, and being able to bounce back and win in that situation. That's something that I'm always a sucker for, because it takes a lot of toughness. It takes a lot of emotional, mental strength to be able to get back up and keep fighting and overcome whatever it was that you had going on last year. So I appreciate that and salute to them for that. And this is going to be crazy. This is going to be crazy. Salute to Nick Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Sirianni was full of himself.
Mm-hmm.
He was completely out of pocket and ridiculous last year. And this year, pretty much the entire year, he had to humble himself. And he had to learn some things. He had to learn from his mishaps the year before and how to lead and be a head coach. And damn it, he did a good job this year. And we get all our jokes off on Sirianni, but salute to him for growing. It seems like,
mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? And doing the things necessary to win. It didn't have to be about him. It didn't have to be about his quotes and his antics. It was about winning with him. And if it meant taking a back seat and toning it down a little bit to do what's best for the team, he understood that and he did that. And I salute him for that, man. Big ups.
Could be a lesson for some too, in that, all of the rumors surrounding Jalen and Nick Sirianni, and the rumors surrounding their relationship or lack thereof. Whatever happened at a certain point this year, because that all happened this year. I mean, certainly it was a carryover from last season, but Nick Sirianni there were legitimately questions about his future as the Philadelphia Eagles head coach this season. And whatever happened, whether they put their differences aside or whether they found a way to work together, it ended with them hosting the Vince Lombardi Trophy.
Yep.
Maybe just a lesson for some.
Yes.
Maybe your coach does know a little something. Maybe you don't know everything. Maybe you two can work together to get to a common goal.
And maybe you got to listen to your players sometimes.
Maybe there's that.
You know what I mean? To
Absolutely.
work together. Both sides got to give a little bit in the mission for one common goal.
Yeah.
And that's to win. And if winning is what's most important, that's easier to do. If you got other agendas on either side, I'm not. But if it's like, oh no, I can't do it, then winning is not the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Winning is the most important thing. These guys showed that whatever's going on, you can put to the side to do what's best for winning. And salute to Jalen Hurts. Salute to Nick Sirianni. Man, salute to the Eagles, man.
Salute to Howie Roseman going out there and getting Saquon Barkley and the other additions that he did when we wondered if they had lost too many guys to kind of really keep this thing going after. Like, it really was. I mean, I really hope that this Eagles championship is told in an entire story where you get to the Super Bowl, you fall short at the hands of the Kansas City Chiefs. The next year, it looks like you're cruising to be one of the top teams in the league, and then it just deteriorates isn't even the right word. Like, it just absolutely crumbles. And then you start this year with remnants of the crumble.
Mm-hmm.
And then somehow it's like, oh, okay, the Eagles are back to winning football games. Then it became, oh, the Eagles really are winning football games. They might be a good football team. And then there comes a point where you have to acknowledge they might be one of the best teams in the league. And then they get here, take care of business all throughout the playoffs. Their big free agent acquisition is the star of the postseason for them and puts them in a beautiful position in the Super Bowl where he might not have had the impact in terms of yards, carries, touchdowns, all of that stuff on the football field. But I guarantee you Kansas City was game planning for him. And with Kansas City game planning for him the way that they were, it allowed Jalen to do the things that he did with everybody else last night.
Yeah.
And he picked that defense, which was very good most of the year, apart.
Yeah, I didn't think that the Eagles would be able to do that going into the playoffs like against KC.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't see this. I thought the Chiefs were going to win. Like I thought they were. But I started to see chinks in that Chiefs armor with that defense that I loved all year. Like I thought they were the truth. In that AFC Championship game, it was like, oh, wait a minute. This ain't what I thought it was or what I've seen all year. And Kellen Moore and Jalen Hurts and those guys, they saw everything they needed to see, and they picked that apart. And once again, Vic Fangio, former Niner defensive coordinator, one of the great defensive coordinators I've seen in this league.
97 years old, just amazing story.
He knew what the Chiefs were doing before the Chiefs knew what they were doing. I mean, that was a perfect game.
And poor Steve Spagnuolo, because he didn't.
Oh,
he didn't know what his team was doing. The camera cutaways, every big play are iconic at this point.
Well, I mean, you got this guy turning the ball over left and right.
Oh, so
the talk is.
That's how we refer. You got this guy.
At the very least, all talks are put on hold for a long time.
Okay, we'll get
to that. At the very least, if not over completely.
Well, that's impossible.
It's not over. It's not complete. Like it's over.
He's 7 years into his career. It's impossible.
He's closer. Look, to be honest with
you,
he's closer to the end than he is the beginning.
That's a cute cliche, but how is that even? You don't think he could play 9 more years?
He can. I'm just saying
he's like 20-something years old.
We talking about Brady. Brady's the anomaly, right?
Yeah, Brady's the anomaly playing till 42.
Well, just years in the league.
But like if he plays till he's 37,
he's in the middle. He's in the middle.
Then he's right in the middle. He's not closer to the end or the beginning. He's right in the middle.
Maybe he plays 15 years, then he's closer to the end than he is the beginning.
Well, that should be the new trend. I love the new trend of dudes playing like 12 years or 10 years, being like, I'm done. I'm out. We'll have some more conversation on Patrick Mahomes as the show progresses. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings and perhaps the biggest star of the weekend. No, not Kendrick Lamar. Jake LaRavia. Yes, Jake LaRavia saved Kings basketball.
He really did, though.
We'll talk about it. Steele and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Wait a minute. I gotta figure out what's true. Oh no, man. That's funny. Yeah, no, that's I'm just laughing because this is what happens from time to time. And this is my dog, man. This is my dog. But Bryce goes, Mahomes is 27. Relax. He's 29. He just, matter of fact, no, he's 27. No, he's not.
Patrick Mahomes is 29?
He's 29.
Oh. And in Bryce's defense, I thought he was 27 too.
September 17, 1995. Turns 30 during the season next year. He's still going to play. He's going to play for a long time. He's going to play for, what's this, his eighth year? And I think he'll play another 8 more. 8 more puts him at 38 years old. Maybe.
I think that's where Drew Brees retired, right? 38?
Sounds about right.
Rodgers is 40. I can't remember how old Ben was. Can't remember how old Peyton was either. Getting your ass whooped in front of Trump, though, that had to be tough for him.
No, I seen that. I think I posted it, man. That was hilarious. That's always funny. Why was Shamar dancing like that?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I'll send you his contact. Yeah, so shoot.
No, Bryce, I'm not acting like he's old. What I specifically said was he's at best in the very middle of his career. You talking about him like he goddamn Jaden McDaniels or Jaden Daniels? Like, no, bro.
Try to log in and then send him a text, introduce yourself, and just ask for the code. This is the way Odyssey insisted on setting this stupid shit up.
You talking about him like he's Shador Sanders? No, he's not, bro. He's halfway through his career, I think, at best. Which means he got plenty of time to win some more. But he ain't no spry chicken.
I don't know, man. Serena might have stole the show yesterday. They needed a Serena cam. That camera needed to be on her a little bit longer than it was. I want to know if she know another dance move besides that one. She was cutting up. We'll talk about Kendrick Lamar and the halftime performance later on. We'll talk more about the Super Bowl, specifically what now with Patrick Mahomes. Woo! It's a tough beatdown.
That was a tough beatdown.
And it's actually a tough other beatdown because he's had a couple of them here in the Super Bowl. But that's all conversation for later on. We'll get back to the Sacramento Kings here. Kings win a very odd game against the New Orleans Pelicans, a game where they were down 20 almost immediately. It's like tip-off, down 20. It's essentially what happened. It was awful. It was infuriating. And then, well, Doug Christie brings Jake LaRavia into the game, and I'll be damned if the whole thing doesn't turn around.
Bro, I feel like I've never seen anything like that with in a Kings game. I'm sure it's happened in other sports or with other teams, but I ain't never seen nothing like that with a Kings game. I mean, it was, like you mentioned, awful, absolutely awful. He gets in and immediately, everything shifts. That was crazy.
3 for 3 from the field, 7 points in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Him, Trey Valanciunas, just go out there. The starters are dead. Starters got nothing. I think it's Domas had everything and Keegan hit a shot. And then in comes that second unit led by Jake LaRavia, and all of a sudden the Sacramento Kings find themselves back into the game. Now, it didn't immediately turn around, but that run by that second group got them back in the game. And then it was like they just kept scrawling and scrapping and clawing to scratching to stay in that game, able to do it until they finally took the lead late in the game. then started to run away with it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, we're gonna kick our feet up for this one. Yeah, all right. That's
then blew a large portion of that lead.
That's not how that worked at all.
But as you mentioned, in no position for style points here, the Sacramento Kings ultimately win the game.
Got the dub. That's what matters most. We saw some interesting things down the stretch too. Positive things. We saw Doug Christie coach the situation.
Yeah.
Not the players, so to speak, or the history of the players. And what I mean by that is, CJ was going off. He was doing his thing. There was a sub that needed to be made, and he subs DeMar DeRozan out with I think it was about 3 minutes to go in that game. Subs him out and leaves Keon out there on the floor. Keon's still out there defending or whatever. One of the things that I love about that as well is Kings get a stop, whatever. There's a timeout called, big offensive possession comes down.
There's probably one more note to that, right? Because he was in for Malik, wasn't he? What was Malik on the floor during that?
Yeah, I think Malik was the one that came in. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Because Keon stayed on the floor.
Yeah.
So it was probably Malik that came in for DeRozan. Pretty sure you're right about that.
And then, they checked right, like they weren't out very long. I think they checked in with a minute left, a minute some change.
DeRozan,
yeah. So they were all on the floor.
Yeah, but that was also part of the coaching. They had the ball. Kings had the ball with an opportunity to kind of like put some distance in between them and the Pelicans with a little bit more than a minute to go, and Doug Christie calls the timeout to get DeRozan in there. The cameras caught him. As soon as the timeout, hey, Deebo, come on, get in for this offensive possession. Give him the ball on that left block, turn around, jump shot, ball game to a certain degree. And I thought the way he played that, it's not always going to be that smooth, or, he's not always going to have that opportunity to do that. But he did on Saturday, and he worked up to perfection, keeping Keon out there on the defensive end and having an opportunity to bring Deebo back out there on the offensive end to put the game away. So good job by Doug Christie there.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because if I have my notes right, Keon subbed in for Malik at about the 7-minute mark. He was there to the 2-minute mark. When Malik checked in, he came in for DeMar. DeMar came in on the next, I think Doug even said this in the post game. He was like, I'm getting you in on the next dead ball. I'm getting you in. That wound up being like a minute later. I think it wound up being the timeout, and DeMar was right back in there. But you're right. That's a coaching decision. That's a feel. That's one that I know. Was it Portland? Some Kings fans were frustrated in the Portland game because Valanciunas was out before, because I think Domas fouled out in that one.
Yeah, he did.
So Valanciunas had come out, and the Kings couldn't get a rebound. And then, of course, DeMar fouls out. Valanciunas comes back in, but in that tough spot. So I'm not suggesting you leave Domantas Sabonis on the floor. I'm just suggesting you've got difficult decisions to make as a head coach, and Doug has been willing to make those decisions so far.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And once again, I think he's got the trust of his players to be able to make those type of decisions. And the way he did it, the way he went about it, I think was just kind of perfect. Like, I understand what some people say when they say, hey, don't put DeRozan out there just because he's DeMar DeRozan, but, late in those games. But, yeah, that's part of what's going to happen. Like, he is DeMar DeRozan. He is a Hall of Famer. He is a guy that's averaging 22 points or whatever since the firing of Mike Brown. So, yeah, he's going to be out there regardless of if his defense is great or not. But you can pick and choose your spots. You can, get him out of there for defensive possession and, make sure, like he said, next dead ball, I'm going to get you back in there and do some things like that if you're, paying attention to it. And then sometimes you may just have to ride it out and ask him like, hey, I'm keeping you out there. I need you to defend real here. We need to stop. I need you to be a part of that. But the notion that he's not going to be in there in crunch time for the majority of the time, that's something that I just, it's It's not going to happen. Like, he's going to be there. That's why he's here. And that's your best chance to win a lot of the times.
31 points from that second unit, which that just seems inconceivable.
What?
31 points from that second unit. Now, there's important notes. Obviously, the addition of Jake LaRavia, he had 7 points. He had those 7 points in the blink of an eye, by the way. Didn't score again. This hysteria lasted 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The man played a total of, I think, like 12, 13 minutes. 10 more minutes, didn't score. Oh, but it didn't matter. I think he only took one shot the rest of the game. Didn't matter. His impact was immediate. You had your full complement of starters there, which had Keon with the second unit. Despite the fact he played 32 minutes, he's still a guy coming off the bench. 13 points for Keon, and then a guy who I'm just enjoying the hell out of watching, and it's Jonas Valanciunas.
Oh, JV.
This is and you know, Trey Lyles played well also, but this is a revamped bench squad that was able to be kind of operate in full with Keon Ellis not having to be in a starter position for anybody. So while the game was far from perfect, I'd even argue it was far from good. You saw some signs from that second group that this is what you want on a night where DeMar DeRozan is 4 of 12, on a night where Malik Monk is 5 of 14. This is where you need guys like Keon to step up. This is where you need guys like Jack LaRavia to just hit a flurry of just a cut. It's 7 points. It's not 17. It's 7. That's what we're talking about right now. 7 points changed the complexion of this game that I thought it was. I was furious. I'm like, I'm not watching this crap. And just before, just as Jake LaRavia started to, I was like, all right, I'm not going to turn it off. I was going to go finish the OJ doc. Oh, all right, Jake hit a basket, crowd pop. That's cool. Oh, he hit it. All right, now I'm interested. Crowd down 17. Crowd popped. They're ready to go. Yep. But that's what so many Kings fans were begging for. It's not a guy who needs to score 15 or 20 every night. It's a guy who can have impactful baskets, impactful moments on the defensive end, getting, you know, a loose ball that leads to something, just moments where they do something that you remember. And Saturday was LaRavia's moment.
You know, we talked yesterday.
Again, they were down 20. He scored 7.
Yeah.
It's you know what I mean? That's what we're talking about.
But you know, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. And LaRavia, and even to a certain degree, Valanciunas, they've come into these games and they've come on this roster kind of looking like, all right, this is how you play basketball. This is NBA basketball. This is NBA playoff championship basketball. LaRavia came in here like he was at Memphis and was like, had gone to school on how to play basketball with energy and defend and all this other stuff and be physical. And he comes over here and it's like, no, this is what you do. This is how I know how to play the game, and this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to be physical. I'm going to have active hands. You know what I mean? I'm going to make the extra pass. I'm going to be playing with a high basketball IQ. Valanciunas, the same thing. Now I'm going to get on these boards. I'm going to set these screens. I'm going to finish at the basket. This is what you do. I don't know what you guys been doing as a collective or off this bench. I don't know. I don't know what they got this guy, Kobe Jones, I was traded for. I don't know what he was doing.
What you slapping the mic around for? It didn't do anything to you.
I don't know what he was doing before, but this is how you play basketball. And that's what it looked like. It looked like we saw what normal basketball looks like coming off the bench. And it was great to see.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was fantastic. That 31 points was huge. I just can't get over it. Like the context of this game is just so hysterical. The Pelicans up 20, Kings 18. There were 3 lead changes the entire game. 3. Okay.
Man, one of the things they were able to do in that third quarter, and kind of in the second quarter too, was they, you know, you play defense. I'm not taking away from defense. They got stops. And that helped because at that point you're down 18-20, simple math. You can't trade buckets with them. You got to get some stops. But they started turning it up a little bit. 30 points in that second quarter, 45. Outscored them 45-20 in that third quarter. And that was enough to make up for going back into the the depths of no offense hell in that fourth quarter where they only had 24 points. So I'm a big believer in getting as many of those 30-point quarters as you can. If you get 4, obviously you're probably going to win. If you get 3, you're setting yourself in a really good spot. 2, that's a little dicey. They were able to win yesterday because they got 45 in that third quarter.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And now we got a Mavericks team. A Mavericks team that's reeling emotionally. A Mavericks team whose general manager can't show up to the facility right now.
It's crazy.
Not even
him.
Suggesting that's funny.
Yeah, not him.
That's
it's
not
crazy that
funny.
That's what it is.
Like it's not a. The man couldn't show up to the press conference because of the reaction to this trade and because of what the NBA has deemed like credible threats. That's insane.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
And the guy they traded for can't play. By the way, I'm sure everyone saw Trae Young has been added to the All-Star game in place of Giannis Antetokounmpo. There's been no announcement yet, at least that I've seen, regarding Anthony Davis. A lot of people, including Sean Cunningham last night, thought that's almost a no. That's a Domas. The fact that we don't have I wonder if Domas said no.
I thought about that. I thought about him. There's a part of me that if I was Domas, I'd be like, nah, I'm cool.
The fact that we don't have it yet leads again. I'm talking. Leads me to believe like what if he might have just was like, nah, dude, I'm not doing it.
The only reason why I would, if I was him, I shouldn't say the only reason, but one of the reasons why, if I was him, I would be a little bit more open to it is because I don't have to get on a plane. Like it's right there. It's in my area.
Sure.
All right, man. Send a driver over here, man. Send a driver. Get me to the arena. Cool. You know, the family can see me, all this. All right, cool. But if it was in Oklahoma City, nah, y'all can keep that. I don't need to go to the All-Star game.
An All-Star game in Oklahoma City would be offensive. It'd be one of the most offensive things that ever happened.
But I mean, that's one part. I mean, then that may be the me pouting if I was Domas. Like, you get opportunity to get chosen as an All-Star. Without thinking about patting, yeah, you go, man. Yeah. It's an all-star. It's regardless of how you get there, it goes on your resume. It's an achievement. You know, it's an opportunity. So I would hope, and it's interesting. I'm not saying that you're off because that could have happened, but I would hope you would accept.
I just thought that it was weird that Trae Young was announced like 6:00 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's 3 p.m. Eastern. It's 3 p.m. where Adam Silver is.
Yeah, business is almost done for today.
Yeah, right. Like, where's the
Odyssey, New York? It is done. 3 p.m. They've been gone.
Odyssey in Philadelphia. Yeah, I'm sure they're out of here. Hell, Odyssey in Sacramento, they didn't even show up. You know how you can't stand some of your coworkers? We're just like you guys. Just like you. Getting texts. Hey, how's the event going? Hey, I don't know. Maybe you should have shown your ass up here to find out. Go on, ask me. Hey, let me know how it's going. No, you show up and find out how it's going. Shout out to Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street, the Humidor.
Yeah, man. Shout out to my boy Jacob in the Humidor, man. Big listener of the show. He made sure everything was good. Yeah, shout out to my girl Nairi. We had a nice little pregame there at the Humidor with some cigars. I love being able to talk to someone and have them pick out a cigar for me. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm lost. Yeah, not good. I didn't even have a cigar yesterday. My mom noticed that. Your mom had one. Yeah. She didn't know what she was doing. Your mom is preparing for death. I was like, I don't like you've referenced a bucket list like 7 times in the last hour. Like, do you need to tell me something? She's like, no. She's like, I'm going to check something off my bucket list. I was like, what? Have a cigar. You've never had a cigar. Okay, well, let's do that. And then she mentions it again, and I can't remember what it was in context to, but she just kept the tattoo. Yeah. She just kept bringing up the bucket list. Yeah, she just had her birthday like a week ago. She said it's what was it? 65, the 65 list or something like that. That's a lot of things you feel you need to do in 1 year. That's a lot. Yeah.
But she's
5 things would be a lot.
I can't think of 65 things I need to do before
I'm saying
death.
5, but 5 things would be a lot.
I cannot. And like, if I don't have a tattoo at 65, clearly I don't want one. Like, I'm 44 now. What could I possibly go? You know what? I need that tattooed on me. I don't think it exists.
I don't know.
Just rounded at 45. Well, that might be right. Jake LaRavia.
Jake the Snake. Officially Jake the Snake here in Sacramento.
Jake Cliff says, but he healed at 65. Relax. That's a good point, Jake Cliff. I wonder if Buddy's got Buddy's got a 65 list at 65 or whatever it's called.
He missed it.
My bad.
I should have thought of that. Damn. Now it's too late.
He could have gotten my bad tattooed on his arm.
Should have thought about that one. Damn. Maybe next year for 70.
Because he ages in 5-year increments. Oh, buddy. Buddy.
But shout out to Jake LaRavia. Pasadena's own. I had no idea. Had no clue.
Were you so you were telling this story before the show started. So you thought he was
I didn't know. I just assumed. And that's what you probably should know.
Wow.
But I just assumed. It's like
wow.
Big Vooch.
No, a white basketball player can't possibly be from this country.
Well, how many LaRavias do you know from Kansas?
I don't know any LaRavias.
But yeah, no, I just assumed just like Vooch, just like Costa Kufis, just like somebody else was kind of surprising. I can't remember who it was. It was rather recently. But yeah, when I saw Pasadena, California, I said, I didn't know.
I was taken aback a little bit when I heard him talk. When he started talking the other day, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no difference between him and Tyler Hero.
Right. They are, in fact, one and the same.
That man balled out, though. All 7 of his points. He got it. In that sequence that he had the steal immediately with the layup, came down, hit a 3, then got a block on CJ. Nobody in a Sacramento Kings jersey does anything to CJ, and he did. It's crazy.
Well, all right. At least someone's here to settle CJ's ass down. I don't remember who said it, but see, they're right. CJ needs to learn forgiveness.
CJ was out here throwing alley-oops off the backboard. That was nasty.
CJ, that was.
I thought it was cooked after that. I was like, blow it up, trade everyone. It's done.
Nasty. Yeah. Trey Murphy dunk contest leveled height on the dunk. I mean, that was sick.
I think that was the moment where it was like, turn this crap off.
Turn
the TV off. Turn the TV off.
That was sick. I said they clowning on us, man.
CJ and Zion have like 70-something points combined.
Yeah, Zion had 40. Zion had like 40, I think, somewhere around there. CJ was like 32 or something.
Yeah. Zion, 16 of 21 from the field for Zion. This guy made 16 field goals
in 27 minutes. The man.
We'll figure out that problem next.
The man's on a minutes restriction and scores 40.
Goodness gracious.
That's embarrassing.
Have you ever seen that clip? It's kind of a meme or whatever too, but that clip of LeBron when he's at the free throw line and he's trying to tell the ref, or he's looking around and he shoots the first free throw and he's like ready to get the ball back, like, get the ball. Come on, give me the ball. And then he looks over and Kawhi checks in. He's like,
damn yeah.
That's how I feel.
He's trying to rush the official. Give me the ball.
That's how I felt when I saw Zion check back in, like in the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
I said, hey, come on, man, let's keep it. Damn,
come on, guys, be out there. Come on, guys, no dead ball, boys. Come on, no dead ball.
I said, damn, that happened the other day too when the refs wouldn't. It was either to let somebody challenge or a sub, and they wouldn't give the Kings the ball. Like something happened there. Like, and Malik was like, "Hey, give me the ball, give me the ball." Ref was like, "Nope, hold on."
Oh, that was wasn't that a few weeks ago? That was I remember the moment
that they had. I remember when you're talking about. I think they had 2. I think this was in Portland when they're like, "Nope, Hold on. Dum, da, dum, da, dum, dum.
It only happens versus the Kings.
And then I think because it was Chauncey, was like, yeah, no, let's review it. All right. Timeout. Challenge. Bro, give him the ball so he can inbounce the ball.
No.
Hold on.
Oh, man. Thank God they won.
Oh, that would have been
Goodness
miserable
gracious.
to hear them, especially with like the Pelicans being the team. Oh my God.
The Pelicans are 12-40 right now after that game.
12-40. They were throwing it off the backboard like they were OKC just because they saw Sacramento on the other side. Jeez.
Offensive. But they did the one thing that I'll take out of this, as much as I hated the game, 123-118, decent number of points. I feel like they played poorly. With the exception, I mean, Domas had a nice output, but you got an output like that from Malik. You got an output like that from DeMar. That ain't going to work. Maybe it's offset a little bit by the night that Keegan had. But I think Zion might live. I think Zach LaVine might live in that 22-point area a little bit. You'd like to see burst of, 28, 29, 30. But I think he'll probably live in that 20 to 22 point area.
One of the things about him that I'm starting to notice, I think maybe it'll change as time goes along, but he's got this reputation of being a chucker, just a scorer and all this other stuff. I think one of the reasons, especially this year, his percentages are so high is he doesn't take any bad shots. Like he takes shots that he's pretty sure of being good shots. And sometimes I want him to just like, hey, get it up. Like a lot of the times on Saturday, I wanted him and DeRozan, who DeRozan didn't, I think he ended up shooting 7 times on the night. This is all good and well that you're trying to get you
DeMar
shoot the ball.
12.
Oh, he shot 12. He ended up shooting 12. He had 3 shot attempts halfway through the third quarter.
Yeah.
Hey, shoot the ball.
Yeah.
This is what I need you guys to do. So I'll be interested to see what happens with that with Zach LaVine moving forward.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings. Of course, they are in Dallas tonight to take on the Dallas Mavericks, who will be playing without Anthony Davis. And then they'll end this first half of the season with a couple of games against the Pelicans. So we'll dive into all of that. And a trade rescinded? You don't see it very often, but it happened. Steelable and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, no, I'll play this for you guys. Maybe you guys heard it too, but this was crazy. This was crazy. Hold on.
I don't think there is a password. Isn't it a code, or does it have a password? Oh, okay. Okay, hang on one second.
I would just play this audio because our man in Toronto, he got hit. The trainers came out or whatever. And then this was the call on the broadcast.
Yeah, somebody got dick in the face, Craig.
Oh!
He's okay.
Whoa!
Somebody got dick in the face, Craig. See if he's okay.
Wow! Wow!
Come on.
That's crazy.
Come on, man.
That is crazy. Jalen up there with Mickey and Minnie.
Don't worry about it, Tyler Jennings. It won't be played again. If you missed it, you missed it.
Must it on the beat. Hope.
Yeah, Kyle, your tweet went crazy, big dog. I think who was it? Legion of Hoops that took it from you?
What was the tweet?
He had screen recorded Malik talking about Zach LaVine.
Oh. Nope. Nope.
So sorry, I got the game playing on, and it reminded me of this too. So we talked about how the refs, the Kings trying to get the ball in bounds or whatever. Like, hey, I need the ball. Give me the ball, so I inbound it. No. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, there he is. Nope, he asked for a challenge. Da-da-da. Did you see on Saturday? I remember this, and it just came up when it was the reverse, and Doug Christie was like, hey, chill. My guys are looking at it. Hold on, they're looking at it. And the ref is like, no, here's Zion. Inbounds the ball. Let's go. And then Doug was like, wait, no, hey, too late. Oh, okay. Thank you. No, it's great. That's great. There is no hold on with the Kings. Matter of fact, the rest be like, hey, get the ball to him. Let's go. 5-on-4.
I was told the league was rigged in favor of the Sacramento Kings.
That was a wild.
I was told that by a very good source associated with the Golden State Warriors, I believe.
Bro, that was they was crashing out for like 5 days.
Who was that? JJ? Was it JJ? Who said that the Kings have been allowed to be too physical?
That was JJ. He almost started crying on TV.
Yeah. That was JJ. That was crazy. They had the weapon is the ball is a weapon. My guy, and I do mean my guy, JD questioned if De'Aaron really broke his finger.
Oh yeah. Oh, for God's sakes, yes. Oh,
they was crashing out for about 5 days, man. It was crashing out.
I haven't checked in on old Jim lately. We've had our own issues. It's only fun to laugh at other people's problems when you don't have too many of your own. We've had our own issues over the last.
We got to deal with our own shortcomings.
Yeah. Big shout out again. Big thank you to everyone over at Sky River Casino. Big thank you to everybody who came and hung out for the Super Bowl yesterday. For the big game. Oh, I guess we could say Super Bowl now that it's over.
I don't know.
I'm
never going to say it.
The game.
Say it as long as it's not tied to a promotion.
Yeah, and the promotion's over, so we get nothing out of it.
So, I watched the Super Bowl yesterday.
That's right. Everybody was there to watch the Super Bowl. But it was a great time. Food was amazing. I know that service staff worked really, really hard. Cigars were incredible. Drinks were incredible. Our girl Carrie introduced me to a new Angels Envy rye that I really, really liked. Same thing I think you were sipping on.
Yeah, I didn't know, but it was good.
Yeah, it had a nice little sweet kick at the end. Really, really good stuff. So, man, so big thanks to that amazing staff at Sky River Casino, man. We had a blast.
Great time, man. Great time last night. Great turnout. They were waiting all around the outside of 32 Brews to get in, man. And once the game got going, it was popping. There was a lot of people who were indifferent, at least when asked about it. And then when the game happened, when the Eagles would do something, it was on and popping. It was loud.
Yeah, we don't know if there were any Chiefs fans there because the Chiefs never did anything to see if they'd get a reaction.
Did nothing.
Biggest reaction was definitely halftime.
Oh, halftime was popping.
It was like they were there for Kendrick.
Yeah, halftime was popping.
The TV glitched for about 7 seconds, and I thought, oh man, the news story is going to be Sky River Casino burns down after. But they got the sound back up almost immediately, and then the TV was back on, and then it was flawless the rest of the way. But they were that crowd at 32 Brews. They were into that performance from Kendrick Lamar, which I thought was spectacular. Probably the most unique performance in Super Bowl history. In that, obviously, Humble is a massive hit. All the Stars is a huge hit. And then, Not Like Us won, 5 Grammys 7 days ago. But if you had told me Peekaboo from GNX was going to be performing, I'd be like, no, I don't think that's happening, sir. He also dropped the verse from Euphoria. Not to mention, he started the set with a songs no one ever heard before. It's literally an unreleased song that was part of the teaser for GNX and has never been released in full. So I thought the approach to it was definitely different. If you recall, a few years ago in Los Angeles, Mad City was performed and All Right was performed. He left both of those off, and he kind of tipped his hand a little bit in that interview with Ebro a couple of days ago, where he's like, no, I love the past. I always, pay respect to the past, but I'm about the now. And that performance was very much about right now. That's why, GNX was so heavy on it. Luther was on there. Peekaboo was on there. TV Off, Squabble Up. Like, that was a heavy right now performance rather than a pull from the catalog to appeal to, 10 years, 15 years, or whatever it is of Kendrick Lamar fans.
Yeah, I thought he did a good job. There were things that quite frankly, the messaging and the artistic aspect of it that in the time, watching it at Sky River Casino went over my head. I went back later, saw some things, and I was like, oh, okay, that's dope. You know what I'm saying? I didn't catch that the first time. And I appreciate that. I understand not playing those songs. I wanted to hear those songs. Like I didn't the set list,
even though he just performed them.
Yeah, I personally wanted to hear those songs. I like those songs better than Peekaboo, better than Man in the Garden, better than the unreleased joint. You know what I mean? And I wanted to hear All Right. I wanted to hear Good Kid, Mad City. I wanted to hear Money Trees, something like that. But those are my favorite Kendrick songs, so I wanted to hear from him. But I thought he did a really good job. I was
surprised. I was shocked to hear Euphoria like he did.
Yeah, he didn't have to play Euphoria either. But I mean, his messaging was talking about now, so that's now. But that's one that could have been subbed out for me.
To me, that's the dopest song he's dropped in the last year.
I would have liked to hear like that, or at the very least.
Yeah, that's what I definitely thought we were getting at. I was
Peekaboo out of there and put a start play a little half of your verse you did with like that. But that's that's probably nitpicking. I thought he did a really good job. Did you see?
Can we kill this real quick? The A necklace, I don't believe had anything to do with A minor.
No, it's PG Lang logo.
It's the A in PG Lang. Like, it had. I think people look a little. I think there's a lot of symbolism in what Kendrick did yesterday. The controller, the PlayStation or whatever it is, the video game console, the game over thing at the end. There's a lot of symbolism in all of that. I don't like people think that whole thing was about Drake. I don't think any of it had to do with Drake.
Oh, don't do that. Some of it had to do with Drake, but not the whole thing.
No, I don't think any of that stuff had to do with Drake. Well, I'm not saying he ignored Drake in that. I mean, the biggest meme to come out of it is him smiling at the camera. But I don't think the controller. I think there was a bigger message with that. The red, white, and blue stuff. Performing that in front of who was in attendance in that game, like I think there was something much deeper behind that.
The thing that and like I said, I had to be hip to it a little bit more afterwards. But yeah, who was in attendance for that game? I didn't want the subliminals, or I didn't want the deeper meaning one. I wanted in your face. I wanted them to play all right. And I hate Popo, want to kill his dead in the street foot. Like, I want that. Because he don't, I was about to call him a name, but that guy doesn't understand the things that were done last night.
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna catch that. He's not gonna catch none of that. Half his team probably ain't gonna catch none of that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you come out with all right, they know what that means. You know what I mean? They know what those words say. So that was just kind of my personal preference. But like I said, I thought he did a great job. I saw a clip that was pretty funny. I thought it was pretty funny with the set list had gotten leaked, and they were talking about on the Joe Budden podcast on Friday, I think it was, and they're like, "Yeah, so you guys see the set list, allegedly got leaked," and then Joe's like, "You know what? People think we're stupid. This trash set list, they think this is a joke. There's no way in hell that this is the set list that's going to be played. That's just somebody trying to stir something up, because I'll tell you right now, this set list that's played is absolute garbage. It's garbage. No money trees, no all right. You think Kendrick will really go out there and do all that?" They trashed the whole thing, right? The set list. And then it ended up being the actual set list, even down to the point like they read like, yeah, he's going to tease Not Like Us, then go into this song and da-da-da-da-da. And
you didn't hear who did that?
Or it
was your boy.
Yeah. But he got it from
corniest dude in hip hop.
He got it from somewhere. I don't know why it got in his hands, to be honest with you. But it was funny.
Could have been someone with Rock Nation.
It could have been. It shouldn't have got in nobody's hands.
No, facts.
But yeah, it was a funny clip to hear them talk about that, where we'll see. I'm gonna see what they say about it, because I think when you put it in context of everything that happened artistically with that performance, it fits a little bit more than just reading the set list. Even though, like, I wasn't the biggest fan of the set list, it fits what was going on that day. So
yeah, I thought the performance was flawless. But I am an unapologetic Kendrick Lamar fan. He was the first solo hip hop artist to perform at halftime. He probably performed. Listening to the Wake Up Call, I can tell you definitively he performed a set that went over a lot of people's heads. Doesn't matter to me though. I was there for it. I know them people there at Sky River was there for it. And I knew they were going to pop for Not Like Us. I didn't know they were going to pop for TV Off the way that they did.
TV Off. That's the one right there.
Man.
That's the one.
I do think it's funny that everybody was wondering if Kendrick would do that song, and he teased it twice and added different little interludes to it before performing that verse with that line in it.
Well, I didn't think he was. I thought there was a big possibility that he wouldn't perform it maybe about a month ago. And then when he won all those Grammys and you saw the reaction of the higher ups at the Grammys, I was like, oh, there's no doubt in my mind he's playing that at the Super Bowl. There's no doubt in my mind. So that's what eliminated that. I know we had talked about it about a month ago, but like, I don't know if you're going to play that. Once I saw
I think
what
people
happened
forget
with the Grammys and everything. For me, that's what
the lawsuit doesn't have anything to do with him.
No.
Like in order for that song to play into any lawsuit that Drake has filed, Drake would have to prove that the record label convinced Kendrick to play a song he didn't want to play. That's the only way it would have any validity, and there's no way you could do that. Like Drake is suing the label. He's not suing Kendrick Lamar.
Right.
In order, if the thing was, okay, Kendrick, don't play the only reason for Kendrick to not play the song, right, would be if like the record was label was like, oh, we don't want the smoke, right? But even in that
NFL.
But why does this have to do with the NFL?
Because the NFL would potentially, at the time, the thought was they would be brought into that lawsuit as far perpetuating.
Okay, so let's go with that for a second. Kendrick puts together a set list that doesn't have Not Like Us on it. Mm-hmm. In order for any of this to have any validity to it, Drake would have to prove that the NFL or the record label or both of them pressured Kendrick Lamar into playing that song. That's the origins of the lawsuit. The lawsuit is that song isn't as popular as you guys think it is. It's not real. It's fake. It's phony. He wasn't even going to perform it, but the record label made him. But the NFL made him. Otherwise, it doesn't have nothing to do with nothing.
I don't think the lawsuit has anything to do with the Super Bowl performance. It's just a defamation from the Super Bowl could never happen. And the lawsuit is still what it is.
But I don't think it's a flat defamation suit. It's a defamation. It's a what's the word? It's a it's like a strategize. That's not the word. It's like a strategy to defend. Like the whole thing was they falsified the popularity of that song.
Yes, and yeah, I mean, yeah, their words. I think the way I always took it was they funded the popularity of that song. So that was in the attempts to devalue Drake in his contract negotiations. That's one of the things. But I do think after I saw what it did at the Grammys, I was like, oh yeah, it's a slam dunk. They're gonna perform that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I thought they might have performed the whole damn song after it got. Well, you can't win that many Grammys with that song and then not have it on the Super Bowl. So
he performed the part everyone wanted to hear, and then got every single that he has right now that is in heavy rotation on the radio onto that set list. Started with Squabble Up, got SZA there in the middle with Luther, and then it didn't even include 30 for 30, which is also in heavy rotation. TV Off, and then of course Not Like Us, still getting plenty of run. I love the halftime performance, but again, I'm an unapologetic Kendrick Lamar fan who can't wait to see him and SZA in Las Vegas this coming May. And shout out to Ashley, whoever you are. Ashley won tickets to see Kendrick Lamar at Oracle Park in May. So shout out to Ashley. We couldn't find you, but
hopefully you had your phone on.
Yeah, hopefully we read your phone number right. Big game tonight for the Sacramento Kings in Dallas. No Anthony Davis. Ooh, Anthony Davis out several weeks with a left abductor strain, and I believe, and this could happen today, because I think I read something this morning. Anthony Davis was getting evaluated today. Surgery is an option. A surgical procedure for AD ends his season.
Oh, damn, man.
I'd like to remind you, Nico Harrison can't even show up to the arena right now. There was a protest with like 1,000 people. I don't know if there's ever been a trade, like a protest trade before, or a trade protest before.
Right.
I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, that's tough. And usually I look at stuff like that and it's like, what you guys doing for? But that's all they can do, in this situation. That's where it should stop. All the other stuff that we've heard about the death threats and the threats to Nico and everything. I mean, come on, man. What are we doing? What are we that's an awful look. And those people should be condemned for their actions, whoever's out there doing that. But they just traded away the franchise. They just traded away I don't know how many nights of some of the best basketball you'll ever see.
Yep.
And they want to protest for the rest of the season out in front of the AAC, as they like to call it. Then by all means, man, that's all they can do. Just voice their displeasure in that way, because he's gone, he ain't coming back, and who knows if you're ever going to see somebody that talented again in Dallas.
And you might not even see the guy you traded for him this year. Oh,
he was playing really well that day too, in that game with the Rockets, when that happened.
Oh, when he got yeah. He
was playing really well.
He left. Really well. I remember he left he was essentially holding his side. Walked to the locker room, and man, that's tough. It's tough for Anthony Davis. It's tough for the Dallas Mavericks. We posed a question earlier: would Domantas Sabonis take Anthony Davis's place? Another potential theory as to why we saw Trae Young announced in place for Giannis. Giannis is out, I think, like 10 to 14 days, and Trae Young was announced as his replacement on the All-Star team today. Another possible reason why we might not have Anthony Davis's replacement yet is you might just want to give Trae the day. Let him have the day, and you announce the next one tomorrow. My theory is they called Domas, and Domas said no.
I wonder.
I didn't even think about
that happened.
I know. I didn't even think about it, though. What you said is right. You just have to drive. Someone will drive you to San Francisco. You do all of the stuff you need to do. Right. And then, doesn't he has a house in Napa.
Yeah. That's what
you
I was
could sleep at home.
I was thinking Napa instead of Sacramento.
Yeah,
like,
you just
that's
sleep
where
at
you're
home.
gonna go for the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Man, send a sprinter over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know, maybe even give me a bag or two.
You could do it. You're going to All-Star weekend. You could just pick Domas up.
You could do it.
I don't want to go to All-Star weekend, man.
Who could do it still?
I don't want to do that. We need to game plan on what we're doing because I don't want to do this. You know what made me not? I'm telling you, Friday night. Friday night. Yep. You know
Did
where
you
I'm.
Stay out there?
No. That's what I was gonna say. Friday night.
I didn't either.
After Keith Sweat and John B, that long ass drive from San Jose. I'm somewhere near Vacaville. Like, I ain't going to All-Star weekend.
The crazy thing
I ain't driving back and forth between here and San Francisco, like with nothing to do, with no game plan.
The crazy thing is you had another hour, basically like 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
And I was already like, bro, this is crazy. You had another 45 minutes to go.
It's probably 35 to 40 minutes. Brutal. Man, like you think like, okay, I'm not sleepy. It's fine. Get there, get you start like talking yourself like you good, like you okay, Davis, you good, Dixon, like it's fine. Oh, there's the skyline. You all right? Just don't miss the merger now because the weird turnoff to Reno is it's just this weird thing because of construction. And if you miss it, you're screwed. All right, okay, I missed it. Oh crap, no, there's an entrance. Got it. All right, I got it. I'm off. There's IKEA. No, we're fine. Then you realize like your depth perception starts to be off.
Yeah.
And man, it's like, oh my God. And all I could think of is I'm not doing this next weekend.
I'm not doing it either. I got to stay out there.
Unless I have a plan as to what we're doing. If Domas goes and we got to go, do stuff, okay, maybe. Other than that, man, it's you and James Sam.
I got to stay out there.
I
don't care if I'm staying at the
pick up my
Easy 8 Motel.
No.
I'm staying.
Well, Easy 8 Motel All-Star Weekend probably cost $400.
There was hotels when it was in LA when I was out there. They had hotels like in Inglewood before Inglewood was what it is right now. That was like $300 a night. Literally Easy 8 Motel. I was like, are you crazy? And do you know where you're at? Like, this is ridiculous. But yeah. Keith Sweat is the man too, by the way.
Keith Sweat can go. He's nasty. Keith Sweat is a nasty old man.
Keith Sweat is so funny. I laugh so much with Keith Sweat.
Keith Sweat was doing a lot on stage. And I was standing, someone next to me goes, I think he's drunk. Maybe 5 minutes later, the girl brings his cognac out and goes, I call it light skin. They be saying
time you bring this out.
They be saying I'm drunk out here, but I ain't drunk. And he takes his thing and it's like, oh man, okay.
I think he was sober on Friday.
I think he was too.
That's just Keith Sweat.
He just has pelvic gestures through the whole show. Like Keith is wild.
Oh yes.
Oh, man.
I'm going to see Keith Sweat anytime he's in the area. That guy's hilarious.
And he's
hella funny.
And he can still perform.
Yeah. So when he first started, the funny thing, when he first started, he just did like 3 straight songs. And I told Jess, I said, man, he ain't even talking to us. And sure enough, he ended that song. Then he just started talking all night. Mm-hmm. And then the way he was singing, I was like, I could sing like Keith Sweat. Because it was just it was just that. And then he started getting his bag. And I was like, oh, no, I can't do that. Yeah. He can actually sing pretty
speaking
good.
Of can't do that. Like I heard John B singing away. I ain't never heard John B sing.
He got the deep baritones a couple of times that I wasn't prepared for.
I didn't even I was like, he does not.
That's my boy.
That is not cool. Relax.
That's my boy, John B. He did his thing.
We were off in that little area we were standing in.
VIP. I was in the seats. I was in the seats.
Bro, okay, which of the two of us posted a video from stage? I never stepped foot on stage, not once. You did. You don't even work there. You don't even work there. You was on stage. I
was in the seats, bro. What
okay,
you talking about, man?
You're over here lying to everybody. We was over here, and the next girl next to me goes, "Hey, who's that?" I look over. And I'm like squinching, and I'm like, he's got an earpiece in. I was like, that's John B. He was just standing there watching was it Ready for the World?
They had like 3 songs that I didn't know.
Bro.
I didn't know that the songs they had.
The lead singer for Ready for the World had the greatest exit in history. my man up here I think they ended with Sheila, right?
Yeah.
So he has the jacket on. Oh, I wish I'm gonna use my bag as a jacket. So he has the jacket on, right? And he's like, oh, she did it. Thank you. And he turns it. He just turns around, hella rips his jacket off and just.
No, he did. That's exactly what he did. Until he literally walked out, man. He just turned around, walked out, stormed off the stage. I thought he was mad.
He had that old black man walk. Bro,
hey, they did their thing.
Was dying.
I wasn't familiar with their game, to be honest. Like by the name of the group, like I didn't know that. And then they had like 3 songs. I told you, I was like, this is them. Are they like covering something? They're like, no, this is their song. I didn't know.
Wow, you sleeping?
Yeah.
One of the groups I was most excited to see was Ready for the World.
Yeah, I didn't.
Were you there?
I knew the songs, but I didn't know it was them.
Were you there for Evelyn Champagne King?
I did. She had 2 songs that I didn't know were hers.
Man, when she went into the Sam Cooke joint, though.
Yeah, man.
Woo!
Yeah.
Lord is my shepherd.
I had no idea. I wasn't familiar with the game.
Yeah, that was a fun show. That was a fun show. Heat Wave was up there a little too long.
Well,
look, sing Always and Forever and get the hell out. Keep it moving.
That's my song too, man.
They're like, hey, the iPad's not working. Like, bro, just go without it. Like you're literally taking John B's time. Like, will you go? And then the Force MDs went late.
Now that's the one. Well, I wasn't there for, but
like,
when I heard,
your
what happened,
ass off stage.
I said, wait a minute.
It's always the opening acts that go too long. Like it's always like they like, what are they gonna do? We up here, we're gonna get our new song in. Force MDs ain't made a song in 30 years. They're gonna try it out in front of the crowd. Man.
Oh man, good times. But the moral of the story is, if I go, which I'm gonna go, but I gotta stay.
You have to stay.
I can't drive back.
That
was crazy. And then to think like, I gotta drive back the next day.
Traffic gonna be bananas.
I don't know where I'm gonna be. I don't know if I'm being Newark, Santa Clara, Emeryville, somewhere, but I can't drive back and forth. That can't happen.
My sister does live out there.
Oh, come on, there you go. There you go. Well, she in the city?
Nah, she's in I
think you said
San Carlos.
Oh, San Carlos.
Yeah, it was right past San Mateo, right before Palo Alto. It's like a 30-minute drive to the city. Not bad. It beats driving home.
Yeah.
That's for sure. We'll come back. There was a trade that didn't go through.
Wow.
Don't see that very often.
Wow.
And is Joel Embiid's season about to end? Weird story involving Lisa Salter report yesterday. We'll talk about that. And is Patrick Mahomes' status the greatest of all time now in question?
Yeah.
Well, Kenny just tricked off 30 minutes of programming right there. We'll be back with D'Lo and KC.
Forever.
The worst part about Super Bowl halftime shows is that everyone's an expert on Super Bowl halftime shows. Whether it be audio or Nick Stauskas saying the choreography or whatever wasn't enough for him.
Nick, who said that?
Nick Stauskas, he said, I don't like the
Sir, please shut all of the fucks up.
The choreography wasn't great.
Sit down.
Just watch the show, bro. Shut up.
Are you for real?
Are these the driverless cars right here? The Waymo cars or whatever he's talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, no chance.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw those. Yeah, nah.
The one thing I'll say about that is
I heard they're perfect. I heard they're really pleasant.
No, like that's what I'm about to say. Like a lot of people get in like on a daily basis.
Yep.
And it's like, all right, I know what my fears are, but like they operate all day, every day for the last like 3 years. And
as soon as those doors lock and it makes a turn I'm not familiar with, I'm screaming to get out.
It's like
what would that sound like?
I don't know, because no one's even gonna hear
me. It's like and I guess maybe not the best time, but when people are afraid of flying, right? It's like I always rationalize it.
It's all of us right now.
I rationalize
that's every day.
A year ago.
Yeah.
Right. I rationalize, you know how many flights take off every day? And when something does happen, we hear about it. When was the last time you heard it? Like, you'll be fine. You'll be okay. Yeah. And that's what I feel about that Waymo. The only thing I've ever heard from a Waymo is when they all converged on each other in the middle of the night. I've never even heard of a crash.
Wait, what? That happened?
Yeah, like in San Francisco, all the Waymo cars converged on each other in the middle of the night and start honking horns and stuff like that.
Bro, that's the robots meeting together to plot on us.
Hey, that's why.
Yeah, no, that's not just malfunction.
That's
they
why
were meeting.
That's why you need to get. That's why we need to get rid of our car.
That was a meeting. The robots had a meeting that night.
That's and what you guys know in the chat. What's the movie where I forgot, but all the Teslas start driving?
That's a
movie.
Like
I know exactly which one you're talking about.
They all meet up.
Yeah, it's a Netflix movie, I think.
Yeah.
That's not a movie. That's a documentary.
The movie was kind of trippy because it was like that movie happens like, oh yeah, Obama produced this. Like, what do you know?
Well, that's like the new show that's out right now, the new hotness. They talk about y'all seen Paradise?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's on Hulu.
Oh yeah, it's on Hulu. I almost started that yesterday.
Yeah, they say. I mean, it's just one of them things where like the world somehow gets like destroyed, and the people who know, like, they go underground.
So it makes a little too much sense here. They're saying in the chat it's called "Leave the World Behind."
Yeah, that is the name of the other. Yeah. I heard Paradise is really good though.
Paradise is a movie or a show?
Show.
It's a show. Yeah.
I might start that. I'm looking for something new.
Big Zion.
Real pleasant commercial break where we just discussed cars taking over and the world coming to an end.
Transformers is coming to life, people.
Everybody hopping that Waymo on
All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, hopping that Waymo.
Again, I've heard they're perfectly pleasant.
The homie was just in one the other day. He was sending me the video. He's like, I'm tripping out, but got where I needed to get. I'll be all right.
I remember talking to a couple the last time I was in San Francisco. They were saying the same thing. They were like, yeah, when you first, because one had just drove by while I was standing outside the hotel. I was like, that's wow. Like, yeah, no, we took one yesterday. It's jarring at first, but in the end, it's perfectly fine.
What do you do if like you get in an accident, like while you're in it, like someone bumps into the back of it or
whatever? Yeah, do you leave? Like,
yeah,
like this ain't got nothing to do with me.
Do I need to grab the insurance or what's happening here?
I have nothing to do with. I have no idea. There has to be instructions.
Do I get my money back as well? How fast is the next ride?
It's trippy, man. Being in that thing feels trippy. I don't know when I'm gonna take one.
This weekend. Take one this weekend.
Maybe. Because trying to get from
traffic out there going to be
trying to get from
crazy.
The arena to other festivities or something like that, or vice versa.
Everything's got to be pretty condensed though, right? They're not. Are they doing anything in Oakland?
They are. They're doing stuff on Friday night, like the Rising Stars is in Oakland, Celebrity Games in Oakland, so that's a little problematic. But the arena is still, like, just for instance, they'll be all over like downtown San Francisco. But if you wanted to do something in Union Square, the arena is not close to Union Square,
right?
Like, not where you can walk.
Yeah.
So you have to drive and park somewhere.
Just another reason why that arena stinks.
Well, you're not wrong.
It's honestly bad. It's really bad.
I was surprised by San Jose, the Shark Tank. It wasn't as old and desolate as I thought it might be. That's an old arena.
It is old. It is and it look, it just looks like an old arena.
It looks better than the Oakland arena.
Oh, it looks way better than the Oakland Arena. Yeah. It's just in a really weird area. It's like, where am I going? And then all of a sudden you make this left turn and you're like, oh,
the Shark Tank.
There it is.
But, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do at Chase Center at the dental office. Check it out, though.
Probably going to hit some nice decorations for All-Star and stuff.
Don't go get something to eat while something's going on. You won't see nothing.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Don't make the wrong right turn. You'll be
stuck in a hallway for an hour, and it is a hallway.
Hey guys,
with carpet, you're like walking through this like carpeted hallway.
What if we just built an arena where you walk, you can't even see the place where they're playing basketball? We just block
What
it
if
off
we
completely.
build the least patron-friendly arena imaginable? Say less, Joe. Say less.
We got you. Now, I'm not gonna say
also don't go to the left when you get there because you'll just run into a wall. It's the only arena, perhaps in history, that has a wall. Don't go to the left.
And then you're just stuck.
Just
stuck like Austin Powers.
You can go to a hallway on the concourse, a hallway just above the concourse, or a hallway way above the concourse. Or you can walk into a goddamn wall.
This is great. No, this is great. This is a great way to do things here in 2022, whenever they built it. Now, not in defense of the dental office, but more so in praise of Golden One. That concept that you talk about, Jesse, I think that's kind of exclusive to the Golden One. That's what kind of separate, because I don't think the Intuit Dome has that type of aspect where you're in the Golden One Center and you're on the concourse and it's open. You can see the entire arena still, like inside the arena. I don't know. Somebody could tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know if there's any other arenas like that.
Yeah, but at least the other arenas
that are closed,
that are open, right? Like, so
I think they're all open now, aren't they?
I don't think. Well, this one was just built. I don't think the Intuit Dome is.
Really?
Yeah. And
Orlando's open.
Orlando's open.
Okay, I think is State Farm. I think Atlanta's open.
Maybe.
I think you can see. I think it
like if you're walking the concourse around them, you can still see. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if they have that big
Forum is.
Oh, I don't either.
See, those arenas though, like it feels like, all right, I got to get to my seat to get to the basketball game. I'm at Chase and it's like, I got to get to my hotel room when you're trying to get through.
I'm really surprised the Intuit Dome isn't open.
Yeah, and like we talked about, it's 2025 now. Like, why wouldn't you do that? But crypto isn't like that. But crypto's an older arena. But yeah, I think that's one of the endearing aspects of Golden One Center. I mean, I was just always blown away when you walk through the doors and it's just all right there for you. Like, oh my goodness, I'll never forget when I walked through those doors for the first time. I was like, this is what we've been missing.
Basketball 2.0.
Zito brings up a good point in the chat. Is the Golden One Center the only place where it feels like you're climbing Mount Everest if you're sitting in the 200s?
Well, that one is dangerous. That one is dangerous.
Yeah, here's your harness. Get to your seat, please.
From what I was just having a conversation with, it might have been the Intuit Dome. I was talking to one of the young artists who came through for KSFM a couple of weeks ago. His parents came with him. He does a lot at Clipper games. And I had asked him, have you been to the new spot yet? He's like, yeah, been there a couple of times. He does a lot there. Like we've walked it and like, yeah. And I swear it was the Intuit Dome. He was like, yeah, them steps are steep. I was like, oh, hey, welcome to Sacramento. Like, hey, we can relate. No, we can relate. But I think he said the Intuit Dome is steep. And then, we had the discussion about how you do that to keep the noise inside. Whereas if you build out, the noise can kind of travel a little bit. But if you build up, it stays down.
They built up all right. Them things go straight up. Straight. This isn't funny, man. It's not funny, but I always think about, and that's only funny because, like, I guess nobody got seriously hurt. But I think about the Paul McCartney concert where they said people were people fell a couple rows.
So
come on.
So I went to Paul McCartney was first. No Mercy was the second.
Oh,
WWE was like second.
Yeah.
And I had an extra pair of tickets that were pretty good. So I walked all the way to the top. I found this man and his son and It's like, hey, you want these 2 tickets for the lower level? And they're like, yeah. So I handed them to them, like, go, you guys enjoy. And I watched them. They were skipping down the stairs, and I go to turn, and I'm like, oh. and all I could think of was Mankind in that halftime Heat match where he just started rolling down the stairs. So I'm literally like, step.
Yeah, take your time,
man. I can't imagine how ridiculous I looked walking down those stairs. Because I hadn't been up there. That was my first time. That was my first legitimate time in the arena.
Yeah.
I had never been up there before. And that was the last time. I'd never been back up there.
I've been up there a couple of times.
Yeah, liar. This dude lying. Oh, you gave your tickets away too?
No,
I'm doing up there.
You had
those were the tickets that were given to me.
You had to go see the poors who couldn't.
No, those were the tickets that were given to me. So I went to the seats.
Oh, you definitely got them. Definitely got them here.
No cup holders up there either. You're just kind of fighting for your life in those seats.
The no cup holders controversy is one of the most.
That's disrespect, to be honest. Give me a cup holder at least.
It's one of the most I'm from Sacramento things ever. The no cup holder controversy.
This is ridiculous. This arena's an F. No cup holders up
there. I remember Carmichael Dave did like a week's worth of shows about the cup holders.
People were upset about
what a moment.
They were upset. Damn. Another G1 seat, but yeah, it's it's the best arena in the game. I haven't been to Orlando. I hear people say great things about Milwaukee. Into a dome looks great. People have their qualms about it, but it looks great. But I think for basketball, there was one of the muses. It was Levine Muse, who is on Twitter, and he was talking about watching games in Sacramento now. And he's like, man, this is crazy to see. Like, everything is like so electric and the energy. Like, this is crazy. Mm-hmm. I got to get used to this. This is awesome.
We lose the muses. Yeah. Like, we lost Fox.
Fox Muse is gone. Muse, yeah, Fox Muse is gone. I saw him on the timeline.
Emotional goodbye. Yeah.
Those accounts
gained Levine.
Those accounts are funny sometimes.
No, they're very funny.
Well, you see, because sometimes we're like, yeah, love my time in Sacramento or whatever, but it's time for a new chapter. So hopefully this new city will be great for me.
Meanwhile, this person's in like Salt Lake City or something.
Yeah, brother, you're not De'Aaron Fox and you're not like insert basketball player. That's not you.
Keegan Muse got mad at me one time.
I think Malik Monk Muse is mad at me.
Why?
Well, because I don't know if he's mad. He might have just been asking a question. He was like, because I tweeted a little bit about Kendrick yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think Malik Monk Muse was like, do you have any thoughts on Kanye? I don't see him on your timeline anywhere, brother.
What?
And I was like, yeah, I've made my opinion on Kanye clear a long time ago. Like, no Twitter Nazi-filled rant that he can go on now is gonna like influence the way I feel the exact same way about him. I don't know if Malik Muse has responded yet.
Yeah.
And maybe he wasn't mad. Maybe he was just genuinely curious. Yeah. But I read it in a tone, Malik Monk Muse. I read it in a tone.
Shout out to Monk Muse and shout out to Keegan Muse.
Is there a Kobe Jones Muse?
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you get a Muse? Is there a KC Muse out there?
I don't know. There might be a D'Lo Muse. I think
would probably be D'Angelo Russell.
The new D'Lo on the radio.
Real D'Lo. Well,
I think no lie. I think I saw LaRavia Muse. I don't know if somebody was being funny.
Okay, that's a win.
It's LaRavia Muse over the weekend. And shout out to Kings Muse.
Never forget when Stat Muse turned off the replies because the Kings fans jumped him on Twitter.
Oh, beat their
Wait,
ass.
What happened?
Yeah, what was was it?
Don't remember why. I just remember they got jumped pretty bad on Twitter.
Wait, who got jumped?
Stat Muse.
Yeah, it turned off the replies. Dude, they were tweeting out
because they kept tweeting out the record with like Halliburton not there. And then I think the Kings went off and they wouldn't tweet the record. And people were lighting them up.
It definitely had something to do with Tyrese. That sounds about right.
We're lighting them up.
We're getting reveals of who ran the account and everything. No one was safe.
Sacramento
That's
fans,
an all-time Kings Twitter moment.
Sacramento fans be jumping people.
Well, shout out Jalen and Jacoby.
Yeah.
They got Jacoby got his ass whipped pretty bad.
Remember JJ got mad like when he after.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, Kings fans, I see you. Good for you.
I wonder how it has to be if they continuously get acknowledged. Like we don't hear anybody say, "All right, Hornets fans, I hear you." Like I guess they don't do nothing on Twitter. But Kings fans on Twitter, they get active. Sometimes too active, but they get active.
They just fighting for their squad.
Yeah.
They're just fighting for their squad.
Oh, yeah, Gilbert. No. They got Gilbert.
Did they get Gilbert?
They got
I don't know. I do not pay attention to that human being at all.
They got at Gilbert.
That shows a collection of some of the worst basketball takes you'll ever hear.
I just don't understand that, dude.
Antonio Harvey got at he didn't get at Gilbert, but he set the record straight.
Antonio ain't scared.
Tone.
He'll go at Pop.
Tone said, "Have you seen Sarah Hodges' IG?"
Well, he's not wrong. Have you seen anyone associated with Sarah Hodges and their IG?
I don't know, man. I'll just be looking at basketball clips.
Okay.
So, man.
I think I've seen you. Well, never mind. So this doesn't happen very often, but we saw a trade rescinded. I actually, it's the Mark Williams, Dalton Knecht, Lakers, Hornets deal. Guess Mark Williams didn't pass his physical. And it's so fascinating. I genuinely feel bad. I feel bad for the Lakers. I mean, you can't do anything now. Yeah, it's like it's over.
Yeah, the trade deadline.
Like the fact that it takes these deals so long to go through, and when something like this happens, it's just like we're stuck.
Right.
There's no. I mean, the Hornets don't care. The Hornets aren't going anywhere. The Lakers clearly saw this as an important component to what they were doing because they made sure to note publicly that in some way, shape, or form, Luka signed off on this. And I think LeBron was in that conversation as well. So I think the type of center that Luka likes to play with, LeBron gives the thumbs up. The deal gets done. Pretty big, trade considering Dalton Knecht had played pretty well for him.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like, no, not happening.
And it's over.
And then Dalton Knecht puts his Lakers jersey back on. Yeah. And the Lakers still have that 2031 pick, which was their big kind of prized possession, so to speak.
Yeah. I wondered at the time, like, how bad must the physical have been? Like, does he have degenerative issues in his knee or something like that? Yeah. Like, to the point where it's like, nah, we can't even go through with this trade. Because there was a part of me that said, all right, like if he's got a sore ankle that we weren't aware of or something, and I know it's more complicated than that, but all right, man, just push the deal through. We'll work him. We'll get him here. We'll rehab him, and we'll work through this. But how bad could the failure of the physical have been? Where it's like, yeah, we can't even take a chance.
I got to go back and double check, but if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't just like one thing they found on the physical either. Like he had multiple issues, I believe. Where it wasn't like, I don't think it was like one, like seriously, like, oh, he can't play right now or anything like that. But it's like, I kept seeing like, oh yeah, he's not going to be, like, they don't think he could play be their guy like 5 years from now and stuff like that.
Well, that's all Nico did in Dallas.
Yeah. Come on, man.
That's all he did.
Come on, man. My guy at The Athletic, whose name I constantly get wrong.
The Lakers guy?
Yeah. He said, Mark Williams, he hadn't done his physical yet, but they vetted his medical records and didn't have concerns because he didn't have any surgeries, and they wrote the individual injuries off as flukes. But once they put him through a physical, they saw red flags they hadn't seen before and decided they were out. They were out. So Dalton Knecht, welcome back to the Lakers. I know you guys, I was so disappointed that I didn't get to be a part of this. I know you and Eddie cooked on Friday.
Oh, yeah. Shout out Eddie, man. Yeah.
KD is pissed. Man. And it's not like, I mean, and Kevin Durant is the type of person who will just come out and go, yeah, I'm pissed. He used different language today.
Oh, he said something today?
Kevin Durant on the Suns trade rumors.
I missed it.
It's just part of the business, man. Everybody's bought and sold in this league. Everybody can be up for auction.
Jeez.
So I understand that it's just about getting back on the court and trying to play the game that I love. You start using words like that. Yeah, he's pissed.
You think he's gone?
Absolutely.
Summer KD.
Absolutely. He's out.
Why even explore that if you're the Suns? Why would you go like, oh yeah, maybe let's try and trade KD?
I had one person familiar with the league, like talking to them during the trade time, and we were talking about, because we thought KD was going to the Warriors, and we were talking like, I think KD's going to the Warriors. Like, here's what's going on, and the next day it was like, nah, this is actually way worse. He's staying with the Suns. Jimmy's going to the Warriors. Blah 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 blah. And the only response I got to that was, I couldn't stand Ishbia. It's like, oh, okay. So my man moving a little funny early in his tenure. But I think one component that we hadn't thought about is Ishbia's first big move, like that. Like we talk about the new owner urge. You got to do something to make a splash. Ishbia was the Kevin Durant, but Brad Beal, all that stuff. People forget Mark Cuban's not the owner of the Dallas Mavericks anymore. Yeah. They have a new owner too.
And he spoke over the weekend too.
Did he? And someone took notice. The King took notice.
The King. Hell was I at?
Yeah, the King took notice. He had I don't know if, I think he put it on social media somewhere about something about if a clown inherits a palace, he's not a king, or it's not a palace, it's a circus, or something along those lines. But it was clearly in response. I mean, he's defending his new teammate. It was clearly in response to what the Dallas Mavericks owner said, who I legitimately forgot he's a new owner too.
Yeah. And who knows what that situation's all about and how that'll play out. They got people. I couldn't imagine this. I think it's a pipe dream, but I heard it immediately, and I hadn't heard it before, but I guess it had been word out there, is that there's belief that the ownership and all this other stuff want to move the team to Las Vegas. And I can't imagine taking the Mavericks out of Dallas at this point. How long they've been there. They've won a championship there. They've been to finals. You got a Dirk Nowitzki. I can't imagine that. But a lot of people, when I had my ear to the street of Dallas, after everything, they were like, man, just take this team. Fine. If that's what you want to do, just take them, because this is ridiculous. Like, really? That's the conversation? Who knows what this guy's
So he did address that over the weekend. Again, you could do whatever you want with it, but he said there's absolutely he's not moving the team to Las Vegas. He's not taking the team out of Dallas. Again,
I thought
I'm not going to be the coach of Alabama. Like these things get said,
right?
But he did address.
A little deep there, pal.
Yeah. My bad. I forgot.
Don't worry, Deebo's on the way. Don't worry.
Well,
actually, I'm out on Deebo too.
Well, we'll talk about it, but that's your man's. That's my man. So I'm gonna miss Deebo.
Wait a minute, that's his man's?
No,
he wanted Deebo.
Not anymore.
Oh, you're out.
Yes.
Wait, didn't we have a Deebo Tyreek Hill trade worked out?
You guys never agreed. I was always.
You're
down.
backing out of the deal?
Yes.
Wow.
Too late.
No, you never
Hornets
agreed.
GM.
You never agreed. He's kind of old and slow at this point.
Too late. You'll see him report to OTAs very soon.
Jesse doesn't want him anymore now that he's been granted permission for a trade. It's like Jesse thought the girl was real cute when she was married, but now that she's single, it's like, she's not that.
Yeah, I don't really want
me.
Eagles fan, Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, big Eagles fan, big AJ Brown fan. That's his man's in them. I thought the person who took over the Mavericks, and obviously in these situations it's collective of people. I thought it was a woman. Is that her husband that's talking or something?
Maybe.
Might be a Denise to the Barlow, John York situation. I don't know. I thought it was
that's definitely a guy, Patrick Dumont.
Well, yeah. Maybe it's the family, because I remember they were saying she's like a powerful Las casino owner or something like that.
Yes, I know who you're talking about. I don't think she it's the Addison family, I think. Like they're associated with the Addison family.
Gotcha. I mean, it's neither here nor there. I just always thought that's the name that I remember hearing first. Al B in the chat said
Adelson. I said Addison. Adelson.
He's her husband.
Miriam Adelson, the majority owner of the Las Vegas Sands.
Would you guys rather have the 31-year-old with injury issues or the 25-year-old with conditioning issues?
The 25-year-old.
Yeah, that
10 times out of 10. The 25.
I just like the point. It's such a stupid trade. Like it's going to get worse and worse.
When you posed the idea of the Kings trading for Anthony Davis,
yeah,
like 2 years ago, or whatever, he went for Luka Doncic. They traded that guy that Kings fans didn't even want for Luka Doncic. Oh, crazy!
That is insane. And then poor AD hurt immediately.
Well, he wasn't healthy when the trade was made.
Yeah.
But God bless it. Could you imagine if this is, and I hope it's not, AD's a great basketball player. Could you imagine though, if this is like the beginning of his end and it just coincides with this trade to Dallas?
Oh man. People get their jokes off on AD. One of the greatest basketball players we've ever seen.
Oh, he's incredible.
You know what I mean? And even
one of the most unique.
Yeah. And even when, we've been, debating about his health and all this other stuff, last 2 seasons, he's been crazy. Like we've had our qualms of like, oh, you're not showing Sabonis love, or, he should be an all-star. He should be all NBA. We never said, take AD off. He don't deserve it. Like you look at them numbers and it's like, oh no, he's all-star. He's all NBA. Find a way to put Sabonis on with him.
Yeah.
Not because he's been that good.
Yeah. We'll have more on you have to, the story behind Lisa Salter's report on Joel Embiid yesterday was crazy. We'll have that for you. We'll get into this Patrick Mahomes conversation. We're trying to execute a trade for Deebo Samuel.
No.
Is Micah Parsons on the market? And then, of course, we'll get back to Keon Ellis and the Sacramento Kings. But if you're looking to put your house on the market, you need to hit up our people, Johnny Jennings at Made for More Realty. The real estate bar has been raised. You can avoid the hassle of selling and get at least 3 guaranteed cash offers in 72 hours.
Big ups to my people over at Johnny Jennings. I talked about it a number of different times, but there was a different time when Denise, she had her house up for sale. She wasn't sure what she was going to be able to do. And was she going to be able to get max value for her home? She got up with Johnny Jennings and the Made for More Realty. They took care of everything. Make sure she got max value. Make sure she got everything she needed. And it sold fast.
That's the thing right there. They sell your home 27% faster than any other homes on the market. And they have a ton of features that are just part of what they do. The professional photos, the staging, all of that stuff, the home warranty, they have got you covered. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and his team at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 01982-171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. Got more ahead here on ESPN 1320. Oh, you see my boy wiggle his way through that?
Oh, look. I'm going to pull it up. This one.
Oh,
up the tab, and I'm like, yo.
I got the first part in, and I looked up and I saw the look on your face. It was like, oh,
I said, are you for real? I said, are you for real?
It was like this. I hope this motherfucker doesn't bring up Jennifer again. I swear to God, this dude brings up Jennifer again.
I had the tab ready to go. Like, okay, yeah, let me click on it, and just nothing. Blank screen.
Not giving Luka the Supermax is a bad decision too, though. Just not having Luka Doncic on your team in any way is just it's a dumb decision.
Yeah, it's just
There's no instance where you go, yes, this player here, Luka Doncic, yeah, we're better off with him playing somewhere else. There's just that doesn't work.
It feels like, he overthought the situation a little bit because I understand it. Like the premise of what he's saying, I do understand. And we were going to talk about it last week, but it was busy. I heard I was listening to Bomani Jones. That's what I was listening to. And he replayed Windhorse's promo from the finals last year.
Mm-hmm.
And he was right, and he lit into him.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, that
was an all-timer.
Yeah. He said, that's the winner's locker room over there. That's what winners do. I don't know if Luka
eviscerated him.
And he was spot on.
Mm-hmm.
And the premise of, if you don't think he's ever going to do that, he's not going to be a winner. I understand. I wouldn't have done the deal. I just would have took my chances. Like I would have took my chances, but I hadn't heard that Windhorse thing since then. And he lit into his ad and he was right. He said, that's the winner's locker room over there. This is after game 3.
Yeah.
He said, that's what winners do.
Then go get Giannis or someone because you got worse. Like you traded for a worse player with, worse injury history. Like it's a dumb deal.
Like if you took Luka and went around the league, like how many players do you think you say, no, they wouldn't do it?
There's like less than 5.
Like, do you think Milwaukee would trade Giannis for Luka?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
But it's like with the Celtics, you have everyone besides Tatum. Probably.
And I don't think they'd trade. I don't think Tatum or Jokic.
That's 3.
I don't know that the list is longer.
Wemby.
Okay, Wemby.
Yeah, I think we might be done. I think OKC might trade Shea for Luka.
You've given up on him that bad, which I guess we have to trade him. Fine, I guess, but go get something better than Anthony Davis.
Crazy.
Not that Anthony Davis is bad, but he's already out a month now.
And unlike the Fox situation where, because you hear the stories of like, oh, if they would have opened it up, it would have lost their leverage. There's enough people who would have took a chance on Luka for a year and a half. If the thought was, oh, he just wants to get to LA, like there's been dispute about that too. But if that was the thought, there are people who would have done the Kawhi and said, I'll have him here for a year and a half. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but I'll take this chance.
Yep.
Well, Ricardo brings up a good point. Put Jake the Snake on that list.
Well, yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
It's a good point. We're not trading Jake the Snake for Luka Doncic. That's facts.
No, man. Jake the Snake plays basketball tonight.
Yes, he does.
Let's go.
The Jake the Snake era has begun.
Would it be too much of a deep cut for Scott Moak to play a little Jake the Snake after like a 3?
Like the music?
Yeah.
Yeah, no one would get it. I'm all for it. Have we even determined that that's his nickname, or did Jill just call him that and we're running with it?
I think Jill just called him that. We were running with it.
Well, then it's official then.
Yeah.
Isn't that how we do nicknames here anyways?
Pretty much. Freeport. Nobody was calling him Freeport.
Yeah. Facts.
Then everybody was calling him Freeport.
That's facts.
Somebody tweeted me and called him Freeport Laravia. So we got a new Freeport.
You just can't go handing out the Freeport nickname to everyone. Well, I guess the Freeport nickname is the new pizza guys.
That's facts. Who is Freeport right now? I don't think it's Laravia. Who is it?
Is it Jay?
It's well.
All right. So what is the?
Well, no, hold on. I was gonna say something, but I don't know if we got.
Say it.
I was gonna say is it Devin, but Devin's not even here anymore.
Stockton now.
He's not even here now. In all seriousness, I think that was. I don't know how he could just be back up when they come back, but I think he does.
Is it Mace?
Time. Oh, that's a good call.
But he never plays.
Yeah,
what about Jonas?
No,
we're sure.
No,
Jonas.
Jonas
paid.
He might be Galt.
All right, so
like if he or somewhere in like the where James lives.
Right.
So part of this criteria, you're gonna make less than $5 million.
Then you broke. Somebody said Isaac Jones. That's a good call. Isaac Jones.
Okay. Isaac Jones. Okay.
He moved into that duplex.
Isaac Jones, the new Freeport.
Yeah. Not Trey Lyles.
No,
he's
$8
too
million.
paid. He's too paid.
No,
Yeah.
man's marrying a soccer player too, man. He's he good. It's Isaac Jones. That's a good call.
Yeah,
it's a good call.
Yeah, like I said, Devin. Look, what he could be. It could be like they did with Kobe Jones. He'll be back up, back and forth. But
Devin ain't Freeport. Devin's dad was in the league. He can't be Freeport.
He's on his own now.
You got to have humble beginnings. Nah,
he's on his own now.
He can't have Freeport. No.
Elk Grove Carter.
That's a little better. He out there in Kenny's neck of the woods, where the truly. I ain't gonna say, man, where the truly elite live.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Let's get TC in here. 916.
Don't zip by that. What are you talking about?
916.
Where do you live?
909-1320. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
Not much, man. What's going on with your TC?
Oh, man, just vibing. Glad that the boys found themselves, man, and was able to get that dub the other night, man. Hey, once it click, it's going to be scary, y'all, for sure.
I hear you.
I'm
I
telling
hear you. Oh, you're not a believer, huh, D-Lo?
I just want to see it click. That's all. I just want to see it click.
Hear you. No, I do hear you on that.
I got you, D-Lo. And also, like, this ain't towards you guys, bro, but, like, a lot of everybody going to fan how they going to fan, bro. We already said we're going to leave 5 alone and move on, bro. We have to stop acting like this was like Michael Jordan we traded away, bro. And we keep trying to grade this trade talking about, is it adding up? Bro, we got 3 good players. We're going to move on it and do it moving and keep it trucking, bro. We can't keep acting like we traded Michael Jordan away. That's all I got to say, dog.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what he's talking about.
TC is venting about other people still talking about the trade.
It's okay, TC. They can talk about whatever they want to.
Yeah, and other people are going to. We're in the content business. We're in the news business indirectly. This is the story. Like, what goes on with San Antonio the rest of the year? What goes on with De'Aaron for the rest of his career is part of the story. They're connected, much like Halliburton is. Now we don't have to harp on it. We don't have to, always. We don't have to spend as much time as we did last week on it.
That's right.
But it's gonna always be part of the story, always.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add to it. Like, if there is something, if there's something approaches about De'Aaron that we need to talk about, we'll talk about it. But like, there's nothing to add to it. Part of what kept the Tyrese Domas conversation going so long is because Tyrese, I think himself, obsessed over it for a little while, and then because Tyrese kept talking about it, people wanted to talk about it with him. So it dragged on a lot longer than it needed to. I don't think De'Aaron's going to reference the Sacramento Kings again. I can't think of a reason that we reference De'Aaron Fox again, other than if we're just talking about stuff that happens in the league. The San Antonio Spurs are going to be a focal point of the league for a decade and some change. So as long as De'Aaron's there, that'll be a part of the conversation. But that's part of a league conversation, not a De'Aaron Fox conversation. This isn't going to drag out the same way because I just don't believe De'Aaron is going to talk about the Kings the way that with the frequency that Tyrese Halliburton did.
And Tyrese was a unique situation as well because nobody was talking about him. Then all of a sudden he was maybe the best American-born player in the game. Like, wait a minute, where were all you guys? We always said a lot of the times, like, yeah, Tyrese did some interviews and he said some things or whatever, but our frustrations was never with Tyrese. It was how he was being viewed and how people were talking about him. We're like, yo, you never talked about him like this when he was there in Sacramento. Now all of a sudden he's this untouchable point guard and all this other stuff. That was like confusing, baffling to us. But also I think one thing that happened as well is like once, and it's just interesting how these things go down. Once Tyrese came back to Sacramento, it seemed like things were done after that. He came back here, he played, he got a good response. You got that out the way. I remember we didn't really get that for almost a year because he was traded at the deadline. We were already done playing with Indiana. So he came back here and it's good. March, the good thing about Fox and everything that's going on is in a few weeks, he'll be back here. You'll have that. And I think even more so than now, things will really be done at that point. Like, it's all whatever at that point.
Kings better win that damn game, though, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I need that. Let's get Leezy in here, 916-909-1320. Leezy! Fly, Eagles, fly, baby.
Okay, well, you didn't have to say all that. I
already
showed them some love earlier. We don't have to go do the moniker of Fly, Eagles, fly.
Oh, I can't have a voice of my own. Oh, okay.
Fly, Super Bowl Eagles.
See what you started?
Look, our boy. He's happy. Let him be happy.
I'm excited. HAL is back. I'm very happy today. Hey, D-Lo and KC, in the words of Ric Flair, to be the man, you gotta beat the man. Shout out to Jalen Hurts, who everyone counted out. Shout out to Sirianni. I know he can be annoying. And it's going to be sad if we lose Kellen Moore. I'm just going to put that out there right now.
It looks like
nervous.
that's happening, huh?
Saints?
Yeah.
Lord.
You got Vic there, though.
But yeah. He did his thing, man. Hey, guys, just two questions. I'm going to keep it Kings related and Super Bowl related. For the Super Bowl, which victory do you think is better, beating Brady, the Nick Foles one, or beating Mahomes? And then for Kings, I really want to see the Kings get Reggie Jackson. I want to see him kind of like organize the offense, sort of like Fred VanVleet. But I'm nervous if you guys get Reggie Jackson, that's another good player. And what's that going to do to the rotation? Because people are already talking about Keon, and then you add another guy. So I'm just kind of curious what you guys think about if we got Reggie Jackson.
Appreciate you, Leezy. Congratulations to your Philadelphia Eagles. Much like Matthew, I give you the salute and all this other stuff.
Does not sound genuine at all.
Well, it's what I said. It's good for him, good for them.
Say it with some feeling next time.
Anyways,
do it with a smile.
Yeah.
Why? Ain't nothing to smile about. I'm doing what I need to do. I'm congratulating, saluting these guys, that are fans of the little Eagles, Super Bowl champions. All right, cool. But keep it moving.
The angriest congratulations in history.
Oh, little Eagles.
Is it being said or not? It's being said. So that's all that matters.
I think that's how apologies work.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not apologizing.
If you apologize to Jasmine in this tone, she would throw you out of the house. There's no feeling behind it. You don't mean it. That's what it boils down to. You don't mean it.
If the Cowboys ever won something, that's how it would be, and that's just how it would be.
I don't think you'd be like that at home.
That's just how it would be.
KC crashing at D-Lo's house again. Your house would be turned up. That's so funny though. If the Cowboys win,
that was.
Hey, shout out KC.
That was funny. That was me. That was D-Lo. That wasn't me, baby. That wasn't me.
Funny.
Don't get mad at me. I might have been thinking it. He said it. But as far as Reggie Jackson goes, they got Deshaun Nix from the G League over the weekend. I liked his game. I liked him as a prospect, but I think that might be their look. He's on a 10-day, so who knows how long that'll be. But that might be what they try out as having a point guard on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. Reggie, I like Reggie Jackson's game. I don't know if that's exactly what they're looking for. I think they're looking for a younger person for that role to just break glass in the case of emergency for the point guard stuff.
Well, was that supposed to be Devin Carter?
It definitely was supposed to be Devin Carter, which is also another miscast because, I'm a one-man Wolfpack, but I never thought he was a point guard. And they would be like, you drafted a point guard.
You're not a one-man Wolfpack. I'm questioning if the man is a basketball player at this point. Like, you got a first-round pick. You're begging for help. You're begging for depth. You got a first-round pick, who you couldn't play for 6 months, and now can't play because he's not very good. It's a black mark on the front office right now. It's a bad look, and I'm hoping it turns around because the Kings need a player like him. There are times with him where you go like, okay, I see it. It is raw, but I see it. And then there's times where it's like, God, get his ass off of the floor. And and Doug has gone with the second approach more often than he's gone with the first.
Yeah.
Because he has to. Like, this team's got to find a way you can't create a rookie learning curve out there where when you're barely a 500 basketball team desperately trying to win games.
The frustrating thing about it with Devin Carter though is, and I'm giving him grace, and when I say grace, not because he needs it from me or anything, but just like I'm trying to give him time as a rookie to get acclimated to the league. But they're all, to me at least, they're also not asking you to do a whole lot. Like, it's not like that. Like, run the off, be Rondo when Garnett and them got there. They're not asking you to do all that. They're asking you to give serviceable 6 minutes a half, and he can't do it right now.
I don't think they put him in a position to succeed. and more the
What do you
front
mean?
office than like Doug.
What do you mean?
Like you're asking this rookie to come out here after missing half the season or whatever you want to call it. All right, we need you to give us like real minutes. We're fighting for our playoff lives a bit right now, and we kind of just need you to get in with the flow with us.
Well, the Kings fighting for their life that's not his fault.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They put him in a position where
Sure,
like it's
I
tough
got
for
you.
him to succeed.
I got you.
I'm not even mad at Devin at this point. Like he's a rookie. Like you got to kind of help these guys out more than they help you, I feel.
Yeah, I mean he shouldn't have been drafted by the Kings.
No,
he shouldn't, and that's not even a knock on him. That's just looking at their situation, what they needed, what they were trying to do, and that wasn't the right pick for them.
The guy that they should have taken has been a Laker, a Hornet, and a Laker in the last 72 hours.
Or there's a number. I mean, to be completely honest, the guy they should have taken is the homegrown
for
Jalen
sure.
Wells.
Absolutely.
Like that's the guy that fits. He was a wing.
Mm-hmm.
He, could shoot. He's a 3-and-D wing. He could shoot, willing defender, all this other stuff. That's the guy. If you wanted to go point guard, you probably should have went Jared McCain. And then, like you said, if you were looking for maybe size and shooting, Dalton Knecht was right there.
Mm-hmm. So you had 3 opportunities to hit and you still missed. Nice.
Could have took Ware from Miami too.
Could have took Ware from Miami. Just and once again, I know we keep beating the dead horse, but all for a guy that couldn't play for 6 months.
Animals, whether they're dead or
well, that's true too.
Leezy also asked what Eagles Super Bowl is more impressive, them beating Tom Brady with Nick Foles or this last one with Patrick Mahomes. Obviously they're both really impressive. The Nick Foles one felt improbable because you had the league MVP on your team through 12 weeks, I think. And then he gets hurt. You lose him. Nick Foles keeps them going and manages to lead them to a Super Bowl. Shout out to Nick Foles. Got, a lifetime's worth of money off of that Super Bowl victory. I think I like this one for the Eagles because the totality of the story that we talked about to start the show. Mm-hmm. You played them in the Super Bowl, lost, headed into next year. It looked like a really, really good football team. Looked like someone where we're no Super Bowl hangover. Looked like a team that you're going to talk about representing the NFC. And then you die, and you die painfully in front of everybody. Come back this season, and you look lifeless. Your coach is on the hot seat. Your coach and your quarterback don't get along. Jalen Hurts being questioned as a quarterback, and you regroup, and you kind of do it. Okay, the Eagles playing good football. Okay, the Eagles are playing really good football. All right, we need to pay attention to the Philadelphia Eagles. And then they make the run that they make to, end the story was three-peat. That was the story. Whether it was a story from Kansas City side, whether it's what Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes were talking about, that's irrelevant. It's what everybody else was talking about. And I think the fact that you're able, not only the fact that they were able to regroup, after the season, last season, the Super Bowl loss, they beat their ass. Like there was no question about this game whatsoever. Leezy, I think I'd lean this one. I think I'd lean them beating Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs yesterday over the Nick Foles one.
Yeah, I think if you talk about which one is more impressive, I would go with the Nick Foles one just because that was so improbable.
Sure,
you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
And like you mentioned, you lose the guy that's going to be the MVP, and it looks like your season's done. And you go up against Brady in the Super Bowl, and you go point for point with them, and you're able to get it. This one. I don't want to. They were already one of the top franchises in football, but this one kind of legitimizes what you've been doing in Philadelphia on another level. Now you're talking about you've got like the first one could be looked at as a little fluky, like oh man, Nick Foles, that was just crazy, whatever. Now you've got a second one. Now you dominate the Chiefs the way you did, and now you've got 2 in 8 years, I think, and now you're up there is probably the preeminent franchise in the NFC at the very least. I think it's like you and the Niners. That's the way I would look at it. And you got Super Bowls, the Niners don't. So this elevates that franchise into another stratosphere, I think, being able to get that second Super Bowl trophy in the span of 8 years. So this one may be a little bit more meaningful.
Either way, trying to decipher which Super Bowl you've won over the last.
That's a great problem to have.
Yeah, it's not a bad problem to have.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad at all. Congratulations to Jalen and the crew right there. You said this to start the show. Patrick Mahomes, GOAT conversation's got to be on hold.
Yeah, it's got to be on
or
hold.
Ended.
Some would say some could say it ended. I mean, number one, when we talk about the GOAT, it was already tough after he lost to Brady, because Brady got 7. And much like Jordan and LeBron, like I've always said, LeBron doesn't have to have 7 to be considered better than Michael Jordan. Patrick doesn't have to have 7 or 8 to be considered greater, but 3 might not get it, or even 4 might not get it. And now you've got a situation where we've seen him just get befuddled in 2 Super Bowls. I ain't never seen Brady look like that. I ain't never seen Montana look like that. Not in those games. And that's what we talk about. Now, we could be talking about like another name that may sound like a knock, but it isn't. We could be looking at John Elway. Well, John Elway got smacked up in some Super Bowls. He also won some Super Bowls and looked great, like was Super Bowl MVP.
And there are people that'll tell you John Elway is the greatest passer. I don't know how
like
that's
him and
different.
Marino.
Yeah, they'll say he's the greatest passer, not the greatest quarterback. He's the greatest passer in league history, which I've never been able to compute that in my head. But I guess I need to watch more games, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, and that may be who he ends up being, John Elway. And we're assuming that they win more Super Bowls. I don't know. I don't know about that assumption either. Like this, they're going to lose Chris Jones. They're going to lose Travis Kelce. They've already lost Tyreek Hill, so maybe they can just rebound from that. But I mean, those are core pieces in what you're doing. If they're going to win more Super Bowls, it's going to look drastically different, or it's going to be different characters involved than what they have right now. And that's, you've got obviously the one in Patrick Mahomes, but you know, we've seen it. We've only seen it one time before, where you change the characters and they continue to win, and that's Tom Brady. He changed teams and he was able to win. So the assumption that he's going to win more Super Bowls, it's a little premature.
That team changed over last year, no? The Chiefs team?
Yeah, but the guys, the core, outside of Tyreek, the core is Patrick, Travis, and Chris Jones.
Okay.
And Travis and Chris Jones might be on their way out.
Okay.
You still got Patrick. You still got Andy Reid. You still got
Spags. I think Chris Jones was taken out somewhere in the second quarter yesterday.
He might have been taken out in warm-ups.
That man had the look on his face like, I don't want to do this no more. I do not want to do this no more.
So I think, but when you talk about the GOAT conversation, I hadn't seen the GOATs. I hadn't seen the GOATs like that 2 times now.
Well, but the thing is, I don't know that the conversation should have been had yet. So it's cool. Like, if you want to hit pause, if you want to end it, like, that's fine. The idea that it was happening like right now to me is a bit crazy. It doesn't change the fact we've seen him get to, what is it, 7 straight AFC championship
games, 5 Super Bowls.
So yeah, he's won 3, lost 2. Yeah, I mean, he's still got a lot of career left. We could argue whether it's more or less than he's already played, but he still has a pretty decent, amount of time left. One thing Brady will always have going for him is Brady did play 20 years in the league, 20-something years in the league. He was like a basketball player out there.
Right.
And won that Bucks title late.
Brady's situation, as much as I want to
shout out to Brady, by the way. I don't know if you caught this near the end of the game. He referenced, well, yeah. So it was one of those things that we were talking about earlier where the TV was on. I wasn't watching it, but I could hear it. And Tom mentioned Patrick Mahomes' struggles against the Bucks without ever referencing he was the winning quarterback in that Super Bowl. Yeah. He was just referencing what the Bucks did. He wasn't even speaking. He didn't say nothing. He didn't even, he didn't, if you didn't know, you wouldn't know that he played for that team. He was just like, yeah, he, a couple years ago, he really struggled against the Bucks defense. Like they had a target on him. But like he knew the whole game plan. No weed, no nothing. And I was like, I think that's a great character. I'm not sure. It was almost weird.
Yeah, but that's genius. Tom had a great day.
I thought Tom had a really good day.
Tom had a great day. The wrist was frozen by Jacob the jeweler too. I mean, my goodness.
Did you? And where's yours? Is that the same watch you wore? The $800,000 watch?
Or have you seen me with one that looks like that?
That's the one.
And then I'll ask a follow-up question. Have you seen you with one that looks like that?
No.
What do you mean no?
I have not.
What kind of watch you got on today?
I do
what
not
kind of watch you got on
have
today?
An Apple Watch on. I have not seen a watch. I do not. I do not own a watch anything like what Tom Brady had on his wrist yesterday.
Yeah, that was a trip.
My goodness.
The with Mahomes though, like Brady is the outlier, clearly. 20 years, multiple different teams. You lose, key guys, and you just keep it moving. History says, we'll ask the question, and we'll talk prize picks when we come back too. More or less half Super Bowl in Patrick Mahomes' career.
I'll go more.
I'm say less.
So he's done.
I think he's done Super Bowl wise.
Wow.
He's not a bad player. Think about where Drew Brees was when he won his Super Bowl. He never even got back.
Yeah, I don't think Drew Brees is Patrick Mahomes though.
Yeah, Mahomes is better than him, no?
Yeah, I don't think that's.
Mahomes is still all time great.
You guys may be right. I'm not here to argue that, but let's not talk like Drew Brees wasn't Drew Brees.
No,
like
Drew Brees is
but Drew Brees one of the top 10 quarterbacks to ever play the game.
It's fine, but Mahomes is already better than that. Like Drew Brees didn't even achieve what Mahomes has.
Is he?
Who, Brees?
He's the top 10 quarterback of all time.
I mean, isn't he the all-time yard leader or something like that?
Yes.
And I'm just talking about like in that moment, like the Saints. Jess, you might have been a little young, but in that moment, who the Saints were.
Yeah.
Whoa, I'm not too young. Don't worry, that's crazy. I'm not too young for the Saints. Maybe the Chargers.
Who the Saints were at that time. They got that one. Drew was relatively young. It's like, oh man, Sean Payton, all these boys might go. Never even got back. He never even got back. I don't think it's Patrick Mahomes is great. He's an all-time great. But I'm not penciling him in for more Super Bowls. Just the way the league goes. There's only one.
You got him out. No more.
No more. There's only one Brady. And maybe that's the answer to who the GOAT is. Brady's the only one to ever do any of that.
Brady is the GOAT, by the way. Like, that's not a discussion, is it?
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
Like, Brady is the GOAT.
It
shouldn't be.
I want to say Montana, but it shouldn't be.
Brady's
the GOAT.
To get to, like, there's just a number of, he's got like 12 or 13 more years to get to the number Brady did. Now, Brady, he might not get there because as we've attempted to make, Brady is the outlier.
Mm-hmm.
But even if he goes to 38, like he still has 10 more years.
I think, and not saying you could say he's better. I'm not arguing that. But Brees played another 10 years with a top team.
Yeah,
like they hosted NFC Championship games and still couldn't get it done. Like it's not as easy as just saying like he's gonna win.
Brees isn't Patrick Mahomes though.
Okay.
Brees isn't Patrick Mahomes. We'll come back. KC, we got prize picks on the way. We're trying to trade Deebo. I guess the trade with the Dolphins are off. We'll get to that, and then we'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings, who are in Dallas tonight. That's all ahead here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, did you give that paper to Jackie with that winner?
Oh, man.
This is uncalled for right here. You too, Sal, huh? You too?
Thank you.
Dolphins picking Culpepper over Breeze is probably the worst moment of my sports life.
That was tough. No, that was
like, I remember being a kid during all that. Oh, they're going to get Breeze or Culpepper, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, wow. And it's just all downhill.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. That's crazy.
They can never take that away from us, Tyler.
Can't erase who we were, man. Champions, man. Can't erase who we were. Yeah, I'm going with that. I'm frozen thanks to Jacob the jeweler. Oh, no, not that. Hold on. I got to make sure. Hold on, guys. Yeah, we're just gonna go with that. Yeah, Ben's little bro, he's turning into big bro. Ben's little bro turning into big bro. D-Lo and KC, Monday afternoon, the city of Sacramento. And there's a lot going on. We got to talk about the Kings. We got to talk about trading Deebo and trading Micah Parsons and all that other stuff, football. But I got to talk about Prize Picks because I got me a little dub yesterday in Prize Picks. Shout out to them for that Patrick Mahomes free play right there. That definitely helped out. He just barely got it, but, it worked out.
Okay.
No,
it was a half a yard.
He just barely got it.
Okay. I mean, it was bad. But damn,
he just barely got it, man. But he did get it. I ended up getting that victory. One of my favorite plays yesterday that went under the radar was what's my man's name? Dotson. I had him at 3.5 yards, and he's the one that got the big reception and got him to the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was a good call. Only thing that didn't work out for me was Isaiah Pacheco. Did not get 22 rushing yards. I think he had 7, but that's neither here nor there. Check out what Prize Picks is doing today, because this story just won't go away. This is still turning into one of the most unbelievable stories of our time. They have a 7x7 combo, 7 hours, 7 discounts. You want to take a guess? What's that for?
7 for 7. No.
Luka's debut.
Really?
Luka's debut discount. 7 hours, 7 discounts.
By the way, he's only listed as probable tonight. That's the crazy thing. Like, he's listed as probable.
Add these 7x7 combo discounts to your lineups to celebrate Luka's Lakers debut.
Wow.
We're dropping 1 Luka discount every hour.
Didn't get a Jake LaRavia special.
Yeah, they need to step their game up on that.
Come on, man.
They started at 12:30 all the way up until tip-off for the Lakers tonight. So, yeah, go on there. They got every hour they're getting a Luka discount. on Prize Picks. So that's what's going on. But I don't even need all that. I already got B money ready to go.
Okay.
Already got B money ready to go. We got Zach LaVine, 26.5 points and assists. Give me more. We got Malik Monk. This one hasn't failed me much at all, and I'm sticking with it till the wheels fall off. 1.5 3-pointers made from Malik Monk. Go ahead, give me that. Domantas Sabonis, 3 free throws made. Give me that. And last but not least, I went easy. Usually I go 5 or 6. I only went 4 today. Kyrie Irving, 33.5 points and assists. Give me more. That's that B money.
Okay.
Make sure that if you're going to play a Prize Picks lineup, you go to the promo code and put in KIFM. That gets you $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. All you need to do is put in that promo code KIFM. Win, lose, or draw, you get $50 with your first $5 lineup.
Right.
You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
Take this from a cheapskate who doesn't like losing money. You do this right, you can live off that promo money forever.
Well, you be winning.
Well, that's what I mean. You got to do it right.
Yeah.
I ain't spent a penny of my own money. And I had a 3-game losing streak. But I hit on a couple of big lineups. Got that $50 promo money right out the gate.
Boom.
And eating ever since.
Cooking. They the Luka thing is interesting. ESPN for the second time now is going to interrupt programming to show Luka's game.
That's a little excessive. Like, we've seen Luka play basketball. This is a little bit much.
They tried to do it on Saturday, and they moved Duke's game around. They moved a couple other things. They had Pacers, Lakers on ESPN, and then LeBron and Luka were ruled out. So they said, we're just going to keep doing until we get it right. They're doing it again tonight.
Ever since we found that video of Luka laughing at Draymond Green, he's my new favorite player. He is my favorite player.
Go ahead and play the clip. That's you. Luka's his favorite player now. I mean, go ahead, say it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and play the clip.
No, go ahead. No, just say it. Just say it. You don't have to play a clip. Just say it. Go ahead. It's your boy.
Wait, what are you doing here? Like, are you insinuating that him saying Luka's his favorite player is the same thing as you saying what you said?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Go ahead and say it. He should
Okay,
say it. No,
Lake Show.
Don't play it. Say it.
Okay, Lake Show.
That would not hit the board, by the way. That's not even close to the same thing.
What? I was just happy Carmelo got a job. This guy's saying it's his favorite player.
Well, it's funny because he was laughing at Draymond Green. He deserves all our respect for laughing at Draymond Green.
Salute to Luka.
I'm going to get me a Luka jersey just because he laughed at Draymond Green. He's just like us. He knows he sucks. He knows he's just like us. Man.
Oh, man. But yeah, Luka potentially making his debut. I don't even know if they're at home. Are they at home? I think they are, actually. Playing Utah.
There's only a couple games tonight, right?
Well, no, those are full slate.
There is?
Yeah, it's a full slate because nobody played yesterday.
Oh, that's right. There were a couple games last night. I had the scoreboard up from last night. Yeah, hey, let's go Bucks. Golden State and Milwaukee tonight.
No Giannis. Damn.
Yeah, Giannis out 10 to 14 days.
Cleveland and Minnesota. Well, we might have some work there.
There you go. Yep.
San Antonio. I mean, why is it every time we need a win or a loss, somebody's either playing Washington or Utah all the time?
Well, I feel the 10th win coming along for Washington right now.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
You see that after the buzzer shot?
I did.
Someone brought up a good point because that got tweeted out by like Hoop Central or something like that. It's like, oh, De'Aaron Fox, so close, it's so clutch, but it didn't count. And they were like, you guys would have never tweeted this when he was on the Kings if that happened.
So close, but didn't count. That's funny. That's when Patrick Mahomes threw that pass in the Super Bowl when they were getting their ass whipped by the Bucs.
Incomplete.
Yeah. He's like, oh, Patrick Mahomes almost completed this pass. All right, bro.
And then I got it. This ain't my words. I got a text on Saturday after that game.
Okay.
This ain't my words. I'll just
Okay. Wait. Did the text come from someone inside your house?
No.
Did the text come from someone associated with basketball?
Yes.
Go.
I'm not.
What'd it say?
It was a screenshot of All right, I'm gonna read the screenshot.
Okay,
these aren't my words,
okay,
man.
What was De'Aaron's last name in the text?
There was no last name.
Okay,
there was no.
That would have been a dead giveaway too.
But yeah, but there just was no last name. It was a screenshot.
Yep.
From Hater Central.
Mm-hmm.
This is just funny, man. I don't agree with none of this, but it's funny.
Okay.
They said De'Aaron Fox tonight, 9 points, 3 of 11 field goals, 5 turnovers. In all caps, the snake ran out of venom.
Oh.
Not gonna lie, these little hater report Centel accounts been kind of running Twitter this year.
They really do not like De'Aaron.
They're hilarious. No, they said I asked the person. I said, "Are you behind this account?" Because one time I said, "Are you behind this account?" Because one time, this is when he was with the Kings. He had a bad game, and it was like 5 points, 2 of 13 from the field, 3 turnovers. De'Aaron Fox. Just Killian Hayes with a 4.340.
Oh my God.
Killian Hayes with a 4.340.
That is brutal.
They're so rude, man. They're so rude.
You know who gets sent out a lot is Stephen A.
Oh, he be getting caught?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see when Zion was a few weeks ago? Zion was in whatever, it was a topic for them or something like that. I think he got suspended I think he missed a plane, right? Or he was late.
Yeah, that's when he got,
So that happened. I think Centel tweeted that, Zion was late because he was in the drive-thru. And then Stephen A. on First Take was like, I saw reports that he was like, I hope he wasn't getting food or anything like that.
Stephen A., come on. Come on. The bigger point of
this account is hilarious, but they do make a great point.
They're so rude, man. Oh,
dead ass. The Luka Doncic trade to the Lakers was way more exciting than the Super Bowl.
Facts. Fox to the Spurs was more exciting than the Super Bowl.
The NBA dominated Super Bowl coverage.
This is the biggest L the NFL's took that week, probably in ever, maybe.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
And next year they're going to be in Santa Clara, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm worried it might rain.
Mark it. February 10th. No, this will beat your weather report from a year ago.
Yeah, but just
the
think
famous
about
Trista Crick 49ers Seahawks game.
Yeah. No, Cardinals.
Oh, it's Cardinals.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right.
But think about this is rain season up here.
Okay.
I don't know
you're
why.
Right.
That's risky to have that Super Bowl in a non covered stadium in California. Northern California at that. I'm worried.
Only KC could predict the weather from a year out.
Well, he was right last time.
That's the thing.
History tells us.
That he's wrong.
Think about it's not the exact same time, or is it? No, this was late January. Last year, Niners-Packers divisional round.
Mm-hmm.
Rain.
Mm-hmm.
I get worried, man. Niners-Cowboys 1992. Rain. Niners-Cowboys 1994, an NFC Championship game. There was rain all week. It ended up being sunny for the game.
You oddly obsess over the weather.
Well, with football, it affects the game. So if my Niners is out there doing work.
So you're concerned about the 49ers in the Super Bowl next year playing in the rain at
well,
home?
Not necessarily.
Oh.
I want to go to the game. So
okay. Well, of course, it's always about you.
So I don't want to travel through the storm we had last week to get to Santa Clara.
Oh, God. For real. Kenny Caraway, Radio Row. Hey, the Kings just traded De'Aaron Fox, but real quick, here to talk about his partnership with
Thurman Thomas, ladies and gentlemen. Thurman Thomas.
Goodness gracious. So in the Super Bowl that's going to be played in Santa Clara next year in the rain, you don't expect Deebo Samuel to be on that team.
No, he's not going to be on that team. He might be on the team that's on the Super Bowl. I don't know where he go, but he ain't going to be on the Niners.
And to be clear, the trade with the Dolphins, it's off. We're not doing it anymore.
What's the problem? Why don't you want to get Tyreek? We'll give you Tyreek in a 5th.
Whoa, that was not the trade. The trade was Tyreek and a 7th-round pick for Deebo Samuel, a 3rd and a 6th.
3rd and a 6th?
Yeah.
That was the trade.
Settle down. And this is where we had the hang.
Kyle Madsen had the same
third
reaction when I read the trade back to him on Friday.
You had that
like,
third.
I must be the greatest GM of all time if I got you guys to say yes originally.
Well, no, you didn't get me to say yes. I took the third out of there. The third is crazy.
We're
not doing a third. We're not doing a third, but everything else we can make happen.
It seems like Tyreek Hill's gonna be a Dolphin still. So
and it sounds like the Niners may have their eyes. This is just rumors. We don't know if they do or not. But T. Higgins or Devontae Adams, who now with things changing in New York, he may want out, or he's said he wanted out. One of the two.
Am I crazy
things
for
are different.
Wanting T. Higgins out of those two?
Well, T. Higgins was on the franchise, no?
Yeah, I believe
Wasn't T. Higgins the franchise? Like, yeah, they're not gonna do that again.
Does that carry over though?
The franchise tag? No, they'd have to do it again.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's more expensive to do it the second time.
Right. So he might just be a free agent, right?
Right.
Yeah. So no, I'm not even saying a trade. I'm saying that's who they might go get.
Okay.
T. Higgins in free agency. Then Devontae would be a trade. Obviously, Tyreek would be a trade. But I wonder. Kyle might have said, I don't know, but I wonder if they save any money with the trade, what the dead cap situation is with Deebo. Yeah. I think I know we've seen the last of Deebo as a 49er. That's my guy, man. That's one of my favorite 49ers, man. So it sucks, but it is time. It is time. Time for, and it was a very amicable. It was a very mutual process there with the trade request, because I think Schefter reported it, and then Deebo quote tweeted and was like, I got love. It was tough for me to do this because I love Kyle Shanahan. Oh no, he put praying hands. He said to Schefter, it was tough for me to do this because my relationship with Shanahan and I love the organization. I thank the organization, but it's just time. It's time for a new.
So I'm pretty sure he's already posting photoshops on Instagram.
He did. Then wasn't the Broncos one of them? Did you
Broncos
see that?
or Texans? I thought I saw.
Yeah, I saw Broncos.
So isn't it likely though he just gets cut?
Yeah, I mean,
he's not going to be a 49er.
Right.
And this whole I get it if you feel like there's 4 or 5 teams or whatever, you're one of those teams, you've got to make the move.
Mm-hmm.
But you could also be like, they're not keeping him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you feel like you have a very realistic chance to get him, maybe it's obviously a game of chicken. Do you make the trade to ensure that you get him on your roster, or do you just wait and see if he gets through this process without any suitors and knowing they're going to cut him and you sign him as a free agent?
Yeah, that's the conundrum there, right? Like, if you're a team that's interested in Deebo, do you go get him without anybody else kind of being involved via trade, or do you hold out and wait for him to be a free agent essentially? I don't know. I mean, I guess those guys would have a better understanding of what the market might be and who you'd have to go up against and what you'd have to give up in a sweepstakes, a bidding war for Deebo. And if you look at it and you're like, oh, there's only 2 teams around, like we could wait this thing out. And we've, maybe through back channels talked to his agent and know that he wants to come here, if he hits free agency. We don't have to give up anything. So we'll see.
Okay. There's also reports out there that the Cowboys might be open to trading Micah Parsons. That is not a situation where he'll get to free agency. And no, that is an entirely different situation. And of course, Micah Parsons comes on the heels of something we didn't probably give the attention that I feel like it deserves. And that's the Myles Garrett trade request. Myles Garrett, top defensive player in the league, could have been, defensive player of the, I don't even know who won defensive player of the year this year.
I don't either. I know it wasn't Nick Bosa.
I only knew the awards were happening because alerts started popping up on my phone.
Let me guess. How about before you come? Let me guess. Let me.
I have no idea who it was.
Let me think. Before you hold on. I think it was. Was it JJ?
JJ who?
JJ who?
I mean, not JJ.
What?
TJ. TJ.
D'Lo, would you like to take a guess?
Well, no, I have it.
Oh, okay.
No, it wasn't TJ.
Okay, one more guess. It wasn't.
Guess the position.
It was defensive lineman. It wasn't Jalen Carter. He didn't have that great of a season. I don't know.
Jesse, who was it?
Pat Surtain the second.
A cornerback.
Yeah, Pat Surtain.
Yep.
For the Broncos?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's a good
major
ball player,
Scotty Barnes energy right there. Jeez.
Well, the Broncos they made the playoffs, but they weren't like the Commanders. They didn't go on a run. And he got acknowledged. He's a hell of a corner, too.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
He's a hell of a corner.
Yeah.
Salute to him.
I remember when the Broncos weren't playing well to start the season, 49er fans, I want Patrick Surtain headed into the trade deadline. I don't think that.
Break the glass.
Okay. Oh, literally break it? All right. Damn it, that was loud.
From Shams, arbitrators have ruled Mark Lore and Alex Rodriguez over Glenn Taylor as the next majority ownership group of the Minnesota Timberwolves. Lore and Rodriguez told ESPN the NBA's board of governors now have to approve Lore and Rodriguez. A-Rod wins.
How about that? One of the weirdest stories in recent NBA memory. Like, I know this is, just give me a 30 for 30.
Yeah,
give me a 30 for 30 on this.
Yeah.
Because it's like Glenn was like, I'm sick of this basketball team. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to sell it. Who's buying it? Alex Rodriguez. Great. Here you guys go. Oh, we're good now? I don't think I want to sell anymore.
I changed my mind.
You can't do that.
No.
So I kind of miss that guy. It's weird not seeing him in the chat.
Oh, well, yeah. Shout out to Katrina.
He wouldn't even come hang out with us yesterday.
I said he was working.
Redacted Sun Devils.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Said he was working. You see him all the time, though, at Kings games. You know what I mean?
First ever chatter, I believe.
Yeah.
Chatty-house.
Yeah, just angry to be in there, too.
Yeah.
Just mad. He was in here and supportive.
Yeah. Good point. Good point.
But yeah, I guess, I mean, I like A-Rod, so that's good. It was always weird seeing A-Rod courtside and talking to the players after games, having a good time while this was going on. If you were Glenn Taylor, wouldn't you even keep him out of the building?
Yeah, how could you probably couldn't because you were in arbitration. Like they're
probably, you just kind of leave
and they're
alone.
still minority, even in the current or past, I don't know how to phrase it. Even in the structure of the organization that Glenn Taylor was living in, they were still partial owners.
Yeah.
I don't know how you keep them out.
Yeah.
They were just partial owners who they didn't pay. No money has exchanged hands. That was the weirdest part about learning about all this. No money has exchanged hands yet. It's essentially like I guess it's just in an escrow account. It just, you've shown proof that it exists. Or that you can, it exists in document form where you have proven that you can, get this money upon the time to close the sale. So, yeah, there are so many things about this story that are so strange, which is why I demand a 30 for 30.
Yeah, I'd love to hear how this all played out. And my boy A-Rod is now owner of the Timberwolves, man.
It's your boy, huh?
Yeah,
I like A-Rod.
No,
I do like A-Rod.
He's fraud. He's a fraud.
No,
I can't
A-Rod,
believe
first
we've all just gone along with this little face turn like with this guy. We've all just went along with it for no reason.
First of all,
why did they use that picture?
No, that's
why does he?
Great.
You couldn't find a picture where brothers are smiling or something. Like, why does he look like that?
That's crazy. Maybe that's all Getty Images has for him in a Timberwolves.
And it absolutely
courtside.
does look like he's using self tanner. Like his forehead is hella dark. Like it's not dark under his eyes. Like, Alex, come on, man.
Shout out A-Rod, man. Shout out.
Just Drake watching the Super Bowl yesterday. I like Alex Rodriguez too. Good for him.
He cheated and did all that other stuff. That was tough. But his second act has been fantastic. He is great on Fox's MLB coverage. Fantastic. He's also really good. I don't think he's on there anymore because he's with Fox. But when he was doing Sunday Night Baseball, he was great too.
Wouldn't know. Didn't watch it.
he's also self-aware too. Like I liked him in the Jeter doc when A-Rod was talking.
You know, I gave up on that documentary.
It was cool.
I thought it was okay, like, because it's like 10 parts, right?
Yeah, it could probably be 6, but it was still. They did a good job.
I just watched it for a while, and I think the episode I quit, ridiculously enough, was the one right before the Alex Rodriguez episode.
Yeah,
I was just bored. I was like, I don't care. This is not interesting.
He did a good job. He was very self-aware. He's like, I was really insecure. Like I was as talented as I was, and I was just really insecure. I forgot everything he said, but I just remember him thinking about like, yeah, I could have handled it differently, or I was just a really insecure young guy, you know what I mean? And that led to some of the stuff that happened. So yes, I like A-Rod. That is my boy.
The Last Dance was bad for sports documentaries.
I agree. Not everything needs to be 7, 8, 9, 10 hours long.
Just do a 45-minute SC special on Jeter, and we'll be good.
This is funny. I looked up Micah Parsons' trade, and rumors, Cowboys exploring trade. There's all these different articles, write-ups, and then I find this one. CeeDee Lamb reacts to unfounded Cowboys Micah Parsons trade rumors. Oh, that's definitive. Where is this coming from? It's coming from DallasCowboys.com. It's coming from their actual website. That's terrific. That's great journalism right there.
CeeDee Lamb, shout out to CeeDee Lamb, man. Rumor swirling, man. He did his thing, man. He said him and Taylor Rooks were spotted.
Oh,
yeah. Big up CeeDee Lamb. I guess he's not with that girl he's with on draft day anymore.
Well, that's
shouldn't have took his phone.
That was obvious. He might not have been with that girl who was there on draft day the next day. Okay. All right. We'll come back. I was going to ask a follow-up, but I don't want to. I've changed my mind. No follow-up. We'll come back. Let's center our attention back on the Sacramento Kings. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. Of course, the Sacramento Kings take on the Dallas Mavericks coming up here. Just a handful of hours away. No Anthony Davis. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Keon Ellis. We'll talk about the task that faced Doug Christie headed into the All-Star break here just a few days away. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Rob Nacho. Ham's coming up in a minute. On top of the hour.
John Bull, we can if we want to be bold. Might be our last time playing clips, though.
Oh man. Oh, that was
hilarious.
That was iconic. Absolutely iconic. Yeah, Aldrin, I like Jalen. I'm happy for him. I'm really happy for him, actually. I think he's a good player. He's good. He's really good. But I'm happy for him, man. He was in complete control of that game yesterday. It felt like they had a game plan against a really good defense, and they executed it. And that defense was so, I think, locked in a little bit on Saquon. As much as I enjoyed Sky River yesterday, and the food and company and all of that, I really don't like watching games with people in that type of setting because I find myself having to go back and catch up on so much. Thankfully, that was such an ass whooping. I didn't have to go catch up on a lot. There was a few things in the first half I had to go back and rewatch, but ultimately I just went home, rewatched halftime, then watched a condensed version of the first half again.
I threw on a movie after Devontae Smith scored his touchdown.
Yeah. Yeah. By that point, I wasn't paying a lot of attention anymore. Yeah, no, Brian. Well, I was thinking about that, Brian. Truthfully, I don't think I could have pulled a second cigar. I think I'm good for one. And they had that Angels rye we were drinking over at 32. D'Lo must be nice to be on stage with Key Sweat like Kenny. Man, I wasn't on stage. Bro. Just KC was. I was just sitting down.
On Saturday?
It was on Friday.
Oh, on Friday.
Yeah. Jams concert. I work for Jams. He doesn't.
Gotcha.
I was just standing next to the equipment.
I just took some video.
I was wondering if Kenny caught his Knicks on Saturday.
That's what we're doing.
I was just wondering.
First of all, I'm a Knicks supporter. I'm not a Knicks fan.
I know where you stand with the Knicks. I'm just asking if you saw what happened.
I saw what happened. I saw the Celtics doing what they did.
Whoa. Chris Haynes.
Uh-oh.
Chris Haynes. Make sure Chris got it first. Did Chris get it first? No, Shams got it first.
Trade deadline got extended? What's going on?
Kyrie Irving is replacing Anthony Davis.
Kyrie was a friend, not saying like I get
no, he was right there.
He was a fringe all-star when everything went down. So
yeah, I mean,
I understand it.
I mean, winning certainly matters. Dallas is 28-25, and they don't have two all-stars. They only have one. Luka didn't make it. He's not a Maverick anymore. Guess you need Dallas representation. I'm telling you, I think Domas said no. I'm gonna tell that story to the end of time. Domantas Sabonis told Adam Silver no. There might not be a semblance of truth to it, but I'm gonna believe that that's what happened.
What you think it might be the NBA being like, we don't want to throw another center into this game?
Well, I mean, maybe, but you're replacing.
You already got Jaren Jackson in there.
I mean, if we're being real about it, yeah, like Kyrie Irving should absolutely be the replacement if that's correct. But if we're also get Sengun off there, get LaMelo on this squad somehow. If this is what we're doing, I'm going to say this until they do it. Pick a direction that you want to go with this stupid ass game. Decide what you want. Is it a reward or is it something for television? Because if it's something for television, absolutely, Kyrie needs to be there. The fact that Trae Young wasn't there to begin with in the first place is ridiculous. You need to have LaMelo there. Like if that's what we're doing, let's do it. But get Sengun off of this goddamn team. With all due respect.
Is
good ball player, then I'm not tuning into. I'm not going to watch 2 seconds of this game.
Well, I'll watch the game.
You're going to go to the game.
Yeah, but it's still the game.
I'm not watching this game. Bruh, we're off Monday. I'm not thinking about this game.
What was I going to say?
I don't know.
Oh, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Do you think is this Trae Young's first All-Star appearance? I feel like I've seen him in an All-Star game before. But the way he talked about like how he always gets snubbed, I feel like he's never made it. But I feel like I've seen him.
Trae Young.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him in.
He's made 4 of them, bro.
Yeah. Well, why does?
Well, this is his 4th one.
Okay, but still, why? Sorry, man. Because look, I knew I was tripping. Because when the initial rosters came out, Trae Young goes, well, yeah, they shouldn't call it getting snubbed anymore. They should just call it Trae because it happens to me. One day the fans will see. Da-da-da-da. I'm like, yo, I'm sorry. Have you never made you made an All-Star game before? He's made 4.
This is his 4th one.
What? Did you catch that too, Jesse?
Yeah, I was like, well, because now you're bringing it up. I was like, wait, I guess he has made 4. Like, it made it seem like he only made 1 or something.
He was making like he had never made it before. I was like, I know I've seen Trae Young in the All-Star game.
Trae Young is a funny guy.
He is a funny guy.
Remember, he went to the Eastern Conference Finals. And
remember he got bored the next year?
Yeah, exactly.
Like a week into the season?
Regular season's kind of bored now. I want the playoffs.
That's my boy, Trae Young.
Trey's good.
Might
Trey's
need a
good.
Trey Young jersey, although he's not going to be in Atlanta after this year, I don't think.
Trey's good, and he's good for the game because he's exciting.
He is. Yeah, I was bugging when I heard that. And I never just really looked it up. I was like, damn. Has Trey Young never made an All-Star
I was like, that's
game?
not that can't be possible. It's not.
I was like, I remember seeing this guy.
He makes it this is the first he made it in 2020, 2022, 2024, and then this year.
He's 2 more appearances away from being a perennial All-Star player.
Talking about just change it to getting trade.
Getting trade. Sir, sit your ass down. That's absurd.
Trey Young is the number 1 ranked recruit who was the number 1 ranked. Yeah, that number 1 draft pick, whatever. I was doubting my whole life.
Right.
Nobody expected me to be here. Bro, we all expected you to be here.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we got that clear.
Did you see who was at the Super Bowl yesterday?
Who you see?
Vinny and Shane.
Oh, I saw that too.
Yeah, Vince and Shane.
I didn't see Shane. I saw Vinny Mac.
I think they were there with your boy Taker. I'm sure they were invited.
Taker was there.
I'm sure they were invited guest of honor who was up in the booth, up in the suite.
So who likes who in that family?
I don't know.
It feels like some years Shane.
I don't think Stephanie likes any of them.
Yeah,
okay,
I think Stephanie's done one.
That's where I'm at.
I don't think Stephanie likes any of them, and perhaps Shane and his dad have gotten close since his dad has screwed up, and maybe Shane doesn't have anything else to do.
And Vince and Linda don't get along, do they?
No, Vince is out with girlfriends, but they're still married.
Yeah, they've got still got business tied into.
Yeah,
so they just stay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it's a different level of life.
Oh man,
and different.
One of these days, when I go from Grand Central Station to Bridgeport, I'm going to stop off in Stanford.
Well, I popped the first time I saw the sign and the flag.
Oh snap, Stanford!
Yeah,
Stanford.
Yeah, the first time you see the flag is pretty dope.
Titan Towers, they call it or whatever. What's it called?
I didn't see the building.
It's called WWE headquarters. I don't know if they still call it Titan Towers because it's not.
I think that's apartments now.
It's not Titan Sports anymore.
Yeah, I think they sold that for like $3-4 million. I think now it's apartments. They turned it into
the headquarters.
Yeah, with the old building, like whatever.
They got a new building.
I'm not mistaken. I could have swore they sold that off.
It could be.
Oh, I don't think so.
The one with
I think the
WWE flag and stuff.
Yeah,
I'll double check that. I thought I saw a story.
Huh. I didn't know that. I don't think so because they were doing COVID stuff from there.
Yeah,
they had the Royal Rumble. They threw Rey Mysterio.
Money in the Bank.
Oh, Money in the Bank.
Yeah, Money in the Bank.
Okay, that's what it was. Not the Royal Rumble. Yeah,
that was pretty dope.
Didn't they throw Rey Mysterio off the top of the Titan Towers?
Yeah, Titan Towers, their old headquarters, they sold for $3.75 million.
What year?
Like just recently.
Oh wow!
Like literally just recently.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
okay,
I didn't know that either.
I had no idea.
January 24 to 2025 is that Sports Illustrated article.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I had no idea.
No. Shout out to Rey Mysterio, who they threw off Titan Towers, and he just showed up on Raw the next day.
It's no different than lighting Jair on fire and him showing up.
Well, no, it's like you literally can't do anything to get Rey Mysterio to retire. He goes out there and he beats his son like 20 times a year.
That's fact. Stop going over.
They throw him off of Titan Towers and he just shows up in 619 someone the next week.
They throw him head first off a trailer or into a trailer.
Throw him like a lawn dart. Yo, that was like 30 years ago.
It was a long time.
That was legitimately what 28 years ago.
Wow.
That Kevin Nash threw him into the side of that trailer. And the man is still wrestling.
Dame has been trying to fight to get Rey
He's
Mysterio
been
off our
wrestling
television.
longer than Jesse's been alive.
Damn.
So yeah, if he's before 96, then yeah.
You don't even know the reference of him getting thrown into the trailer.
Yeah, you don't know about that.
We're talking about WCW, right?
Yeah, you saw it on TV.
Yeah.
You saw it on one of the
I'm like you guys. I'm with you
Ruthless
guys.
Aggressions.
That's
WWE
attitude era.
docs.
Yeah. No. All right.
Well, yeah, but I didn't see Shane O'Mac and I didn't see Taker, but I saw Redacted.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was there just living life. Like, all right, man. All right. Did you real quick before we go, because we got James Ham coming up? Did you enjoy anything else about the game? Like, what I know a lot of people were really upset with the score overlay.
Yeah, I know. I actually noticed that right away. I was like, is that new? That doesn't look right. And then I stopped thinking about it. Like, I never thought about it again until I read the article. No, I enjoyed nothing other than halftime because we were at the bar. We were at 32 Brew, so I didn't even watch the commercials.
Well,
the only commercial I saw was the Seal commercial.
Yeah.
Which was like, oh, no, this is disturbing.
I don't know, even if you were paying attention, you might not have been able to hear because Cheryl L. Grove was on one yesterday.
Cheryl from Philadelphia?
She had 2 margaritas or a margarita and a half. And she was turned up.
Yeah. Cheryl was they were partying.
When are we gonna stop acting like Super Bowl commercials have been good?
They haven't been good for 2 decades.
Yeah, it's been a while now.
Well, now because
now they kind of everyone kind of found out. Oh yeah, let's get on the bit. Let's try to make it funny. Now it's all kind of dumb.
Well, now it's become such a thing. Like it's not even Super Bowl commercials anymore. It's they release them before the Super Bowl so you could see them, and there is no dumber commercial ever than the Snoop Dogg Tom Brady commercial. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. And the only thing that makes it worse is if you take 2 seconds to research the group that put that commercial out. And I encourage everybody to do that. Watch the commercial. Watch for the final 2 seconds at the end. Look at the group that made it and then research them and then come back to me. Like, that's what we're doing. That commercial was trash. And Snoop clearly will do anything for money.
Anything.
But yeah, the commercials ain't whatever.
Yeah.
So the answer to your question, the long-winded answer to your question, did I enjoy anything about the game? No. I went into the game wanting to see Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar delivered. I'm out. I do want to go back. One thing that I didn't see that I heard a lot about, and I couldn't register, like, why are they making such a big deal out of this? I forgot what happened in New Orleans a few weeks ago, was the Lady Gaga joint. Lady Gaga performed, and I think it was recorded, but she had a song about New Orleans before the game started.
Okay.
I think we were at either the Humidor, maybe wrapping up our business at the Humidor and transitioning over.
Yeah.
But I've heard universal approval, super emotional. I just haven't seen it yet. Heard it was incredible though.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even hear about that one yet.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I want to check that out too. Shout out Lady Gaga.
I did love the shots of like the celebrities that were there because they were showing one specific area, and I think I was talking like, is that Paul McCartney up there? And I just kept looking. Are they like, who are they acknowledging that they're not pointing out that that's Paul McCartney? And I don't know who it was, but obviously Paul McCartney seemed to have been a featured part of the broadcast at different points yesterday.
I guess so. They didn't show as much Taylor as we thought.
She caught some.
Well, there was no reason to after.
Well, this is true. Kelsey,
there was
finished.
Absolutely no reason to flash to a Taylor
with her best friend Ice Spice.
Oh yeah, they roll pretty. They roll pretty tough.
Yeah,
they roll pretty tough together. Keep Ice Spice away from Shaq.
They're saying Adam Sandler was the one they highlighted instead of Paul McCartney.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny.
And also all week long, shout out to Jameis Winston. Did you catch any Jameis coverage?
I didn't.
Jameis was out there. I don't know what company he was with or whatever, but he was in New Orleans all week.
Jameis is
They gave him a camera and a mic, and he was cooking.
He's the only one who kind of was notable Super Bowl week besides all the NBA stuff.
Yeah.
Like I would see like Jameis stuff. Oh, Jameis so hilarious and stuff like that. He's the one who kind of stood out.
Jameis was out there. Jameis, if they always talk about looking for like the next Barkley, Jameis can get on TV and get people to watch.
Mm-hmm.
Jameis is funny. He knows, it sounds crazy, but he knows how to speak. You know what I mean? So I could see Jameis doing something on TV. Somebody needs to hire him. And they say he was with Fox, so maybe Fox will have him.
I got my hair cut last week, so I saw the Fox shows in New Orleans, And you know how I was telling the story about Chef Q and the fish with the head on it.
Mm-hmm.
They were serving alligator bites. They were serving different meals to the guy, the Acho, that show with all the different guys there. And the alligator bite, it had it appeared to be, I don't know what it was.
Okay.
It appeared to be an alligator head just chopped off and served with the bites.
Alligator's fire.
It might be.
I have not had alligator, nor have I ever had that served on my plate before. As we welcome James Ham here into the show. I mean, I can imagine, and I bet it's delightful. But James just retweeted it. Worth repeating. No player in NBA history has averaged 20+ points, 12+ rebounds, and 5+ assists in a season without making the All-Star game. Domantas Sabonis could be the first.
Could be. Like there's a question. I mean, I don't know what the NBA is doing. Adam Silver made an egregious error here to snub Domantas Sabonis. And
Hammer, if I'm reading this right, the follow-up tweet, if I'm reading this right, there are 2 19, 12, and 5 seasons in league history without an all-star selection. Domantas Sabonis last year and Domantas Sabonis this year.
Yeah.
Hammer, do you think that there is a possibility, and D'Lo kind of floated this out there, that Sabonis turned down the NBA's invite?
No. I can't imagine. I mean, he has a bonus tied to an all-star appearance.
Oh, no, he ain't turning nothing down, man.
I mean, I think it's $1.25 million.
He ain't turning nothing down. Matter of fact, I'm here, guys. Do you want to pick me?
Not only that, but
he was napping again and he missed the call.
Yeah, I also think, Domas, I mean, it's possible he's going on vacation, but for a guy with 2 young kids and it, like not knowing if you're going to be going or not, I'm assuming he's just going to be hanging out in Napa at his other home, like right down the street from the All-Star game. So, yeah, I don't know. This is again, like there are no reasons to be a conspiracy theorist. This is just it just like snubs its nose in the face of anything that's logical ever. And I honestly believe that, when the coaches named the reserves, that there was some consideration for Sacramento put in and what has happened here this season with the firing of Mike Brown. But at this point, I just, how can you not replace Anthony Davis, another big man, with Domantas Sabonis? And to me, like, what are you going to do when half of your stars, including very likely Kyrie Irving, because we're only, halfway through the season and he's already missed a handful of games, like half of your stars are not going to be on the All-NBA team because your 65-game rule. Domantas Sabonis will be on the All-NBA team. How can he be a top 15 player in the league last year and I believe the year before? How can he be considered a top 15 player, but he's not good enough to be a top 24 player for the All-Star game? And that to me is it's an embarrassment for the league. Absolute embarrassment for the league. But hey, I think we just got the weekend off if you want it.
No, you don't want to go to the All-Star game, James? You're credentialed.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Looks like it's all falling onto one person's shoulders. Kenny Caraway is representing ESPN 1320 at the All-Star game.
Kenny,
get on my back.
Front row All-Star Kenny.
I am not driving to San Francisco during this madhouse that's going to be this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be.
I saw Oasis and Nico. I was like, hey, maybe I'll. Who am I kidding? I'm not doing that.
I'm the rookie of the group. I've never been to All-Star.
That's good.
All-Star
no, you should go.
I gotta,
you absolutely should experience it once.
I agree.
You might love it. Yeah, you might love it. But you should absolutely experience it once.
I also like the people watch.
Well, then you're gonna have a blast. You are gonna have a blast if you can get into Kenny Smith's party. People watch outside that door is a blast, and you'll have a good time. You'll have a good time.
All right.
Hammer, it's over. It's a dub. What is your feeling about Saturday's game?
Oh boy. I don't know. That was a weird one to cover. I mean, the only reason you had any opportunity to win that game, in all honesty, this is such a weird statement, is because Jake LaRavia came off the bench and gave your team a boost that you didn't expect and was so good in like a minute that the entire tenor of the building changed, the crowd changed, everything changed, and you were able to ride the wave and somehow come back. I thought like DeMar DeRozan and Malik Monk just didn't come out to play at all, and that was stunning in the first quarter to watch them just like be totally ineffective. I think at half they combined for 1 point on 0 for 5 shooting, the two of them, and to have your team be anywhere in the vicinity and be able to come back and win a game, to me was shocking. But I also think, like what that showed you is what it looks like when you have a really good backup center, and what it shows you when you have a player who comes out and plays off your bench with a whole bunch of energy and heart like LaRavia did. And so I think the bigger question is like, where were these guys a month ago? Where were they 2 months ago? But for right now, the additions made the bench an addition, not a subtraction, for the first time in what felt like months.
It feels like that's kind of like what happens on a good team sometime. Like your starters ain't always going to have it. What's the game we always talk about, or we've referenced a couple of times, that Kings-Memphis game where the Memphis bench outscored the starters.
Mm-hmm.
Those starters weren't ready to play. They didn't have it that day or whatever. But when you have a bench, and LaRavia ironically was on that bench as well, was part of that bench as well, sometimes that happens. Like you have situations where it's at least the start of the game isn't all on the starters playing at the super high level. They may not have it. You can go to your bench and they can pick you up and get you back into the game and get you into a position where you can still win a game. And that's one of the things that was missing with the bench, or the lack thereof, before Saturday, so to speak. So hopefully they don't have to deal with that all the time. But if it's 15-6 or 21-6 or whatever in the first 5 minutes, just, this one's done. Like, these guys are going to have to play the rest of the game. These starters are going to have to play the rest of the game to get back into it because the bench isn't any good. Now you got a situation where you can get a little bit of spark off the bench to calm things down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but this is too many times. Man, I don't, like, a bench is supposed to be there to maintain and possibly improve your situation, not to save your butt. And to me, like you got to come out with more. And this has been a problem all season long with this team. And I think a lot of people wanted to point fingers at De'Aaron Fox for the reason why the Kings got off to slow starts all the time. But the issue hasn't changed. And so I'm glad they were able to recover, and because it's a lot more enjoyable to watch a game like that as opposed to like a 40-point blowout, which that looked like it was going to be early in the game. But like, look, the Kings don't have any wiggle room left. Like, they have to win games like this. They've got to win the game tonight against a team that's totally depleted. They've got to find a way to go into New Orleans and put on a show against a team they just beat the other night, but who seemingly has their numbers still and has the ability to just run them over when they want to. So this team has to figure out ways to not go down by 20 in the first half, because, I'd say 85-90% of the time you're going to lose that game. Mm-hmm. And so I hope that they learn something. But like, how many times do I have to hope that this team learns something and then watch them go out and do it again?
Why do you think that's happening? Why do you think they're struggling so much at the beginning of games?
I don't know. Like it doesn't make a ton of sense because it's not just like at this point, it's not just one coach, it's not just one group of players. It's something that has like followed this team around, and they've got to figure out ways to do it. And I think it's interesting, even in this game where they came back and won. It wasn't until really like the third quarter that we saw the Domas and Malik Monk pick and roll game pick up, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 they score a whole bunch of points in a row. And I think personally that woke Monk up, like getting in the pick and roll game with Domas and just feeding the big man and having him go crazy. Like there isn't a lot of rhyme or reason to what the Kings do. I mean, last couple of games, Domas has barely shot the ball at all. They forgot about Keegan Murray for 4 or 5 games, and he didn't even get an opportunity. And then all of a sudden, he's waking up. Like the bumps and bruises of changing players midstream, especially star level players in your starting lineup. I mean, that is going to have like an impact. But at the same time, the first game that they sort of ran out these guys, even if it was just Levine, Doug Christie made such a major point in pregame. He's like, everyone goes and plays pickup. It's like, you're playing pickup and someone says, "Hey, I got to go home," and you're like, "Okay, who else can jump in?" Like these guys have played basketball like this their whole lives. And to go out there and act like you don't know how to play basketball because someone is different in a different position, it's kind of weird. I mean, there can be some mistakes and there can be some clunkiness, but there shouldn't just be a downright like failure to learn how to play basketball again. And so, yeah, this team, I mean, they're interesting, but they have an opportunity right here to make up some ground and make you forget about some of these bad losses early in the season. But you got to show up.
Yeah, I think one of the things I think is going on, could be going on, is these guys are trying to fit in, not fit out, as LeBron would say. They're trying to fit in. Zach trying to fit in. DeRozan trying to make sure Zach fits in, and Sabonis and all these other guys. Malik trying to conform into a point guard and all this other stuff. And and I appreciate all that, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Zach LaVine, we brought you here to score, shoot the basketball, be aggressive, get after it. DeMar DeRozan, and I know maybe James and others see differently on this one. DeMar DeRozan, you're not here to be a table setter. Shoot the basketball. They had 3 shot attempts halfway through the third quarter. Shoot the rock. That's what you're here to do. Malik, yeah, I need you to be a little bit more of a point guard now with the guys out there, but don't forget that's what you're here to do as well. And I think a lot of the times in this past 3 games or so, the lack of aggression and the indecisiveness comes from, trying to get a feel and not step on any toes and all this other stuff. And if I was Doug, I would talk to some of those guys and be like, this is why you're here. This is why you're in the league. I'll figure everything else out as far as setting the other guys up and making sure they're good and making sure we're on the same page. But Zach and DeMar specifically, like, do your job. Your job is to put the ball in the basket. And I want to see them be more aggressive with that moving forward.
Yeah, I get that too. I think I want to see them do their job, but within the confines of the offense. Like Kings basketball, like this entire season, the last 3 years, at least it has like some basic tenets, and the players need to play within those tenets. And it's on them as basketball players to use their special skills within the offense, within the flow of what's happening. And that's something that I think Zach is quietly starting to figure out, is how does he fit in and sort of play within the confines of this. But again, there are games when I think DeMar is absolutely spectacular, and other games where it's just too much. And so like what you said, he just needs to hoist. I agree, him taking 1 shot in the first half, I don't know, it almost feels intentional when that happens, because there are 15 other games or maybe 40 other games this season where you're like, okay, man, you weren't shy to take a shot that wasn't there before. And so I'm always like just watching it sort of play out and wondering what's going to happen, and seeing who steps up from one night to the next. And there is at least some consistency that happens, typically, and we haven't seen that lately. And yeah, I mean, the fact that what are they, 3-6 over the last 9? That's to be expected. They've had a lot of like internal and external strife. But again, like if you want to be a playoff team, you got to push the noise out and go play. And again, if I'm Domantas Sabonis tonight, I'm motivated and if I'm his teammates, I'm motivated for him to go and put up 40 and 25 and 15 on this Dallas Mavericks team that somehow got an all-star when the Kings didn't. And so, yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at.
You feel like they can pull anything from that game on Saturday, given the fact, like, I think Doug even said, no, we got the job done. It's good, but it's not good enough. And you have the, extreme lows of the just instant 20-point deficit, the thrilling comeback, then the 18-point lead, and then you kind of lose the 18-point lead, and you scratch and claw to hang on to a victory. Is that one, like, can you draw from that, or is it just like, all right, we got it, now let's get right here versus Dallas coming up on Monday?
Yeah, I think you can learn something from it for sure. I think what I learned is that when you add, Valanciunas and Laravia to that bench, all of a sudden the other players fit into their roles way better. And it exposed, once again, the glaring issues that this team had early in the season. But, I don't know about you guys, but when Trey Lyles has to be your 6th or 7th best player, that's realistically not who Trey Lyles should be for your team or for anyone else. If he's your 7th, 8th, and 9th, then you're a much better team. And I think Jonas stepping on the court instantly gave the Kings just like the 7th man on their rotation. And I think that makes Keon Ellis just a much better 6th man in your rotation. And then it allows, again, Trey and Laravia to be like the 7th and 8th best players or 8th and 9th best players in your rotation. All of a sudden, I saw a team that has 9 players that you feel comfortable running out there each and every night. And that's not something that I felt most of this season, where it just really felt like maybe they had 7. And if someone miraculously got hot, they might have an 8th. But for the most part, it was like 7th and guys way, way out of position as far as they should be in the rotation and what's asked of them in the rotation. And so I think they look a lot better out of nowhere. And I like Malik Monk playing with that second unit and really running those guys as opposed to that first unit, which is going to be difficult to get shots. And I get it, but I feel bad for Keegan Murray, who is all of a sudden the 5th option without any question. And that's just a tough place to be in when you're expected to, excel in your 3rd season.
Trista's in the chat reminding us she knew Devin Carter stunk.
She did. She did hit us to Devin Carter early on.
She said, something's off. Something don't feel right. Pause. She was right.
One of the things though with Keegan though, and I guess it's a little easier for me to say without being in that situation, is like he gotta adjust and be productive. Like I look at him and I say he's had an opportunity over about two years for somebody to look at him and say like, no, this is the guy that we're gonna have as the 2nd best scorer. We don't need to go get anybody else. We can go get these ancillary guys, these role player guys. And he didn't do that. Like he didn't do that. I never, at the end of last year, I didn't look at Keegan Murray and say, I'm good with them not going to get another score because if something goes wrong, we got Keegan Murray here. Didn't feel that way. They needed more because when Malik went down and it was just De'Aaron and him, that wasn't enough and it wasn't versatile enough. So they went and they got some different scores. Now he's in a little bit of a different role and knock down your open jump shots, get on the boards, figure out a different thing. For me, it's not a poor Keegan situation. It's hey, your role has changed. Be excellent in your role. Like, I don't want to see him going 1 for 7 from beyond the arc. Like, you're getting wide open looks. Knock down the shots. Knock them down.
No, I mean, I get that. And I agree that he needs to be a better shooter and he needs to be a more consistent shooter. I'd also say like he's the one who's asked to play defense where, the other 4 starters realistically don't have to do what he has to do. And, so yeah, I mean, he's got to be more consistent as a scorer. I can't believe like the crazy stat. He hasn't scored 20 points in a game since before Thanksgiving. And to me, that's just absolutely crazy. But yeah, I mean, Keegan's like he's hit 19 a couple of times, but I mean, he hasn't scored since I think it's November 24th is the last time he scored 20 points in a game. And he's only done it, I think, 2 times all season where he scored 20. And I don't really think that was the plan coming in. It's just the way the season's played out. And certainly when you moved Malik Monk into the starting lineup, it just pushed Keegan further down on the, who's getting fed. And it's tough to be consistent when you can go an entire half with 1 shot attempt. And it's not like he's passing up 6 shot attempts. He's just not getting the ball, not getting opportunities. And so I don't think he's been forcing things, but in those situations, you got to go get rebounds and you got to go try to score yourself. And even then, even when he does do that, I still don't feel like his teammates ever feed him and try to keep it going. So I think it's a little bit of everything. And I haven't lost faith in him as a player. But I think at some point, the Kings, I mean, he's got to be wondering what their offer is going to look like this summer when it comes to an extension and whether he would even accept it, whether he just wants to play out another season and see how that goes and then go from there. Because, the extension that he would get now versus the extension he would have got last summer is, I think, completely different.
I was just going to say one more thing about Keegan. The one thing that I would like to see the Kings do more, and nobody's done it, whether it was Mike or Doug or anything like that, is get him on the block a little bit more and work on his post game. I think he's a little bit too reliant, or that offense is too reliant as him being the stretch 4 or something like that. And this guy, he's about 6'9", 6'10". Certain situations, like they run that cross screen action to get DeMar DeRozan the ball on the block or close to the block. Maybe they could do that a little bit more with Keegan Murray. It doesn't feel like that's ever going to happen, and there's probably a reason for that. But I think that would be another spot on the floor where they could try to get him involved. And you ain't got to do it for 20 times, but once or twice a quarter, 2 times a quarter, run that, cross screen action, get him on the block, see what he can do. At Iowa, he was a guy that could work in the post. So, he's got a little fadeaway game. He's tall enough to shoot over the top of smaller defenders. I would like to do that. But like I said, between Mike and Doug, nobody's done it yet. So it probably will never happen. But I wonder why they wouldn't incorporate that a little bit more.
Yeah, 2 things on that. Number one, don't look at his dad's Twitter account if you have that question, because he asks the same question, or he used to at least quite often. Number 2, you're right. At Iowa, he was like in the 98th percentile of scores in the post in the NCAA during his junior season, whatever, sophomore year. Like he can absolutely score in the post. Now, whether that translates at the next level is a whole other question, because at 6'8", it isn't nearly as easy to go in the post and score as it was at the college level. But for me, I think he's aggressively attacked the rim all season long. He's dunked on plenty of people. He's dunked in traffic. He's showing me that he's a different player even than he was at the college level. And I would like to see him get more opportunities, whether it's off the bounce or whether you're featuring him as a post-up guy.
You think it seemed like a foregone conclusion that offer was a max offer coming this offseason. You think that's changed?
Oh, yeah.
You think it should change?
Yeah, I mean, you don't give a guy a max offer who's averaging 12 points a game. Mm-hmm. Like, sorry, man. I mean, who's shooting 33% from 3 or whatever it is. Like, I would be surprised. I mean, like at this point, he's looking way closer to like Cam Johnson money than he is, a max deal, like a 21, 22. Like, I would be surprised if his offer wasn't like a 480 or 485 at this point, 4 years, 85 million, as opposed to, the the full max, which is almost double that.
I think that's fair. I don't think he's a max player. I think
it
that
felt like
be...
he was tracking towards one. That was my point. Like I'm with both of you. It doesn't feel he's not, but we had him penciled in at the max contract not that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think last season
we did Marvin Bagley.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, look, realistically, last season, he averaged 15 points and 5.5 rebounds, and he was on pace to be one of those guys. He's shooting even at 36% from three, but he's taken a huge step backwards. And I don't even know. I mean, a lot of it, to be honest with you, it's just flat out situational. Like, playing alongside DeMar DeRozan is not just super simple. And, it's not. And being the fourth and then fifth man in the rotation, like if DeMar wasn't signed, and I'm not blaming Keegan Murray, whatever's happening, just on DeMar DeRozan. But if you don't sign DeMar and you went after a more defensive minded, 3-and-D type at the three during this offseason, I do not think we would be feeling the same way we do about Keegan Murray that we do today. I think he would have built off the 15 points per game that he averaged last season, and probably would have been closer to what we're talking about, that max or $25 to $30 million a year player, not the 20 to 25 million a year player.
Kings basketball coming up about 2 hours from now. We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings with our Kings insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with Dylan and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Look at this other half.
Them crumble cookies are popping. Is that what they are? Are those crumble cookies?
Oh, I haven't brought in crumbles in a long time for you guys.
Maybe it's not a crumble cookie. It just looks like one. It's a big cookie that I think you have to cut in half. Because the crumble cookie boxes are pink, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that ain't a pink box. That's something else out there, boss. I don't even know who brought those in. Ain't nobody here.
Back on Twitch, by the way, for the 8 who are looking for their house.
Oh, shout out to the Twitchies. The Twitches. We're back up there. 4 people watching on Twitch. We see you, baby. We see y'all.
Yeah, what's been going on with Twitch lately?
We got logged out of it, and we have to log back in through the guy in Philadelphia.
Oh.
So we're logged back in. It shouldn't be an issue anymore.
Okay.
TK, what up, girl? You still in New Orleans? She might be in the airport the way she's watching us and in the chat. She might be in the airport.
Yeah, she might be killing time.
Yeah, what's she up to?
I imagine she was at the Super Bowl yesterday. I imagine that airport was death to get out of today.
Oh, yeah.
She's debating on whether she's coming to San Francisco this weekend.
Hold up, man. Hold up, TK. Come on now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm driving down if Domas isn't in it. Like, once you've been to a couple All-Star games, like, it kind of loses its luster, and that place is going to be a nightmare. Like, I don't even know about taking the train in there.
Man, they really beating Tom up. I did not think he was bad yesterday at all.
I don't think he's been bad all year, and people say he sucked all year.
I think repeatedly saying the red area like puts you on a list, but outside of that, I haven't hated him either. I think he got better throughout the year. It's not like Drew Brees. Drew Brees was horrible and just like stayed not
Drew
good.
Brees, awful.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful.
Dame. TK said she pulling up.
Is she really?
Now you're feeling like you got to go?
I text you, Tristan. We'll
Did
talk.
Did you have some parties lined up?
No.
No?
James, who are you talking to? You talking to Trista?
No,
talking to
you.
me? No. James, what party I'm ever going to have lined up? James, I want to be in bed. I got to I got plans Saturday night. I ain't gonna be there Saturday night. I know that for sure. I got a date with Chef Q.
Hey.
Yeah, buddy.
Good.
See, regular Kings fan 916 gets me. The social battery is depleted.
Oh no.
Come on, man. So is the drive to the Bay Area battery.
Yeah, that one's tough.
Yeah, that one's tough because
San Jose doesn't really feel like the Bay Area. I know that it is. It doesn't feel like
San Jose is like an extra 45 minutes.
It's hella far.
It's 4 hours to get to Santa Clara for the game for me, from my house.
From your house, yeah.
And then getting out of there, it's another 4-hour drive home. Like, that's not fun.
I don't think I'd ever go anywhere if I lived where James lives.
I have a pretty good spot, I got to be honest.
You do have
There's not a lot of reason to go anywhere. People are like, hey, let's go to Tahoe. It's like, yeah.
It's a good question. Their ribeye is really good. I've ordered their ribeye twice. Those lobster bite appetizers, though, that's the one.
Wait, where is Chef Q?
Q1227 at the promenade. They moved recently to the promenade at the Galleria.
Okay, so one of their sous chefs does private dinners, and we've hit a couple of those, including like he has people at his house.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
He has a side business where, like they did a dinner party at a friend of ours' house one night, and it was spectacular.
That man was really just throwing the ball all over the place yesterday.
Oh yeah,
he couldn't see it. Sometimes it's like that, man. But he couldn't see it. He didn't know where to go.
I haven't been there since they moved to their new spot. It used to be over by Paul Martin's, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's by like Ruth's Chris, that kind of promenade area outside the Caraway section of the mall where Gucci and Louis and all that stuff is.
Yeah.
This guy.
Right there. We're coming back, James. I think that's the easiest way to describe that part of the mall.
Why?
The Caraway section.
It's not even remotely close to being true. Stop. Like I said, people believe you.
Because they know it's facts. Jeez. Welcome, James Ham back. James, you have any thoughts on the Super Bowl before we get back to the Kings? That stunk. That's your boy, too. That's your man.
Yeah, it is his boy.
That was rough, man.
It was just one of the worst Super Bowls to watch I've ever seen. I just, like, from start to finish, it was boring. And, like, I know, hat tip to Philly for coming out and just pushing the Chiefs around. But I just thought Mahomes was horrible. And to watch him melt down, I'll tell you this, though, in all honesty, he really has not been very good in like a year and a half. And I watch almost every game he plays because, we have him in our fantasy league. And they find ways to win despite what's happening there. And he makes mistakes late in games. He makes all kinds of mistakes where you're just watching a game that doesn't, that isn't just like a clean, like super efficient game. And you put pressure on him and he just fell apart. I mean, the low passes, the not, seeing the safety or the linebacker and throwing passes you had no business throwing. I just thought it was absolutely wild to watch one of the greatest that's ever done it just melt down in a big game and realistically be the reason why his team had no chance.
Yeah. All right, can we get to the real question? Or did you want to talk about
Oh, Jesus, I know what's coming.
Okay, this is because James doesn't care. He is completely out of the demographic. Were you entertained by the halftime show?
I mean, not really. And it's, I talked to Complex about this earlier because Complex wouldn't watch a football game. And then, unless it was for the halftime show,
a sporting event, to be clear, like he won't watch a sporting event.
No, he won't watch a sporting event at all. But I think he would tune in for halftime of that game. And I thought, look, I get that he has a very specific audience that he's playing to. Kendrick was, and like the way he wanted to attack that was very specific. And Kyle like had a great time watching it and got it. But I don't know that that's what, like, it doesn't reach the masses like the Super Bowl does. You know what I mean? And like and I'm not saying he has to play music that he doesn't feel comfortable with, or he has to only play his hits or stuff like that. But I do think that there is, like, when you are on that stage, you're playing for a larger audience. And I don't like country music either, and I wouldn't like sit there and choose to listen to a country artist. But like that was a very specific thing, and I just feel like there are ways that he could have been himself and had it reach like touched brought a few more people into the conversation. And again, if that's not what his idea was, that's okay. I move on, because I also thought it was really weird that we had to wait 15 minutes before the halftime performance started. And so it was like, by the time you got done with the first half, which was one of the worst first halves we've ever seen, and then this huge long buildup to when he came out on stage, it was like, okay, I was already bored. And then it was like, okay, well, I don't know the music at all, really. And so it just kind of, for me, it was, I'm sure it was spectacular for some people, but for me, it just wasn't there.
I don't know if there's an artist alive who could do what some people are asking.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Janet Jackson.
Janet Jackson would be old for the younger generation. Be like, why are they putting her out here?
Well, no, but I think
like, you think of, I'm sorry, Jay. I was just gonna say, you think about like the household. Like if you're in a household, maybe a number of different households would still, like, they'd be excited. They all know the song, sing the song, but she may even be a reach. I don't know if there's an artist alive that crosses all the demographics.
No, but I think that, what was it, like 2 years ago they had the hip hop? Oh, was it 2 years? Was it 3 years ago?
It was in LA. Last year was Rihanna, so I think it was 2 years ago.
And that was phenomenal, off the charts good. And I think it crossed like there was something in there for everybody, and it was like surprising and fun, and they kept bringing in new voices, and they told the story of like the entire hip hop, 40 years of it or whatever. And I thought that was really cool and engaging. And I think that there's some performers that just get up there and they either strike a chord or they don't. And, to me, I just think that it was very specific with this one. And that's okay. I don't really care. It was like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it ends up being. And we move on to the next one. But, it just wasn't like my favorite halftime. And that's okay.
I wonder who's going to do it next. I think we're running out of
San Francisco next year
in the pouring rain. I wonder how many, we're kind of running out of artists who we think is the idea type of person to perform on that stage without regurgitating people, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm
gonna go out on a limb and say it won't be E40.
Definitely won't be E40. But we're talking Taylor.
At some point, Taylor's gonna do it. Yeah. Maybe she doesn't, but
Taylor is one. The one they should go to, but they probably never will. Although Grammy's made up with them, it should be Chris. I think Chris will put on maybe the greatest show since Mike Jackson.
Chris Brown?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think that's happening.
It might not. But I'm saying, Chris Brown, we always thought he'd never win a Grammy, and that happened. So I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
But that's they're gonna have to start like going back into the people that they've already done before.
You might want to get The Weeknd in a non-COVID situation.
The Weeknd would be fire. Yeah, I thought he did a good job.
Well, he did, but he was so limited with what he could do. Even though COVID didn't exist in the NFL, maybe we try that.
I see people in the chat saying Bruno Mars. This would be Bruno's third time.
I think it is
in the last 15 years.
I think it'd be his third.
Yeah, Post Malone. People are saying Post Malone. You can't really do Journey because Steve Perry won't won't sing with him anymore, and so you're dealing with like this second replacement. Just because they're a San Francisco band, but
Post Malone for today's audience could actually probably work.
Post Malone, I actually like him a lot more than others, and
by others he means me. He's referring directly to me. He likes him more than me,
and I think he's very talented. Mm-hmm. I think I'd have no interest in watching him during halftime.
Me neither.
And I like Post Malone.
You'd have to get all of his feature artists out.
Yeah, and I mean that's all. Like I just think that it could have been, I don't know, more upbeat. Like there could have been like additional people and stuff like that. I don't know. Like
squabble up, James.
He had a vision for it, and that vision was him. Like that's why I think he did Man in the Garden. Like he's like, I think that there was a specific reason he did that song. But yeah, I mean he's the first hip hop solo act to do it. I mean, again, I loved it, but I knew it wasn't going to be for everybody, especially with that set list. It was definitely not going to, like, his catalog isn't going to go crazy after that set list. In all likelihood, GNX might, but maybe an interest in Kendrick Lamar will be there.
Someone said Travis. I think that would be pretty dope.
Well, Travis, because of the shows that he does, like, that could be nuts.
Travis would actually be pretty
dope. And like, look, I wasn't like, oh, this is horrible. I just wasn't like fully drawn into it. Like sometimes you are with them. And I'd also say, like, I think there's something to, like, Sean Cunningham says this all the time, and I'm sure Sean loves it because Sean is a huge music guy.
Sean is the person we should ask who should be on the show.
But Sean always says that, like Twitter and social media isn't real, and people who think that are really like overthinking everything, right? So I think like when you get to like the Twitter beef or the thing with Drake where they're going back and forth, like there are people that are fully into that, but then there are tens of millions of other people that are watching the Super Bowl that have no idea what the beef is with Drake and all that stuff. They just don't, because they are not following it on social media. They're not watching the diss tracks. They have no idea what a diss track is, let alone watching to see what's going back and forth. And so I think by like being ultra specific with some of his stuff and aimed at one person, like I get it, you win. He won, right? He dropped the mic and okay, I won the battle because I just, did what I did at the Super Bowl. But there's a lot of people who just don't understand that was part of that. There's a whole thing going on there between those guys.
I saw a tweet and I didn't dive into the comments. I probably should have, but I thought this was pretty cool. The guy tweeted out, he says, "Look, I'm not even a middle-aged white guy. I'm an older white guy. Somebody explain this Drake Kendrick thing to me in World War II type of way."
Yeah,
I thought that was pretty funny.
No, I mean, and again, I think, good on him for doing what he wanted to do and reaching, people he wanted to reach. As an artist, I think part of the Super Bowl, when you're put on that stage, is an opportunity to reach a whole new group of people that maybe have never heard of you or have no idea what you bring to the table. And that's where I think maybe there was like a slight misstep. That, if you want to bring some of your hits, more of your hits and stuff like that, to just like bring in more people, that would have been something. But either way,
and that's the thing with Kendrick, is he's never sacrificed his artistry, right? His current album is the furthest stray from anything he's ever done in his career. So he's everything he's doing right now is almost uncharted territory for him. Like even the Super Bowl halftime show, like.
Who are my boys? Teen Spirit. Who's that? Who's that again?
Nirvana.
Yeah.
Nirvana.
No, Kurt Cobain has been dead for
decades.
That's
right. It is Kurt Cobain.
That's right. Yeah, he's been dead since like 93.
90s. Yeah. I think I was in middle school when he died.
That's right. That is Nirvana. Yeah.
We were going to school with WCW when Kurt Cobain died.
Yeah.
That's my song, man.
Okay. Yeah. No, it sounds like it.
The Foo Fighters, that's the Foo Fighters could do it. But again, if it was in Seattle, then it would make a lot more sense for them to bring out Pearl Jam and Foo Fighters and stuff like that. But even that's gonna go like over a lot of people's heads or just miss with a lot of people.
I'm just envisioning Jay-Z going, you know who would be great for this? The Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
Oh, he does need to do it. Yeah, I don't think he would never. I don't think he would book himself.
I don't
for
think
it.
so either.
But yeah, he absolutely should do it. Hammer, we've talked a lot, maybe too much, about the game on Saturday. But one thing that really, really stood out that Kenny and I spent most of the first part of today's show talking about is the job Doug Christie did and the tough decisions he had to make there, particularly late in the fourth quarter, where that game got maybe a little bit closer than anybody believes it should have been. And we saw Keon Ellis, despite coming off the bench, he played 32 minutes in that game, played 18 minutes in the second half, played 11 minutes in the fourth quarter. We saw DeMar DeRozan sit some time out. We saw Malik Monk sit some time out there in that fourth quarter. But what do you think of the job that Doug did to ensure that his guys came away with a victory on Saturday?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Everyone wants Keon to play as many minutes as possible. I think Doug wants Keon to play as many minutes as possible. But at the end of the day, you also have to respect the veterans you have on your team while trying to win games. And I think as we get deeper and deeper into this season, there is going to be more of a reliance on a guy like Keon and less of a reliance on some of the veterans when they're not having a good night or when they're not doing the things you need them to do. And there is definitely a time and a place for what DeMar DeRozan does, right? But on the defensive side of the ball, he's a pretty substantial liability. And you're just a better team defensively when Keon Ellis is on the court. And that's something that Doug is going to have to figure out the entire season. And some nights it won't be him. Some nights it'll be Keegan Murray, who's not getting it done. And you need to go with a smaller player. And I think Keegan did sit for a few minutes in the fourth. And certainly the game before that, it was Keon over Keegan for a few minutes. There's going to be times when Malik isn't rolling. And you've got to make adjustments. But I think Keon has put the pressure on this team to find ways to get him involved in the game. And, I think that's a great thing for the Kings. It pushes everybody to be better. And if someone doesn't like it, then just straight up play better, guard your man, do your defensive assignment, and Keon won't steal your minutes. But for right now, he's going to steal your minutes. There'll be moments where Jake LaRavia steals some minutes and
he's going to steal some minutes.
Yeah.
Legend.
There will be times where you lose out to some of these other players, and that's what a rotation is about. Like, you have your closing rotation, but your closing rotation should always come with, okay, who gives me the best opportunity to win tonight? And sometimes that's not going to be the guys that you've relied on throughout the first, 50 games of the season where you're 500.
Yeah, and I thought the way that Doug played it on Saturday was interesting, and he did a great job with it. There was a moment in there where, CJ was going crazy, and there just wasn't really any matchups for CJ outside of Keon. So he kept Keon in there, subbed DeMar out, and it probably was like a minute and a half later, they had gotten a couple stops that they needed. They needed a bucket, and he calls a timeout, and he subs them right back in there. So I thought that was a really good use of situational strategy by Doug Christie in the final minutes of that game on Saturday to kind of bring that win home.
Yeah, I'd also tell you that I think it became easier for Doug when it's not De'Aaron, because De'Aaron can play defense in those situations. So you're not going to take the two-way player off the court, where I think it does become easier when it's either Zach or it's DeMar or it's Malik. None of those three can even come close to matching the defensive intensity of Keon Ellis, where, De'Aaron can come close to it. He's not as good, but he could come close to the defensive side, and then you get a much better offensive player. So now I think it does open a door for, a few more variables to play themselves out late in the game.
How you feel about tonight? Anthony Davis is out for the foreseeable future for Dallas. They're reeling emotionally and physically, and they got protests happening outside their arena. Poor Nico Harrison can't even show up for work right now. And here come the Sacramento Kings just trying to win a basketball game.
Yeah, I think they got a nice lift today when Kyrie Irving was named an NBA All-Star. So that's one thing. But
Sure.
overall, like, look, this is a game where the Kings should be looking at an injured, depleted roster, and even some of the guys that might play tonight, like a PJ Washington, has a rolled ankle and missed time. I think he left their last game with an ankle problem. Again, they're missing, their stud backup center. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh,
Gafford.
No, Gafford's there. The other one,
Lively's gone.
Lively, Derek Lively.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lively's out and probably out for the rest of the season. They have some holes in the rotation, and so this is a team you need to go in there and try to take advantage of, especially if you have any hope of getting over 500 by the All-Star game. Again, teams cash it in right now. The Kings cannot cash it in. They dug themselves way too deep of a hole, and if they can come out of the All-Star break 3 games over 5, go into the All-Star break and out of it at 3 games over 500 versus where they are today, that would be huge because they have games that they can win right out of the All-Star break. They could start climbing up the standings very quickly. But you got to win the games right here in front of you before you get the getaway games.
James, and you can correct me if this is off a little bit, but shout out to Jill Adge. I saw her. She mentioned this, and this is actually a good point when we talk about the NBA and all this other stuff. When you talk about injury replacements, doesn't the commissioner, Adam Silver, doesn't he just go down the list? So it's not like he selected Kyrie Irving. It's the list of who was next getting the votes from the coaches.
Oh, I've never heard that. That might be the case, but I thought it was it's Adam Silver's discretion. He gets to make the ultimate decision.
I thought I had heard before that whatever the votes were on the list, he goes down to who's next on that list.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible he can do that, but he also has, he's the commissioner. He has the discretion to choose whoever he wants. Like injury replacements are on the commissioner, just like, the original team is a combination of players and fans and all that stuff. And then the next vote, whoever gets in next is all about the coaches. This is a Adam Silver decision. And it is what it is.
It sucks is what it is.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I just think it's bad form, like, to be honest with you. Like, Domantas Sabonis is a very good player on a team that's in a playoff hunt, just like the rest of the teams all around him. And, so I don't know. He should be an all-star. His numbers say he's an all-star. He'll be all NBA, but not an all-star. And that to me is a complete failure on the coaches / whatever it is at this point, whether it's Adam Silver or whoever else. Like, the dude is an all-star and he brings his game every single night, leads the league in rebounding, leads the league in offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds, total rebounds, and is in the top 5 in 3-point percentage. That's just crazy.
Yeah, it is, man. He deserves better. He deserves better. But hopefully he can go out there and play well tonight. I mean, he certainly played well on Saturday. That's kind of one of the lost things in all of this is, the amount of shot attempts that DeMar took, Malik missing, those guys being in and out of the lineup in favor for Keon. Lost is the fact that you guys mentioned it. Keegan played really well the other night, but Domas was great. Mm-hmm. He just continues to consistently be really, really good for the Sacramento Kings, and they're going to need him to be great tonight.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, he's one of the top 10, 15 players in the league. And, again, the Kings have relied on him so heavily. And they need to rely on him even more right now as they're learning how to play together. They need to rely on him to make the right plays and to play through him more than they have so far. And I think it would make everything way easier. Like, he needs to be the guy who's literally distributing who's going to get how many shots. And that's how I would handle it. I mean, there's a guy who averaged 8 assists a game last year. Let him make most of the decisions and play from there.
I chuckle a little bit, Ham, because you mentioned it and you're right. We talked about it as well. They got to win these games. They can't coast into the All-Star break. Like, you got to, man, dare I say, you got to find a way to go 3-0 in these next 3 games.
Yeah.
Like, you got to do it. Every game matters. And That's just life as the Sacramento Kings right now, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's good stuff. Look at the game against the Pelicans. They gave up a 40-point performance, a 30-point performance, and a 20-point performance. 91, 92 points between three guys, and they still won. Like, go out there. This Dallas team should not be able to beat you. And the way that they're constructed, the way they're beat up. So we'll see.
Great stuff from James as always. You can catch more of James and Kyle on the Insiders beginning at 10 a.m. And hopefully we're talking about a Kings victory tomorrow, man. Hopefully we can get a little momentum built headed into this All-Star break. We had a nice little boost of momentum from the Sacramento Kings when Del Christie took over as the head coach. Let's see if they can take that same type of energy now that the Jake LaRavia era has begun here in Sacramento. Appreciate you so much for being with us. You want to continue to ride, head over to 102.5, man. We'll be over there giving away tickets to see Tyler, the Creator, at the Golden One Center on February 23rd. If not, we'll see you back here beginning at 10 a.m. tomorrow with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, light the beam.
Good stuff.
Oh, boy.
All right, guys, we have got to run. We're in commercial break over there, so we got to get over there and do what we do.
I froze just as Kenny said, light the, or vamos. You said vamos something, and I froze.
Vamos, please. Light the, and that's all I heard.
Yeah, and then I was frozen.
And Ham unfroze just in time to say goodbye. So YouTubers, hit the thumbs up and subscribe buttons before you go, and we'll see you tomorrow.